Chapter 413. Refinement. The lives led by mortals differed greatly from those led by cultivators. Mortals' lives were brimming with joys and sorrows, where the old withered and life was born anew. In a few short years of observation, Han Li began to recall feelings that he had long forgotten, both positive and negative. Regardless of the emotion, they still caused Han Li's mind to stir, allowing him a chance for introspection and to now understand these emotions from a cultivator's perspective. Likewise, his comprehension of formation spells and his skill in tool refinement gradually improved over a long period of time. Most notably, Han Li's store, the small green bamboo pavilion, had developed somewhat of a reputation in the area over the span of just 2 years. This was because cultivators were able to purchase a few inexpensive yet functional magic tools at Han Li's store. A few of the luckier customers were even capable of purchasing a few rare intermediate-grade talismans at the store. After this news spread locally, a few low-level cultivators immediately scrambled towards Han Li's shop. These magic tools and talismans had obviously been personally crafted by Han Li. Ever since he entered core formation, he was finally able to grasp the mid-grade magic techniques that he long desired. Although they were the lowest among mid-grade techniques, Han Li was still very satisfied with them. However, intermediate talisman weren't something that could be refined using common talisman paper. They could only be crafted by using the hide of rare demon beasts, but not just any hide would suffice. Each intermediate talisman had their own unique requirements regarding demon beast hides. Fortunately, Han Li had thought of this before he sold off his demon beast materials and had kept a large quantity of talisman materials. Otherwise, he would have had no way of refining the talismans despite grasp their magic techniques. Han Li first practiced using the lesser quality demon beast skins. After feeling that he was capable enough, he then moved on to refining a few particular talismans using rarer materials. The talismans that he practiced creating were all attack-type magic techniques. Every 1 month or so, Han Li would put 1 or 2 of them up for sale in his shop and sell them to the first buyer. To a core formation cultivator like Han Li, these talismans were of little value as their power paled in the face of magic treasures. As such, he had no purpose to preserve them. However, Han Li had clearly underestimated the allure his intermediate talismans had to Qi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. Even after raising the price of these talismans several times, these cultivators continued to readily spend their spirit stones without hesitation, allowing Han Li to accumulate a small fortune. But it was a pity that intermediate talismans were extremely difficult to create. Even with the many demon beast skins that Han Li had on hand, his rate of success was pathetically low, failing 30 times for every successful talisman he managed to create. When compared to his rate of success with low-grade talismans, Han Li could only bitterly smile. Otherwise, he would have accumulated a much larger fortune by selling intermediate talismans. In addition, Han Li's skill at refining tools also increased, causing quite a few mid- and high-grade magic tools to appear in his shop. As a result, the small green bamboo pavilion's reputation became increasingly well known. Fortunately, his resounding reputation had been restricted to a small circle of low-level cultivators, so Han Li didn't have to worry about provoking any trouble. But at the start of the 9th year, Han Li started to refine formation flags and discs by applying his understanding of a few simple formation spells. Because of the complementary insights provided by Qi Yunxiao and Xian rooting, Han Li was able to avoid making many mistakes and managed to grasp a few minor but crucial skills. But he still ended up fumbling around through trial and error as he tried to refine a set of formation setup tools for the first time. The refinement was extremely difficult, and it consumed a large portion of his time before he managed to produce results. However, Han Li wasn't impatient. Now that he had reached core formation, he had plenty of time to slowly accumulate experience and understanding. But most importantly, he had obtained some understanding in the refinement method of the bamboo clouds worm swords, as he practiced refining items, hopefully ensuring his success in his first attempt. After all, he wouldn't have enough materials left over for a second attempt. With Han Li focused on refining magic tools and studying formation spells, time quickly passed, day by day. With departing springs and incoming autumns, Han Li's somewhat renowned small green bamboo pavilion had unknowingly existed for over 20 years. Han Li now had the appearance of an old man above the age of 50. This obviously wasn't Han Li's true appearance, but a measure he had taken in order to conceal his eternally youthful appearance. Due to the passage of time in the mortal world, Han Li had no choice but to turn his appearance into that of an old man. As of now, Han Li was standing in the residence at the back of his store and looking around with a peculiar emotion. On the day before, he had passed on the store to someone else and concluded his immersion in the mortal world. This was due to having finally matured the long-anticipated 6th stalk of gold lightning bamboo to full maturation. Having lived here for over 20 years, Han Li's heart was without disturbance, but he felt a slight feeling of nostalgia upon leaving. His experience in the market city had been a rare period of peace in his life. At that moment he heard noisy shouts from his neighbor, and Han Li couldn't help but smile upon hearing it. He didn't need to use his spiritual sense to know that the store owner was spouting out recommendations to his customers, trying to sell off his store-defining treasures that hadn't sold for the past 8 years. When Han Li had originally arrived, the shop was managed by an old man. He had retired 4 years ago and now his son watched over the business. Although his son had a fiery temperament, he treated others sincerely. But when he was doing business, he would often loudly brag about his store's goods, stunning many foreign cultivators. Han Li sighed and shook his head before leaving the small green bamboo pavilion with crooked soul. Not long after, the two had completely disappeared from the city market. Upon entering his cave dwelling, Han Li immediately brought many tool refinement materials into his hidden room and set down a small magic formation that he had comprehended during the last few years. The formation spell served no other purpose than to conceal spiritual chi fluctuations. As such, it was quite suitable for Han Li to use as he refined his magic treasure. He didn't want others to peek at him halfway through the refinement. Han Li quietly meditated in his hidden room for 3 entire days so that both his spirit and magic power were in peak state before starting the refinement. First, he took out the jade paste box from his storage pouch and gently placed it in front of him. He then opened the box, revealing the 6 emerald green stalks of heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li solemnly gazed at the bamboo and took a deep breath before lightly touching a stalk of the green bamboo. The foot-long heaven lightning bamboo suddenly flew out of the box and quickly stopped, motionlessly floating in front of his chest. With a serious expression, Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing glistening light to flow around his face, gradually forming a layer of azure light. As the azure light grew increasingly dense, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a thin thread of azure core flame towards the heaven lightning bamboo before him. Crackle! An arc of faint golden lightning arced from the bamboo, forcefully stopping the core flame from approaching any closer. Han Li's eyes lit with consideration. The azure core flame immediately grew several times thicker and enveloped the bamboo and its lightning, starting the long process of refinement. Using one's core flame consumed a considerably large amount of spiritual power, but fortunately Han Li came prepared. As he was releasing his core flame, he held onto a deep azure spirit stone and absorbed its spiritual chi. When the spirit stone started to insufficient, he casually took out a medicine pill and swallowed it. Although the medicine pill didn't immediately transform into magic power, it contained a great amount of spiritual power, giving Han Li the peace of mind of knowing that he was prepared for the coming war of attrition. After 3 days passed by, the heaven lightning bamboo's lightning had disappeared due to the lack of spiritual power from its main body. Without anything left to obstruct the azure core flame, Han Li started the process of smelting the heaven lightning bamboo. After several more days, the bamboo began to show signs of dissolution. Portions of its trunk began to emit a faint light, releasing densely packed numerous small drops of variously colored liquids. Over 10 days later, the heaven lightning bamboo was finally dissolved of all its impurities, leaving a fist-sized ball of concentrated dark green liquid. It appeared to be incredibly dense. Having seen this small amount of liquid, Han Li could only let out a deep sigh. He had to put in quite a bit of effort just to refine the heaven lightning bamboo. Han Li then withdrew his core flame and put away the spirit stone in his hand. Afterwards, he extended his 10 fingers and shot out 10 thin threads of spiritual chi from his fingers, penetrating into the green liquid. Soon after, Han Li started to shift his fingers, causing the spirit threads to rotate and deform the ball of liquid. Under the manipulation of the spirit threads, a small ball of green liquid separated from the main body that floated nearby. A second ball separated, then a third ball, and, after Han Li finished the last division of liquid, there were 12 equally sized green balls of liquid arranged into a circle. Chapter 414. Shaping. Han Li slightly narrowed his eyes and shook his fingers, cutting off the 10 spirit threads. He then patted his storage pouch and 12 streaks of white light flew out, stopping underneath the floating balls of green liquid. The white lights faded away to reveal 12 small boxes, flawlessly crafted from white jade but only a few inches in size. With a light wave of his sleeve, the jade boxes all opened. Han Li then uttered, "Drop," causing the green balls of liquid to drop down into their respective boxes. After resealing all of the boxes, Han Li was finally able to relax. Even with the aid of spirit stones and medicine pills, his magic power had been completely exhausted by the refinement. As such, Han Li quietly meditated for several days to return to his peak state before continuing the refinement of the other stalks of heavenly lightning bamboo. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Han Li had finally managed to refine all of his heavenly lightning bamboo into an extremely pure liquid. After a moment of rest, Han Li started to place down an extremely complicated spell formation in his hidden room. Han Li didn't know the name of this magic formation. He only knew that it was required to refine the bamboo cloud's worm sword. The Golden Page's refinement method had mentioned over and over that it absolutely had to be prepared. As a result, Han Li took extreme care when setting up the formation despite his familiarity with it, having practiced setting it up several times in the past. After all, a single error in the symbols could cause any number of mishaps to occur during the refinement. As such, it took Han Li half a month of great care to finish laying down the formation. Only after testing it by placing several mid-grade spirit stones around it and feeling that the formation worked as expected, could Han Li finally relax. Han Li didn't set out to immediately start refining his magic treasure. Instead, he decided to leave his hidden room for the time being. After continuously making use of his core flame for half a year and maintaining full concentration up until now, Han Li found it difficult to continue, even as a core formation cultivator. He needed a change of pace as the next step was the most crucial in the magic treasure refinement process. After Han Li left the room, he encountered a rather pleasant surprise. Under the irregular feeding with the rainbow skirt grass, the gold-devouring beetles had finally started to devour each other once more. Ever since the gold-devouring beetles numbered in the several tens of thousands, it was difficult to get them to lay more eggs and evolve using his small amounts of rainbow skirt grass. In addition, most of his green liquid in the past years had been spent on maturing the heaven lightning grass. It shouldn't have been possible for the gold-devouring beetles to undergo any change. However, after the heaven lightning bamboo maturation finished, Han Li had Crooked Soul focus on breeding the beetles. After all, Han Li still held large hopes towards these exotic insects. After Crooked Soul brought Han Li up to date, he immediately headed to the insect room. The surviving gold-devouring beetles had gold specks that enveloped less than half of their shells. He supposed that the next generation would have a slightly larger concentration of gold specks. But as Han Li gazed a while longer, his happy expression disappeared and was replaced with a frown. At this rate, it would be unlikely for the gold-devouring beetles to ever evolve to become fully golden. After every evolution, their number increases by several times, as does the amount of rainbow skirt grass that was required for their next evolution. As his green liquid could only mature so much rainbow skirt grass, it was impossible for the massive number of gold-devouring beetles to all evolve at once. It would take a very long unknown amount time before the next evolution would be possible. Han Li sank into deep thought as he stood outside the insect room. It seemed he would have to focus on breeding only a portion of them. Otherwise, he may never have the chance to see any fully golden gold-devouring beetles. With that in mind, Han Li suddenly came to a decision. However, this must be done after the gold-devouring beetles laid their eggs. Han Li could only set it aside for now and first focus on refining his magic treasure. As such, Han Li rested for an entire month before finally deciding on the day he would act. He first lit incense in his bedroom and prayed for 2 days, causing his heart to enter a state of tranquility. He then returned to the hidden room and stood at the very center of the formation spell. With a solemn expression, he raised his arms while dropping several tens of boxes of the refined heaven lightning bamboo onto the magic formation. Seemingly in a specific arrangement afterwards, all sorts of boxes flew out of his storage pouch in quick succession and dropped down in front of Han Li with their lids open, revealing the supplementary materials that he had acquired. After taking a look at these materials, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly entering a state of meditation. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li opened his eyes with his body covered in a mist of azure light. Just as the mist appeared, the spirit stones embedded in the spell formation began to shine dazzlingly and released a low hum. Although Han Li's body remained motionless, his fingers were quickly shifting, drawing out the refined balls of liquid heaven lightning bamboo from their boxes. Then with a series of whooshes, bowl-thick pillars of light shot out from the formation, enveloping the balls of liquid and completely restricting their movements. Han Li closed his eyes once more after seeing this and calmly released his powerful spiritual sense, bringing the light pillars under his control. The light pillars suddenly appeared alive and started to flicker while incessantly changing their color. This strange scene continued until the light pillars eventually matched after an unknown number of fluctuations. After the final color change had occurred, all the light pillars were a fiery red color, providing an even stronger contrast with the alluring emerald green liquid contained within them. Still expressionless, Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a thread of dark green core flame towards one of the light pillars. Whoosh! The light pillar wildly combusted, becoming a scarlet pillar of flame in an instant. Han Li continued to release core flame without the slightest hesitation, igniting all of the light pillars. As a result, there were eventually 72 6-meter-tall pillars of flame, filling the hidden room with a blinding red light. He let out a gentle sigh. With regards to the power of flames, a core flame was far more powerful than these flashy pillars of fire. Unfortunately, more powerful flames weren't the slightest bit better at flying sword refinement. As such, it seemed that he had no choice but to temporarily injure his origin chi and squander much of his core strength. Ceasing these gloomy thoughts, Han Li used his spiritual sense and the power of the formation to influence the green liquid within the flame pillars to slowly undergo a change. Their round shapes became longer and thinner bit by bit. Afterwards they formed the initial core of a sword, each 5 inches in length. While this was quite easy to describe, it actually took Han Li an entire day of focused control to shape the 72 balls of sparkling green liquid inside the fire pillars into the form of swords. Han Li let out a gloomy breath and relaxed his concentration. Soon after, he felt his head slightly ache and couldn't help but bitterly smile in response. Even with a spiritual sense as powerful as Han Li's, simultaneously controlling the shaping of 72 flying swords was only barely possible. Although he was nearly finished with the shaping stage that centered around his spiritual sense, Han Li didn't dare to relax. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing the flame pillars to flicker several times before suddenly disappearing. Only the small emerald green swords remained floating in the air. As Han Li's hands blurred with motion, the many small swords slowly flew toward him and formed a circle around him. Seeing that the 72 swords had gathered nearby, he suddenly bit down on the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, condensing it into a ball of blood that was the size of an egg. Under Han Li's control, he dripped a few drops of blood onto each of the swords. As soon as the drops of blood essence touched the flying swords, they quickly seeped into them and disappeared without a trace. After finishing this, Han Li tapped a box of silver powder on the floor, immediately scattering it. The powder evenly distributed itself among the swords, causing them to become a sparkling silver. Following that, Han Li continued with a box of fine black dust, and then Han Li carefully followed the instructions of the refinement, continuing to add supplementary materials onto the 72 sword cores. Afterwards, he enveloped the swords into pillars of flame once again and refined them once more. This time, Han Li didn't need to simultaneously refine all of the flying swords at once and took great care to carefully hone them in small sets. Then, in strict accordance to what was described in the golden page, Han Li engraved a miniature spell formation that he didn't completely understand on each of the swords with his spiritual sense. Chapter 4:15. Inside a pearl. Han Li eventually left the hidden room 2 months later. Although his appearance was haggard, he was filled with excitement. Once he thought of the 72 bamboo cloudsworm swords he had absorbed into his body, Han Li couldn't help but smile, unable to contain his joy. In order to refine this set of magic treasures, he had spent 20 years to meticulously refine them without any flaws. Although he hadn't tested the power of the treasures, he was sure that after nurturing them a while, even a single one of the swords would have power that far surpassed common magic treasures like the green brilliant sword. As he was feeling pleased with himself, Crooked Soul informed him through his spiritual sense that the gold-devouring beetles had laid eggs, which improved Han Li's already joyful mood. Han Li returned to his bedroom to rest and recuperate for a day before heading over to the insect room. A large portion of the room was covered in the sparkling white eggs of the gold-devouring beetles. Without the slightest hesitation, he created another insect room beside the first with the exact same layout. He then laid down a huge spirit-controlling magic formation in the new insect room and dripped a large amount of blood essence onto the formation. Afterwards, he moved a majority of the insect eggs into the spell formation in the new insect room and proceeded with the spirit-controlling ceremony. As for the original insect room, he left the 1,000 beetle eggs with the most vigorous auras inside. Having finished, Han Li finally relaxed. While he was restoring his cultivation, he decided to pay a visit to a few nearby core formation cultivators he had previously befriended. While Han Li was immersing himself in the mortal world, a series of grand events had occurred throughout the scattered star seas, causing much unease and turmoil. The most influential event amongst them was how the 6 united palaces and the 8 other various powers experienced a sudden rebellion by subordinates and disciples, removing their original leadership from power and replacing them with previously unknown individuals. There had been another event where a few unremarkable small sects were exterminated and their treasures seized. During this time, the powers of the scattered star seas simultaneously pulled back their men and glared at one another with mutual suspicion. The most terrible among the events was when at an unknown time, the heavenly star sages had experienced cultivation backlash 1. It was rumored that they had been completely crippled. When this rumor began to spread, an uproar suddenly arose. Nearly everyone concerned with the matter seemed to be waiting for the Heavenly Star Palace to address these rumors. But much to everyone's astonishment, the Heavenly Star Palace didn't address it, neither giving a confirmation nor denial, causing even greater alarm across the scattered star seas. At the same time, a few ambitious and hidden powers began to stir. There were a few that plotted conspiracies and others that started to form wicked, nefarious alliances. However, not long after the rumors had spread, the chaos suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if everything had returned to normal. But the more observant cultivators knew that this was only the calm before the storm. When Han Li paid his core formation neighbors a visit, they had all revealed a trace of worry during their chats. However, Han Li didn't care about any of this in the slightest. Regardless of whether the Star Palace continues their reign over the scattered star seas or another power emerges to overthrow them, it would have little to do with him. He was someone who treaded the solitary path of a lone cultivator. So long as he was careful and didn't involve himself in the turmoil, he would make it out just fine. In accordance to Han Li's own plans, he would spend the next few years nurturing his flying swords and refining a few relatively impressive formation setup tools before heading out to sea and hunting a few grade 6 demon beasts. After all, only medicine pills created with a grade 6 demon core would prove effective at progressing a core formation cultivator's cultivation. Thus, Han Li spent his days delving into the Tao of tool refinement and formation spells while meditating at night, using his core flame to slowly temper the 72 bamboo cloudsworm swords stored within his body. But not long after he started this routine, his gold-devouring beetles finally hatched. Han Li summoned the beetles and happily stored them into several high-grade spirit beast pouches. As the beetles had recognized him as their master, they obeyed his summon. During Han Li's free time, he slowly trained them so that they would be useful when confronting enemies later. Han Li was fully content with his life of peaceful and steady cultivation. Ever since he had achieved core formation, he started to set his eyes on the nascent soul stage, pondering whether or not his cultivation would one day reach such heights. But one day, as Han Li was tempering his flying swords in his home, his expression suddenly changed and he slowly walked out of his residence. A 40-year-old man that had a gentle, refined appearance with fair skin, slender eyes, and long eyebrows had appeared outside of his cave residence. "Sorry to bother you, fellow Taoist Han." When the middle-aged man saw Han Li appear, he made a gentle greeting. "Brother Jin, how did you find the time to visit my humble abode? Please come in." Han Li didn't dare to delay and immediately saluted him before inviting the middle-aged man inside. This person was Jin Qing, one of the core formation cultivators that lived nearby. He was an upright person and had given Han Li a few pointers right after he had entered core formation. He could be considered Han Li's closest friend at the moment. When Han Li had last paid a visit to his home, he discovered that Jin Qing wasn't present and later found out that fellow Taoist Jin had yet to return from his last few years of travel. Han Li naturally felt happy at his sudden appearance. There is no need. I just want to say a few things before I have to go and take care of other matters. Jin Qing shook his head and faintly smiled. Please don't hesitate to speak, Brother Jin. I'm all ears. Han Li quipped. Jin Qing revealed a slight smile and slowly said, Not long after I returned, I heard from the nearby fellow Taoists that fellow Taoist Han had spent these past few years diligently studying the Tao of formation spells and acquired some success in the field. I offer you my sincere congratulations. As it so happens, I've come across a difficult matter during my travels, a formation spell restriction that must be removed. Thus, I have come here to request fellow Taoist Han's aid. I hope you will not decline. Han Li blankly stared for a moment before asking with a calm expression, Restriction? Do you know what kind? Please take a look at this. Jin Qing didn't give him an answer. Instead he took something out of his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. Han Li saw that it was a white pearl the size of a thumb. What's this? Han Li looked at Jin Qing with surprise. Fellow Taoist will know what it is once he pours a bit of spiritual power into it. Jin Qing chuckled and revealed a mysterious expression. Han Li frowned and begrudgingly poured a bit of his spiritual power into it. In the next instant the pearl glowed with a blinding white light. If mortals saw this light, they would forcefully turn their gaze in fear of going blind. But to a core formation cultivator like Han Li, he viewed it as a common white light. As a result of his examination, Han Li's expression slightly changed. At that moment, something had appeared inside the pearl. Without waiting for any warnings from Jin Qing, he took the initiative to sink his spiritual sense deeper into the pearl. After some time passed, he wore a solemn expression. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and took a deep breath before looking at the middle-aged cultivator and asking, Ancient cultivator ruins? I'm not too sure. However, in my experience only an ancient cultivator would be capable of using such an archaic method for preserving a map. Jin Qing revealed a trace of excitement and spoke in a bit of a hurry. Han Li nodded his head. Storing important information in pearls and shells was a common practice by the ancient cultivators of the scattered star seas. As for the pearl, it contained something that resembled a map. After a moment, Jin Qing continued, There are 2 of these pearls. Together they form a complete map. I, along with another fellow Taoist, discovered these at a small store. At the time they were being sold in a necklace alongside other ordinary pearls. It was then that we each separately took a pearl and agreed to search for the location together. With what you said, you must have already found the location described in the map, yes? Han Li asked pensively while stroking his chin. That's right. We spent 5 years searching for it and have just recently found it. But unfortunately it is blocked by a huge barrier. As we don't have the slightest understanding of formation spells, we could only turn back in disappointment. However, we decided that upon returning we would each invite a formation spell expert to help break the barrier. Fellow Taoist Han also knows that very few amongst us rogue cultivators study the Tao of formation spells. As such, I can only come to you and shamelessly ask for assistance. Fellow Taoist Han, please feel at ease. So long as you can break the formation, we will give you a portion of the rewards, regardless of whatever the ancient cultivator ruins hold. Jin Qing saw that Han Li was slightly hesitant and hastily gave an explanation along with a promise. 1. Qigong Deviation. Chapter 4:16. Sand Mountain. Han Li unconsciously frowned in thought before saying, Brother Jin, could you give me some time to think about this? I can give you an answer in 2 days. Of course. Please think it over. If you don't accept, I will go and see if there are any other rogue cultivator formation spell experts willing to give it a try. Jin Qing replied with a tone of much consideration. After a moment more of idle chatter, he saluted Han Li and took his leave. Han Li stood in his original spot as he watched Jin Qing flying farther away, muttering to himself irresolutely. Ancient cultivator ruins weren't exactly a rare find in the Scatterstar Seas, and what they contained greatly varied. From absolutely nothing at all, cultivation insights from ancient cultivators, or even precious items such as previously extinct materials or magic treasures. In short, a majority of ruins would have something to salvage, but what one discovered would depend on luck. However, Han Li truly didn't wish to journey in search of an ancient cultivator's ruins. The scattered star seas were currently beset by waves of concealed turmoil, and anywhere outside of Heavenly Star City was neither safe nor secure. In addition, Han Li hadn't been tempering his bamboo cloudsworm swords for long, so he couldn't greatly rely on their strength. As such, he was truly hesitant to embark on a journey at this time. Had someone else asked him, Han Li would have already refused, but unfortunately for him, he had a good relationship with Jin Qing. Since he had given Han Li a few cultivation pointers the first moment he met him, Han Li found it embarrassing to refuse him. After standing still a while longer in contemplation, Han Li eventually raised his head and lightly sighed. I still have 2 days. I should think about this some more. With that, Han Li let the matter go. With a swift turn, he returned to his cave residence. 2 days later, Jin Qing arrived outside his cave residence once more. Han Li had eventually decided to agree due to their friendship, and for the slight excitement he felt towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Who knows what magnificent items could be found within? Jin Qing was naturally overjoyed and left Heavenly Star City alongside Han Li and Crooked Soul, heading towards the ancient cultivator ruins. Over the years, the nearby cultivators had tacitly understood that Crooked Soul was Han Li's avatar. Jin Qing wasn't surprised to see him tagging along. 2 months later, Han Li and the others were flying through a remote area of the scattered star seas. According to Jin Qing, they shouldn't be far away from their destination, given the long amount of time they'd been flying. As expected, they caught sight of a large island less than half a day later. The island was expansive with a radius spanning over 500 kilometers. However, a majority of the island was covered in hills and mountains. From a glance, everything seemed to be covered in yellow dust. Han Li gazed down at the island and asked Jin Qing with surprise, "It's this island?" "That's right. We found this island by following the map. I heard from the nearby mortals that this island is completely uninhabited. Not only are there no spirit veins nearby, but for some unknown reason, there are no trees living on this island either." Jin Qing explained with a slight trace of puzzlement. Han Li was slightly surprised and pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. "That's a good sign. The more unordinary the island, the more likely it is to actually be an ancient cultivator ruin." Hee. Originally, we also thought the same. We ended up searching the entire island until we found the most likely location. Jin Qing spoke with satisfaction. Han Li faintly smiled. After taking a look around, he casually asked, "You said that there was a formation spell shrouding an area? Where is it?" "There is a huge sandy mountain 50 kilometers to the east. One of its sides is sealed off by a large formation." Jin Qing spoke without hesitation. Han Li grinned and said, "Let's go then. Maybe your partner already arrived and dissolved the formation spell." Hee. To tell the truth, that wouldn't be bad. It would be much less troublesome. At most, they'd just take a larger portion of the treasures within. Jin Qing stroked his chin and wore a sly expression. When Han Li saw his expression, he involuntarily laughed. The two were only joking. Everybody knew that ancient cultivator formations weren't something that could easily be broken through without at least a month or two of trial and error. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Han. We'd better not keep them waiting." Jin Qing called out to Han Li before flying off in a streak of azure-white light. Han Li faintly smiled and chased after him with Crooked Soul on their magic treasures. To a core formation cultivator, 50 kilometers was something they could easily traverse in a mere moment. A huge yellow mountain entered Han Li's sight. It was about 3 kilometers tall and was entirely covered in yellow sand. As there wasn't a single trace of green, it gave its viewers an awry feeling as if it were made entirely out of sandy yellow dirt. As they flew closer to the mountain, a gale suddenly blew, throwing sand and pebbles into the sky. The unending gale immediately caused the nearby area to turn pitch black, due to the dense layer of sand kicked up by the wind blocking the light. Han Li and company held no fear towards a sandstorm. With a flash of brilliance, their bodies were covered in a layer of light, allowing them to steadily fly forward. After flying through the sandstorm for 5 kilometers, it suddenly disappeared, and they were able to easily arrive at the base of the sandy mountain. Jin Qing then flew a small circle around the mountain with Han Li, eventually arriving at several extremely crude stone buildings. It seemed that they were built by using a stone transformation technique, as the buildings all shared the same monotonous gray. Before anyone had descended, the door to one of the buildings opened with 2 men and 1 woman walking out. The men were both core formation cultivators, while the woman was a foundation establishment cultivator. Fellow Taoist Jin, you've arrived. How timely. We had only arrived recently. The cultivator at the center was a refined youth that wore white clothes. Upon seeing Jin Qing, he cordially called out to him in a rather friendly manner. Fellow Taoist who came earlier as I expected. After all, he didn't have to go back to Heavenly Star City and fetch fellow Taoist Han. Jin Qing replied back in an amiable tone. It seemed their relationship was quite good. Fellow Taoist Han? The young cultivator's gaze shifted between Han Li and Crooked Soul several times, not knowing who was who. I am Han Li. This person is my senior martial brother Crooked Soul. Han Li cupped his fists towards the youth and smiled. On his journey here, Han Li had come to an agreement with Jin Qing that it would be best to conceal the fact that Crooked Soul was his avatar. Han Li also discovered that while this cultivator who appeared young with smooth and taut skin, there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It seemed that while his age was quite old, he was good at maintaining his appearance. This cultivator who should be the cultivator that had simultaneously discovered the 2 pearls with Jin Qing. I am who you. Although this is the first time I've seen you two, I hope that we will exchange cultivation insights in the future, as there are far too few rogue cultivators that are capable of reaching core formation. Yu was quite adept at socializing. With only a few words, Han Li had already acquired a decent impression of him. Afterwards he introduced the other 2 to Han Li. These 2 are Fairy Shi Dai 1 and Brother Jian. Fairy Shi is a greatly renowned formation spell master from Red Moon Island. I am confident that with fellow Taoist Han alongside her, we will be certainly able to break through the formation. As for Brother Jian, he is a mid-core formation cultivator, and will prove to be quite useful when breaking the formation. Who you introduced them with a smile. Let's get the ugly matters out of the way first. I am only here to assist you in breaking the formation. If any dangers appear after the magic formation breaks, I will not be able to act, as I'm only at foundation establishment. Also, I will get first pick of whatever spoils that appear. The female cultivator called Shi Dai had an ordinary appearance. However, her expression was haughty, and her words didn't contain a trace of politeness, much to the others' surprise. Red Moon Island? Could it be that fellow Taoist Shi has some relation to Red Moon Island's Taoist master Shi? Jin Qing asked with a hesitant appearance. After glancing at Jin Qing, she gave an indifferent reply. He is my father. He, since it is like that, we will agree with your conditions. Upon hearing her reply, he gave an immediate response, causing Han Li to look at him in astonishment. Han Li then heard Jin Qing's voice transmission. Fellow Taoist Han. Taoist Master Shi had treated me with great kindness long ago. I hope fellow Taoist Han will forgive me. Han Li remained silent and casually smiled towards Jin Qing. 1. Her name, Shi Dai, pronounced Dia, literally means stone butterfly. Chapter 417. Using one formation to break another. How about this? If Brother Han and Fairy Shi break through the formation, then they can have the first pick. We will distribute the rest afterwards. Hu Yu revealed slight embarrassment and hastily mentioned Han Li, going through the motions for the time being. The thin, shriveled cultivator surnamed Jian stood to the side and remained silent. He remained somewhat of a mystery to Han Li. Fellow Taoist, who wouldn't it be better to first bring Brother Han and Fairy Shi to the formation and see whether or not the formation can be broken, and leave the distribution for afterwards? If they cannot break the formation, having this talk now would be useless. Jin Qing proposed with a slight smile. Hu Yu patted his head and promptly agreed. Right? This formation spell is rather strange. Fellow Taoist Jin and I relentlessly assaulted it for an entire day. As a result, we only wasted our magic power on attacks that didn't damage the formation spell in the slightest. The others agreed and followed in curious anticipation. They flew towards the back of the sand mountain and stopped near an unremarkable shallow slope. Please take a look. The area covered in a yellow mist is where the spell formation is located. Hu Yu pointed down at an area of the slope while in midair with a solemn expression. The others didn't need it pointed out as there was a huge dense yellow mist that resembled a huge beast quietly crouching in wait. It gave them an incomprehensibly strange feeling. It seems to be a dual attribute earth-wind formation spell. How interesting. Upon seeing the formation spell's grandeur, Shi Dai's eyes immediately brightened with excitement. Han Li was brought back to attention upon hearing her and looked at her before turning his attention towards the formation spell. Not long after, his expression became solemn. This formation spell was indeed a wind-earth dual attribute formation spell as the woman had said. At his current level it would prove quite troublesome to break through it. At that moment, Shi Dai slowly descended to the edge of the spell formation and enthusiastically took out a strange magic tool. She stroked the disc-shaped magic tool before pointing it towards the yellow mist and shooting out a green beam of light. The beam then disappeared without a trace into the formation. Shi Dai frowned as she took out a fiery crystal ball and rubbed it with her hand several times before sending it into the yellow mist as well. But after flashing several times with red light, the crystal ball was also submerged into the dense yellow mist. At this point, the female cultivator's complexion turned slightly red, involuntarily revealing an expression of worry. She continued to probe the formation spell with another 8 different magic tools. However, apart from a yellow copper mirror that was able to shine through an area of the mist, none of the other magic tools had any effect. Having seen this, the rest of the party looked at one another and couldn't help but fly down onto the slope, approaching the woman. After a moment more of observation, Han Li saw that the woman wanted to continue sending off magic tools and couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He gently asked, "Fairy Shi, how about you let me give it a try?" "Humph. If fellow Taoist Han has any tricks, do not hesitate to make use of them. This young woman will not stop you." From her tone it was obvious that Fairy Shi had become frustrated. Han Li became slightly annoyed, but he maintained a calm appearance. Without paying her any notice, he patted his storage pouch and took out over a dozen small flags of various colors. They then surrounded Han Li and began to slowly revolve around him. Formation flags. Upon seeing the small flags appear, Jin Qing astutely called out the name of the items. The others gazed on in astonishment, not knowing what Han Li intended to do with the formation. Han Li didn't pay any attention to their amazed expressions and just pointed to the formation flags. The formation flags then flew off in streaks of brilliance above the yellow mist. In accordance to the arranged pattern, they floated above the mist in a shape vaguely resembling the Big Dipper. Big Dipper Heaven-Earth Formation. Shi Dai recognized the formation by the flag's arrangement and revealed slight amazement. Right after she spoke, the formation flags began to let out a series of low, long hums. They then each shot out a beam of light, joining together as a concentrated, thick pillar that shot down towards the yellow mist. Soon after, it completely disappeared. Having seen this, the others turned their gaze towards the yellow mist, but saw that there wasn't the slightest irregularity. "Brother Han, this is..." Jin Qing couldn't help but want to ask about a few of his doubts before he was interrupted by a sudden occurrence. The originally still, unaffected mist suddenly released a muffled pop as if water were boiling inside of it. The mist started to roil as if a flood dragon were overturning them from within. It appeared as if the mists were suddenly alive. At that moment, Han Li's eyes were radiant, and he shot out several magic seals towards the floating flag formation. Soon, the formation flags began to shoot out a continuous, concentrated beam of multicolored light. Not long after, another astonishing scene occurred. The rolling yellow mist started to rise and fall in rhythmic fluctuations and began to form countless protrusions that were the size of steam buns. The protrusions became larger and taller as time passed, as if a monster were about to fly out from within. When the others saw this, they felt aghast and involuntarily took a few steps back. Fairy Shi hastily ran back 40 meters with a changed expression before stopping and turning her head around. Bang bang. A series of deafening booms came from the yellow mist. The cultivators had earlier put up their guards. They all hastily readied their defenses and stood firm, watching as the mists heavily swayed as if they were being blown about by violent storm winds. Only Shi Dai looked on in anticipation while all the others were fearful. The extremely dense mist didn't end up expelling anything at all. It had just parted away like clouds and disappeared, revealing everything that the formation contained. While Hu Yu and the others greatly rejoiced, Jin Qing quickly walked over to Han Li's side and said with a beaming smile, "Brother Han, I didn't think you possessed such great skill. Did you break through the entire formation?" Han Li's mouth twitched before he gave the others an explanation with a bitter smile. "Break through the formation?" Brother Jin greatly underestimates the formidability of ancient cultivator formations. "I merely dispelled the formation spell's outermost layer, which was acting as a smokescreen." Jin Qing was slightly disappointed to hear this, but without waiting for him to speak, Yu suddenly spoke with joy. That's fine. Take your time, we have plenty. Now we have some confidence that this formation can be broken through after all." Jin Qing blankly stared for a moment before agreeing with slight embarrassment. "Right? Us cultivators have no shortage of time. I was just being impatient." At that moment Shi Dai's haughtiness disappeared without a trace. She gave a deep bow to Han Li and sincerely said, "This young woman is truly ignorant. I truly didn't think that Senior would take such an original approach in using formations to break formations. It has widened Junior's perspective. I hope Senior Han will provide some guidance on the Tao of formation spells." Han Li had returned the gesture with slight surprise. This sudden turn of events had greatly changed his impression of her. This was but a minor trick. "In truth, I actually don't hold much understanding towards formation spells." Han Li replied with a calm expression. Han Li was being completely truthful. Were it not for her pointing out that the formation spell was a dual earth-wind attribute, Han Li would have had no way of knowing how to start and break through the illusion formation. Han Li had only spent a mere 20 years researching formation spells. As such, his knowledge was quite limited. He had merely absorbed most of the theories of formation spells without gaining a deeper understanding. The reason why he was able to make use of such a carefully prepared strategy, like using the Big Dipper Heaven-Earth formation flags to break the formation, was simply due to his confidence regarding Xin Ruding's genius in formation spells. Among Xin Ruding's experiences, she had included the ingenious methods she had used to break through many different kinds of formation spells. Despite Han Li's lack of understanding, he had made a reckless attempt. However, this technique was extremely clever and had deeply shocked the others. The other cultivators clearly considered Han Li's words as modesty and viewed him with respect. Han Li faintly smiled in response and didn't force himself to further explain. Instead, he turned his gaze to look at the true formation hidden behind the illusion formation. After the mist faded away, a layer of dim yellow light was revealed, covering an area of about 400 meters. Chapter 4:18. Breaking through the formation. The newly revealed light barrier was thick and slightly blurred. Although it wasn't as obscure as the dense yellow mist, it still clouded the interior. In addition to the outer barrier of light, there appeared to be several more layers within and a round pillar at the very center of the light barrier that stood about 10 meters tall. Ancient decorative designs and characters seemed to be carved onto it, but no one was able to clearly make them out as their spiritual senses were being completely blocked by the light barrier. But even stranger than the pillar were the countless slender bands of rainbow light that erratically roamed within the light barrier. They appeared extremely abnormal, as though they were alive. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Han Li's expression became gloomy and he carelessly revealed a trace of his suspicion. Although he hadn't broken many ancient spell formations, Xin Rian's records had contained information on many types of ancient formation spells. From the aura and appearance of the formation spell before him, it didn't appear the slightest bit similar to an ancient spell formation. It even held a trace of evil qi. With that in mind, Han Li turned his gaze towards the nearby Shi Dai. He saw her examining the formation with great curiosity, but her face didn't reveal a trace of peculiarity. This caused Han Li, who didn't hold much confidence in formations, to self-mockingly believe that his judgment was wrong. It seems that today is coming to an end. Since Brother Han and the others have come here from so far away, how about they rest for a moment before coming back to break the formation tomorrow? After all, it doesn't seem like the formation can be broken through in a short amount of time. Yu spoke, showing great consideration towards Han Li and the others that had recently arrived. As Han Li felt that this formation would take quite some time to unravel and was somewhat exhausted, he didn't refuse Yu's suggestion. Although Fairy Shi appeared to have identified the formation and was eager to continue, she didn't raise any objections towards Yu's suggestion. Thus the group returned to their stone buildings. Since there weren't that many stone buildings, Han Li and the others casually reshaped the earth to make some rooms and used a stone transformation technique on them before officially taking residence in them. The following morning, Han Li and Shi Dai arrived outside the light barrier and began their attribute tests and calculations. The entire process of destroying the formation was very slow, especially at the start. The two felt somewhat overwhelmed, not knowing where to start. They'd often encounter a few insurmountable difficulties that they couldn't make any progress on, even after spending several days attempting to solve them. But regardless of how it was said, the formation spell was inanimate while they were alive. It was only a matter of time before any formation spell was fully studied and comprehended. Even particularly strange formation spells could eventually be unraveled. Through the cooperation of Han Li and Fairy Shi, this ancient formation spell proved to be no exception. Its finer details were slowly being made clear bit by bit. During this process, Han Li's view of the female cultivator greatly changed. Although she came off as somewhat arrogant, she truly did have some skill. Not only did she fully comprehend all sorts of widely circulated formation spells, her analysis of the composition of the formation spell was meticulous and flawless, causing Han Li to hold quite a bit of respect towards her. Although Han Li saw that her accomplishments in the theory of formation spells weren't as impressive as Xianxia's, she wasn't that far off. But at the same time, Han Li felt somewhat puzzled. Why was it that all the formation spell experts he knew were female? Could it be that female cultivators all had an innate talent for formation spells? However, comparing Fairy Shi to Xianxia was an exercise in frustration. Although Fairy Shi's grasp on the theories were clear, she possessed far too few formation-breaking methods. She would merely alternate through several kinds, and if none of them had any effect, she could only stare helplessly. Han Li clearly knew his own limitations well. A mere dabbler in formation spells like himself was far inferior when compared to this woman. Understanding this, he never disputed anything the woman said and bluntly made use of Xianxia's formation-breaking tricks in accordance with what she said. In response to his actions, the woman became rather impressed by him. As a result of these events, Han Li and Fairy Shi developed a tight coordination. After the female cultivator analyzed the weak points of the spell formation, Han Li would then think of a way to break through. Not only did their speed at unraveling the formation substantially increase, they learned much regarding what they were lacking from one another, to both their satisfaction. As for Xianxia and the others, they were unable to contribute for the time being and obediently meditated in the stone buildings, quietly waiting for the two to break the formation. 3 months later, Han Li and Shi Dai called the others over to the slope. In their last few days of toil, they had nearly managed to break through the great formation. Now only the last restriction remained. Once it was gone, the strange stone pillar at the center would be completely revealed. The light barrier's appearance was now very different from when they started. Not only had it shrunk to less than half its original size, its original dim yellow had turned into a fiery scarlet red. After approaching it, one would feel a scorching heat being emitted. But what was more baffling was that the countless bands of rainbow light within the light barrier had now turned into winged fire serpents. They endlessly roamed the area within the light barrier and continuously spouted out thin flames. What kind of demons are they? When Xianxia saw them, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. The others also gazed on with astonishment. Fire attribute winged demon spirit fiends. They are rarely seen and only appear in extremely peculiar areas. It has an extremely short lifespan, lasting only several hours before fading away. However, their innate demon flames are no less powerful than a core formation cultivator's core flame, and their favorite foods are the souls of mortals and primal souls of cultivators. They will be very troublesome to deal with. The final restriction has obviously transformed the area into a Triong field, allowing the fire spirits to continue to spawn. If any cultivators forcefully broke through the restriction without knowing this, they would surely fall prey to the winged fiends. Shi Dai proudly explained. After all, very few people knew of winged fiends, but she was able to instantly recognize them. Winged fiends. When Xianxia and the others heard that the demons were capable of swallowing their primal souls, their expressions couldn't help but change. Since you've told us this, you too must have a method of breaking through. Please do not hesitate to give us instructions. The taciturn cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly spoke. The others were slightly surprised upon hearing this and turned their gazes to Dai and Li. Li faintly smiled but remained silent. Dai then grinned and spoke in a lovely voice. Senior Han and I had quite a headache at the start, but after many days of discussion, we eventually thought of a safe method to break through the restriction. However, this requires the assistance of your strength. Although this woman's expression was calm, her melodious voice caused her to appear more charming. Very sure, please tell us. We will definitely follow your and Senior Han's instructions. Yu spoke with a chuckle. Dai then bluntly gave out her orders. To break through this formation, we require the simultaneous assistance of many water attribute magic tools. We've already collected several of these tools. We only require you all to grasp these magic tools and stand where we say. Once Senior Han breaks the formation, you fellow Taoists will use your magic tools to eliminate the winged fiends that escape. At the side, Li added on. Everyone, under no circumstances should you use your magic treasures to attack the demon spirits. These innate fire spirits will pose a great problem if we allow them to get too close to us. It will be too late by the time you want to run. Having seen Li's solemn expression, Yu and the others looked at each other and agreed with shivering hearts. Afterwards, Li took out a small ruler, a small hammer and a small pitchfork, giving them to Jin Qing, Crooked Soul and Cultivator Jian respectively. As for Dai, she handed over a blue scarf to Yu. The party then stood nearby in their positions as directed by Dai. She then hastily backed away and took out a short sword magic tool before focusing her attention on Li. Li didn't rush to act. He first took another careful look at his surroundings. Only after seeing that nothing was amiss did he feel confident enough to act. Several tens of blue formation flags and plates, formation setup tools for a water attribute formation spell, flew to Li's side and started to drift about erratically. Li then wordlessly shifted his fingers, continuously releasing sounds of pops. The formation flags and plates responded by surrounding the red light barrier and slowly falling into a formation. The formation flags directly inserted themselves several inches deep into the earth, and the formation plates steadily floated several inches above the ground, forming a formation spell with a firm appearance. Chapter 419. Desolate Antiquity. After the formation flags and plates were appropriately arranged, Li took a deep breath and was about to cast a technique before being interrupted by the sounds of whistles coming from the horizon. A blue radiance flashed through the horizon, followed by a blue streak resembling a flood dragon quickly flying across the ocean. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above them. Once the light faded away, an eccentric wearing dual swords on his back was revealed. Upon seeing his appearance, the others were startled. Above them hovered a shriveled and thin figure, with a red, rash-covered face and fierce, triangular eyes framed by long, messy white hair. This odd-looking man wore a black short-sleeved shirt with a strange flower basket hanging from his waist. From his spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared he was a mid-core formation cultivator. After getting a clear view of the area, the eccentric was surprised to see so many core formation cultivators. But after his gaze fell onto the red light barrier and Li's formation setup tools, his expression greatly changed. Are you juniors seeking death? You dare to take advantage of this island lord's absence to pry into his project? Hurry up and get off this island. The eccentric yelled with an ominous glare. Island lord. This is yours. Yu and Jin Qing looked at one another for a moment while Li and the others were at an even greater loss. This wasn't an uninhabited island? Yu frowned and calmly asked, Fellow Taoist, is the lord of this island? Obviously. I have already been this island's lord for several hundred years. The eccentric replied without a trace of politeness. That's odd, my brother Jin and I never caught a single glimpse of you on our last trip here. Yu stated in a calm manner. What? You've already come here once? Humph. It's the same as the current situation. You came here while I was preoccupied with matters off the island. The eccentric glared at them with even greater anger. Yu sneered and derisively said, So you're saying that you are the sole inhabitant of this island? Then your esteemed title of Island Lord is self-conferred. As the restriction before him was about to be eliminated, Yu was unwilling to pay any attention to the eccentric before him. Humph. Stop equivocating. In any case, you've performed the grave crime of destroying these restrictions. Since you don't wish to leave, then I will help you remain here permanently. Suddenly, the wicker basket on his waist turned into a streak of chilling white qi, shooting straight towards Hu Yu. This time Han Li and the others were the ones to be surprised. Had this person gone mad? Did he not see how many core formation cultivators they had on their side? Was his mind addled? Hu Yu responded in furious alarm. With a wave of his sleeve, 2 red lights shot straight towards the incoming white mist. With a muffled pung, the white mist was scattered and dissipated in every direction. It seems this dog's bark is bigger than his bite. Hu Yu relaxed upon seeing the mist scatter and bluntly made some cutting remarks. The eccentric remained silent but strangely smiled. Hu Yu's heart trembled and his expression suddenly changed before yelling, "What's going on? My flying knives." After breaking the white qi transformed from the basket, the 2 flying knives were tottering in their original place as if they were failing. Afterwards, the scattered white qi quickly reassembled itself, and with a flash of radiance, it reformed back into its appearance as a flower basket. The 2 flying knives were trapped inside the flower basket while enveloped in the white qi, incapable of breaking free. Hu Yu looked on in disbelief as his magic treasure was restrained. The others also paled in response. However, the eccentric didn't give them any time to think. He coldly laughed and his shoulders flashed with light, shooting down 2 streaks of gray sword light towards Hu Yu. As he was next to Hu Yu, Jin Qing naturally found it embarrassing to just stand idle. He flicked his hand and threw out a small block stamp which grew larger as it smashed towards the gray light. With a clap of thunder, the 3 magic treasures released brilliant flashes of interwoven colors. At that moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian looked at Han Li and Crooked Soul before silently raising his hand and shooting a pitchfork glowing with black and white qi towards the eccentric. Han Li inwardly sighed. Since everyone else had acted, he and Crooked Soul could no longer just stand idle and had to join them against the eccentric. With that thought, Han Li and Crooked Soul released their immemorial bowl and green brilliant dagger, sending them into the fray. When the eccentric saw this, he didn't reveal any fear. Instead, he bellowed in savage laughter and spat out a pearl of black blood towards their magic treasures. A huge series of explosions rang out. Greatly going against their expectations, the bead had released a black radiance just as their magic treasures touched the bead and exploded, causing great spiritual damage to the magic treasures and all of their lights to immediately dim. The cultivator surnamed Jian felt great heartache and appeared extremely regretful. His hands formed into an incantation seal to retrieve the flying pitchfork. From that strike, he would need to nurture it in his primal soul for about a year before recovering to normal. However, he was late in retrieving his magic treasure. As the eccentric coldly laughed, his wicker basket flashed with white light and suddenly shot towards the magic treasures in a streak of white light, entrapping them within. The cultivator surnamed Jian suddenly thought of something upon seeing this and yelled out in despair, "An ancient treasure! You're using a desolate antiquity." Han Li was stunned upon seeing this. A desolate antiquity was in fact a magic treasure refined by ancient cultivators. This type of magic treasure had a single divine ability, but its power was immense and incomparable to the power of common magic treasures of the present. The magic treasure refinement methods and the materials of antiquity were substantially different from those of the present. Their treasures were incapable of being withdrawn into the body and could only be carried physically like a magic tool. This was also the only method of differentiating the desolate antiquity from common magic treasures. Having now seen the abnormality of the flower basket and recalling that the basket had been hanging from his waist at the start, it was impossible for him to not realize the true identity of this magic treasure. As for the heaven-opposing spears that were used on the infant carp beast used by the 6 united palaces, they were also desolate antiquities that had been passed down. Although Han Li was somewhat startled by the announcement of this ancient treasure, he had many killing moves up his sleeves. Still, he didn't take the initiative to act as he was convinced the more tricks he kept hidden for later, the easier it would be to effectively deal with the upcoming moments of danger. In addition, he clearly understood that even if the enemy had an ancient treasure, he wouldn't be able to easily deal with so many allied core formation cultivators. It would suffice to only display the ability equivalent to a common core formation cultivator. With that thought, apart from using the entirety of their control to wrench their magic treasures away from the white qi, Han Li and Crooked Soul didn't take any unusual actions and watched on with a detached gaze. He was confident that someone else would inevitably take the initiative. As he had expected, Hu Yu and the others revealed a trace of joy upon hearing that the flower basket was an ancient treasure. Since the eccentric had taken the first move, it was only proper for them to loot the treasure after they joined hands and exterminated him. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, the cultivator surnamed Jian formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing 3 streaks of black light to emerge from his storage pouch. 3-meter-tall black banners with a murderous aura. He then opened his mouth, shooting out a thread of black qi towards the black banners. The banners released a series of ghostly wails, causing the other cultivators to become shaken and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Hu Yu bluntly abandoned his attempts to regain control of his flying knives and twisted his hands together, releasing a burst of thunderous azure lightning strikes. With raised eyebrows, Jin Qing suddenly cast a magic seal towards his magic treasure, causing his white block stamp to release a dragon's cry and increase in size several times over. Having seen the 3 make such great displays of might, Han Li inwardly grinned and reckoned that the eccentric was about to suffer a great blow. But despite displaying slight surprise upon seeing the 3's vicious attacks, his sneer soon returned. He tore off his short-sleeved shirt and revealed his bare upper body. Han Li nearly bit his own tongue in surprise. Aside from his shriveled chest, 2 fist-sized human skulls were biting down on each side of his abdomen. Each of the skulls were jet black and had long, messy hair. In addition, the skulls wriggled incessantly as if they were alive. At that moment, the thunderous azure lightning and the 3 black banners had entered the eccentric's sight. He lightly extended 2 of his fingers and started to speak an odd incantation. The 2 human skulls began to release low, muffled sobs before flying away from his abdomen and biting off the eccentric's 2 extended fingers. They then excitedly charged forward to meet the thunderous lightning and the black banners. Chapter 420. The might of the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li was startled when he saw the human skulls and was reminded of the 6 Devil Dao sect's Ghost Spirit sect. The Ghost Spirit sect disciples used human skull-shaped magic tools to attack, but they were merely inanimate objects, unlike these black skulls that seemed to have a life of their own. Han Li experienced an even greater shock when one of the skulls collided against. The cultivator surnamed Jian loudly shouted and pointed to his banners, causing them to shoot out a dense number of black threads. The threads then intertwined to form a huge net before rushing towards the incoming human skull. The threads were extremely fine and glossy. They also carried a faint black qi that was clearly unordinary. Upon seeing the black threads release themselves, the skull's eye sockets flashed with red light, and it erratically closed and opened its mouth before countless wisps of dark green fire surged out from its mouth. Upon contact, the countless black threads instantly combusted as if they had met their nemesis, quickly turning into rising clouds of azure smoke. The cultivator surnamed Jian greatly paled at the sight and hastily formed another incantation gesture, wanting to activate another divine ability of the black banners. The black skulls suddenly swelled to the size of a carriage wheel before spouting out a streak of black light for a breath of time. The 3 black banners were then wrapped up by the streak of light and pulled into the skull's mouth. Afterwards, the skull started chomping down with force. After a few cracks and bangs, the black banners were entirely shattered. At this same moment, the cultivator surnamed Jian turned deathly pale from feeling his connection to the black banners sever. "Demon! You dare to destroy my treasures?" The cultivator Jian shouted out in furious alarm, but his eyes betrayed a sliver of fear. Although the others were unaware, he fully understood that the 3 black banners were desolate antiquities. It had previously dealt with many formidable opponents, but now, it had unexpectedly met its end in a freakish skull's mouth. At that same moment, Hu Yu's thunderous lightning was drawn into the other skull's mouth and was rendered completely ineffective. Hu Yu and cultivator Jian took a mutual glance at each other and couldn't help but feel an urge to retreat. This had also left Han Li astonished, and he now realized why the eccentric dared to fight against a group of cultivators. He had much to rely on. Not only did he possess many magic treasures, but each of them possessed remarkable abilities. It seemed that if he did not lend them any assistance, they would suffer a great defeat and be forced to retreat. Han Li didn't wish for that development as he had spent several months of effort on breaking this great formation. He was unwilling to allow this outsider to spoil his efforts now that he was on the verge of success. Additionally, although Hanli didn't want to risk making a clumsy display, he wanted to test the power of the gold-devouring beetles and see whether or not they deserved their ranking on the list of exotic insects. As the eccentric before him was an unordinary core formation cultivator, he seemed to make for an ideal test subject. With that thought, Hanli took another glance at the fray. Hu Yu and the others were flusteredly flying around in the sky, bombarding the two skulls that were chasing them with low-grade magic techniques. They clearly understood that common magic treasures would have no effect on those demonic items and could only cease their offensive for the time being. As for Jin Qing's large white block seal, it hadn't shown itself to be particularly powerful. It had found itself dragged into the flower basket after being wound around by the white qi when he had least expected it, causing Jin Qing's face to be laced with sweat. As for Crooked Soul, who was at his side, and the Foundation establishment Sure Dai, they were only able to gaze on, incapable of providing any assistance. After seeing this, Hanli took a deep glance at the eccentric before unhesitantly taking out a bulging spiritual beast pouch with a single hand. Hanli's action seemed to have caught the eccentric's attention, possibly due to his powerful spiritual sense. He immediately focused his attention on Hanli and fished something out from his bosom with an ominous expression, as if wanting to take out another magic treasure to deal with Hanli. In response, Hanli decided to seize the initiative. He lightly tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air and quickly struck the pouch with an azure incantation seal cast from his other hand. With a tremble, the spirit beast pouch spouted out several tens of spheres sharply shooting towards the eccentric in streaks of light. These spheres were about a foot large and consisted of the colors of both silver and gold. As soon as the eccentric saw them, he revealed an expression of disdain and took out a jet-black Dharma wheel one, thoughtlessly throwing it out with a cold laugh. As the object whistled, it grew several times in size and spun towards the incoming spheres. With a succession of pungs, the spheres turned into specks of gold and silver light upon colliding with the wheel, as they were being shattered. Ha ha! The eccentric roared with laughter and pointed towards Hanli, ordering it to slice towards him. But at that moment, a burst of buzzing appeared, growing increasingly louder. In an instant, the sound had become ear-piercing, causing everyone to look in the sound's direction with astonishment. The eccentric had also replaced his mad laughter with bewilderment. The fragments from the spheres had become alive and turned into several thousands of thumb-sized gold-silver beetles, densely scattered nearby the wheel. The sharp buzz produced from their flapping wings had inspired great apprehension. Hanli didn't give the eccentric any idle time to think and used his spiritual sense to order the beetles to fly towards the wheel without any regard for their lives. In an instant, the magic treasure had been stained with the colors of gold and silver. "You're courting death." The eccentric recovered from his surprise and formed an incantation gesture with his hands, causing his wheel to release clouds of black as it spun, intending to eliminate the exotic insects. However, the following scene had left the eccentric stunned. As soon as the pitch-black mist appeared, the beetles opened their mouth and cleanly gobbled it away, leaving not a single speck behind. As for the wheel's high-speed rotations, it only managed to throw off a small portion of the gold-devouring beetles. A majority of them had closely stuck onto it and fearlessly ripped it to shreds. Hanli inwardly rejoiced at the eccentric's aghast expression. In the blink of an eye, the wheel shrank at a visible pace until there was nothing left. After the wheel was cleanly devoured, the buzzing grew louder once more. The eccentric's complexion had now turned slightly green. Hanli bluntly pointed to the swarm of gold-devouring beetles and had them turn into a large gold-silver cloud before flocking towards the eccentric. Now knowing the ferociousness of the beetles, the eccentric's face revealed panic and he quickly beckoned towards the black skulls chasing after the sweat-drenched members. With several flickers, they flew back to the eccentric and sinisterly blocked his front. Finally able to gasp for air, Hu Yu and Cultivator Jian let out a large sigh of relief and stopped in the distance, staring at the scene with slight amazement. The eccentric appeared ill at ease. He summoned a short dagger into his hand with a flash of light. After a short moment of hesitation, he chopped down with a fierce expression, severing another two of his fingers. The two skulls immediately flew to eat one. Soon after, they release a strange howl as if they were extremely delighted. With widened eyes, the eccentric soon opened his mouth, shooting out two black lights at the skull's forehead. The two skulls then let out a series of painful groans and started to undergo a strange change. With audible cracks, two strange horns similar to a mountain goat sprouted from the tops of their skulls, and their fierce sharp teeth grew by several inches, becoming even sharper in the process. And over the span of a few breaths, their hair turned blood red, completely changing the skulls into ghost heads. Go! With the skull's transformation complete, the eccentric let out a breath of relief and painfully used his finger stump to command them towards the insect swarm. The ghost head's eyes flashed with a queer green light before obediently charging off towards the insect swarm with a long whistle. When the gold-devouring beetles saw the ghost heads shooting towards them, they separated into two swarms under Han Li's command, each flying to meet one of the ghost heads. The transformed ghost heads widely opened their mouths and spat out wisps of dark green flame that were several times thicker than before. Upon impact, a series of explosions pushed the swarms of gold-devouring beetle back about 10 meters. The beetle swarms were in disorder. The eccentric revealed a trace of joy, but that had lasted for only a short moment. The wisps of fire released towards the gold-devouring swarm had done nothing but send a couple of beetles tumbling. But afterwards, they continued to fly forward as if they had not suffered any damage in the slightest. The eccentric now wore a face of disbelief. The will-o-wisps his ghost head spat out were more powerful than core flame. How were they incapable of frying a few insects? But despite not being able to deal with the gold-devouring beetles with his ghost heads, the flame wisps still kept the beetles at bay. It appeared they were stuck in a deadlock. The eccentric frowned and started to ponder about a countermeasure. At that moment, a buzzing sound occurred in a volume several times louder than before. When the eccentric raised his head, his face turned deathly pale as if it were devoid of blood. 1. An 8-spoked wheel that holds much significance in Buddhism, Dharmachakra. Chapter 421. Spirit Ceiling Pillar. In the distant sky at an unknown time, a huge cloud of insects spanning over 100 meters had appeared, staining that part of the sky gold and silver. The huge buzzing seemed to be coming from this new cloud of insects. Underneath the insect cloud, Han Li looked at the eccentric with a gaze as if he were looking at a corpse. He commanded, "Go." Suddenly, the huge insect cloud flew towards the eccentric as an overbearing sky-shrouding shadow. The eccentric's limbs grew ice-cold. This insect cloud was over 10 times larger than the previous. It wasn't something he could withstand. In his terror, he felt a sudden desire to flee. With an unsightly expression, he recalled his transformed flower basket. He then struck his two ghost heads with blood-red magic seals, and began to chant a cryptic incantation. As for the weapons that were disabled and had been held within the white mist, they were tossed away without hesitation. The eccentric's decisiveness surprised Han Li. The two ghost heads madly spat out several more wisps of flames as they retreated, but Han Li wasn't about to let them slip away so easily. Under his command, the huge insect cloud thoroughly drowned the ghost heads in their flames in an instant. The flames were cleanly consumed by the several tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles in an instant, and the ghost heads themselves were filled with countless gold-devouring beetles. With this, Han Li knew that the skulls were already finished. But just as he wanted to collect the gold-devouring beetles and go chase after the eccentric, he heard two enormous explosions. The two ghost heads had self-detonated in twin blazes of green flame, engulfing a large portion of the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li was initially left reeling by the scene, but that soon disappeared. From his mental connection, apart from the several hundred closest to the heart of the explosion, a vast majority of his gold-devouring beetles were unscathed. It seemed that these immature gold-devouring beetles were not invulnerable. After a certain limit, they were still capable of being destroyed. However, their sturdiness was already much to Han Li's satisfaction. After all, the gold-devouring beetles only suffered damage from the extremely powerful detonation of the ghost heads. He was confident that any common core formation cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against these insects. With that thought, Han Li wordlessly turned into an azure streak and collected his gold-devouring beetles before chasing after the eccentric. Han Li's thoughts were quite simple. Since deep hatred was planted between him and the eccentric, it was naturally better to settle this problem once and for all. Not wanting to leave a potential enemy, he couldn't allow him to easily escape. A second later, Crooked Soul joined him and flew next to Han Li as a streak of yellow light, joining in the pursuit. As for the others, they glanced at each other while staying in their original places. It seemed that for the time being, they were incapable of believing that Han Li had single-handedly forced the eccentric to flee. The eccentric's escape method was quite impressive. Even when using the entirety of his strength to propel his green brilliance dagger, the distance between them was only gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, the three had traveled over 20 kilometers and were about to leave the scope of the barren island. Seeing this, Han Li's eyes glinted with cold light. After taking a deep breath, 7 palm-sized emerald green swords suddenly shot from his body. After flying a circle around his body, the small swords merged into a huge green sword. With a blur, Han Li and Crooked Soul arrived on the huge sword. It then flashed with green radiance and cut through the sky as an emerald streak of light that was nearly 40 meters long, increasing their speed by nearly 50%. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Han Li had caught up to the eccentric. After seeing the black light that was singularly focused on flying, Han Li waved his arm with an icy expression. 2 small emerald swords shot towards it along with Crooked Soul's immemorial bowl. The escaping eccentric had clearly seen that his relentless pursuers had released their magic treasures towards him. He immediately responded by throwing a skull towards them. Afterwards, the eccentric continued flying without looking back. According to the eccentric's thoughts, the skull should be able to buy him some precious time at the very least. Han Li's expression darkened, and he silently cast an incantation gesture. His 2 flying swords then flashed with green light and turned into 4 sword lights which were indistinguishable from one another. 2 of these sword lights and the immemorial bowl flew straight towards the skull while the other 2 sword lights combined to form a foot-long flying sword. It rushed past the skull and shot towards the back of the eccentric without a sound. The flying sword became much faster after combining together and arrived behind the eccentric in the blink of an eye. However, the eccentric felt that something was amiss and turned his head, discovering an emerald streak of light that was only 15 meters away from him. The eccentric's face turned deathly pale. Responding quickly to the emergency, he opened his mouth and spewed a puff of black chi towards the flying sword. Afterwards, he hastily flew away, wanting to escape. Under Han Li's command, the flying sword continued straight through the black chi without any hesitation. As it approached, an arc of faint golden lightning struck the black chi and thoroughly blew it away, leaving the flying sword completely unobstructed. Then with a flash of green light, the emerald flying sword pierced through the eccentric. The eccentric looked down at the flying sword in his chest with an expression of complete disbelief. Without the chance to say a single word, he was struck with faint golden lightning and turned to ash. Han Li hastily approached. After blurring a few times, he reappeared with 3 items in his hands and focused his attention on them. Apart from the flower basket ancient antiquity, there was also a storage pouch and a scroll painting sparkling with red light. From paintings stealthily contained spiritual chi. Even if it wasn't a desolate antiquity, it was still undoubtedly an unordinary magic treasure. Delighted, Han Li gently unrolled the scroll and was soon stunned. After staring at the scroll for a long while, Han Li slowly rolled it back up and wore a contemplative expression. Forcefully suppressing the suspicions he had in mind, Han Li flew towards the skull in silence. Now lacking a master, the black skull floated in the air without movement. Although it still retained a trace of its evil chi, it now completely lacked any trace of its former intelligence. After taking a look, Han Li slightly frowned. In truth, this was the first time he had seen an item like this. He faintly felt that this item definitely had a bad history, but he still felt reluctant to just let it go. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to store it in a jade box. After circling around the area once more, Han Li flew back with Crooked Soul. On the way, he encountered Jin Qing and the others who on their way to assist him. Having seen Han Li and Crooked Soul return completely unharmed, they crowded around him in pleasant surprise. "Fellow Taoist Han, what happened to that eccentric? Did he escape?" Jin Qing couldn't help but ask. "He died by my hand," Han Li calmly said. "He's dead? That's great. From his profuse evil chi, we would have definitely found ourselves hopelessly entangled if he decided to pursue us in the future. That would have proved to be extremely troublesome." Jin Qing replied with a large breath of relief. With slightly changed expressions, the nearby Hu Yu and cultivator Jian looked at Han Li with gazes of involuntary respect. After all, one's capability defined one's status in the cultivation world. Afterwards, the party returned to their original location where Fairy Sure was worriedly waiting for them. The group gathered together once more. After some discussion, Han Li felt that it would be best to quickly break through the formation in order to prevent any further unexpected incidents from occurring. Thus the group once again got into formation. After refocusing his heart, Han Li placed down the formation flags and plates. The destruction of the last restriction was exceptionally smooth. After the scarlet light barrier was destroyed, the winged fiends contained within were cleanly eliminated by their water attribute magic tools. The party revealed joy and soon turned their gazes towards the strange exposed stone pillar at the center. With no restrictions in the way, the group was clearly able to see the stone pillar with their spiritual sense and eyesight. The stone pillar's talisman markings were extremely strange. The pillar was covered in 8 huge ancient talisman scripts that spiraled around it from top to bottom along with countless strange stripes. In addition, the stone pillar was embedded with extremely rare yin-yang jade in an even distribution. They occasionally flashed with dim black and white lights. After looking at this for some time, they looked at each other in confusion and sunk into contemplation, bitterly attempting to recall any relatable information. Spirit Sealing Pillar. After a short moment, the weakest among them, Sure Dai, suddenly shouted out the name of the stone pillar in alarm. The others were stunned upon hearing this, but they soon looked at each other in bewilderment. Very sure, are you certain? Is this really a spirit sealing pillar? Who you couldn't help but ask with doubt. Absolutely. I possess a book of ancient formation spells that particularly mentions the spirit sealing pillar. From its appearance and those talisman markings, it is exactly as was described in the book. Don't be fooled into believing it to be some common stone pillar. It was forged from over 10 extremely precious tool refinement materials. This lone pillar is worth about 6,000 spirit stones. Sure Dai gazed at this pillar with excitement. Chapter 422. 7 Glow Lotus. The spirit sealing pillar was actually a huge magic tool used by ancient cultivators to seal the nearby spiritual qi and isolate it from the outside the world. This rarely seen magic tool was typically used in one of 2 ways. One purpose was to seal extremely rare spirit medicines and spirit herbs, preventing their spiritual nature from weakening due to outside exposure. Another purpose was to suppress particularly formidable ghost spirits or devils and prevent them from escaping. Regardless of which purpose this particular spirit sealing pillar served, its value would prove to be extremely significant to Han Li and company. Spirit medicines have their obvious uses, but if the spirit sealing pillar was suppressing devils, they would prove to be optimal materials for increasing the strength of one's magic treasure by subduing and containing them within their magic treasures. However, they clearly understood that if the spirit seal pillar was used to seal a spirit or a devil, it was guaranteed to be difficult for them to subdue it after it was released. There was even a chance that it would cause backlash instead. Although everyone looked at each other with pleasant surprise, nobody brashly suggested immediately toppling the pillar to see what was underneath. After a long while of silence, Jin Qing bitterly laughed and muttered, "This is quite the conundrum. But since we've spent quite a bit of effort, nobody wishes to turn back, yes? If you want to leave, then leave. I will be staying here. Don't say that there might not be devils within. We must be ready to attempt to subdue whatever is inside." Cultivator Jian coldly spoke with his hands behind his back. Jin Qing smiled in response and turned towards Hu Yu and asked, "How about you, fellow Taoist Hu?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Hu Yu gave a resolute answer. "Fellow Taoist, you should know that because us rogue cultivators are unwilling to be restricted by others, our freedom comes at the cost of poverty. We must seize every opportunity we are given." Jin Qing didn't reveal any surprise and turned his gaze to Han Li. With a raised brow, Han Li indifferently said, "I am indifferent. If a majority wishes to see what is underneath, I will stay as well." Since he now had 72 bamboo azure cloud swords refined from gold lightning bamboo, he had nothing to fear from demons and ghosts. "Don't bother asking me. Although I am only a foundation establishment cultivator, my father fortuitously gave me a devil-repelling magic treasure. Even if I lack the strength to protect myself, no harm will come to me." Without waiting for Jin Qing to ask her, Dai took the initiative to answer after tilting her head. All right. Since everyone is unwilling to return empty-handed, let's push the pillar over. Even so, please be careful. Jin Qing lightly sighed and spoke with a cautious expression. Hee. There is no need for fellow Taoist Jin's warning, as nobody here is willing to treat their lives lightly. But still, let's get the ugly matters out of the way first. If any devils or ghosts appear, then the subduer will have the right of ownership. Fighting over them is forbidden. Cultivator Jian slowly spoke with a strange glint flashing from his eyes. That is obvious. It is only natural to yield in accordance to skill, considering the bounty's nature. Jin Qing spoke in agreement. The others didn't have any objections. When Cultivator Jian saw this, his spirit was roused and he revealed a trace of joy. Dai shot him a sideways glance and mysteriously smiled, asking, "Could it be that fellow Taoist has a special method to subdue devils? Is that why you're so confident?" I won't conceal this from you all. My cultivation art has a divine ability specialized in dealing with ghosts and devils. I had originally believed it wouldn't be of much use, and I didn't expect that I would be able to finally make use of it. After some slight hesitation, Cultivator Jian nodded and gave a straightforward explanation. The skulls of the wicked eccentric that Han Li had exterminated seemed to be refined from demons. It seemed that fellow Taoist Jian had quite a bit of trouble with them. Dai spoke with doubt. "Sai, it seems my poor performance has caused doubt. My divine ability requires prior preparation in order to be utilized. That wicked eccentric had caught me unprepared, and as a result, I made for a sorry sight." Cultivator Jian shook his head and explained with slight embarrassment. Dai nodded and turned her gaze back towards the spirit sealing pillar. "Since everyone is unwilling to give up, let's start. It is a bit troublesome to overthrow a spirit sealing pillar, as it can only be released after turning it several times with great force." Dai excitedly explained. When the others heard this, they narrowed their eyes. Although they were cultivators, they didn't actually possess much physical strength. Even with immense strength talismans, the group wouldn't be able to physically shift such a huge stone pillar. Han Li frowned and inwardly sent out a command. As Crooked Soul walked towards the stone pillar, he said in a deep voice, "Let me do it. I have quite a bit of strength." Hu Yu and the others revealed slight amazement. After all, Crooked Soul had yet to speak since arriving here, but now suddenly he took the initiative to solve this matter. "Then we will have to trouble fellow Taoist Crooked Soul," Dai said with curiosity. Crooked Soul continued to walk towards the stone pillar as if he hadn't heard her. His body first flashed with yellow light before he placed an immense strength talisman on his body. Afterwards he rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath and clasped the stone pillar in his arms. The 10-meter-tall stone pillar released a rumbling noise and started to turn bit by bit, much to the delight of the others. Crooked Soul's thick, taut arms were completely exposed and shined faintly of red light. After the stone pillar had been turned 3 times, he used all of his strength to push the pillar to the side before suddenly moving away. The stone pillar fell to the side with a series of booms, causing the ground to tremble for a moment. From the deep groove it left behind when landing, it was clear that the stone pillar was extremely heavy. However, the others didn't pay any attention to the stone pillar, and instead focused their attention on the large hole left behind from its collapse. The hole was pitch black and from it blew a cold wind, but it also had a flight of small white stairs that led downward. "Let's go." After looking at the hole for a moment, Cultivator Jian decided to take the lead. After some hesitation, the others followed after him. Now that they've made it this far, no one was willing to turn tail. Han Li stood in his original spot with a single hand grasping his chin with a contemplative expression as he watched the other cultivators climb down the stairs with barely concealed excitement. He then took out the scroll painting with the sparkling red light and fiddled with it. He pondered for a moment while he looked at it before putting it away and climbing down the stairs. Crooked Soul closely followed after him. The tunnel was rather deep. After a quarter hour, Han Li finally reached the bottom. Their eyes brightened upon seeing a large hall that spanned over 70 meters appear before them. The hall's roof was embedded with fist-sized luminescent pearls, causing the hall to shine with milky white light. As the walls were sparkling with bits of light, this exceptionally beautiful sight appeared to be caused by magic techniques. In addition, there were two semicircle doors to the side of the hall's entrance that led to an unknown location. Hu Yu and the others stood motionlessly at the center of the hall. They were all staring in the same direction and occasionally whispered to each other as if they were studying something. Han Li walked towards them in large strides with great curiosity. "What's that?" Han Li revealed astonishment after catching sight of what they were staring at. There was a flawlessly white skeleton that was reclined at the side of a small pond. An emerald green, foot-long arrow penetrated its skull and nailed it to the ground, appearing quite strange. But that had only caught their initial gaze. Afterwards, their focus had been excitedly drawn towards the three-colored lotus floating at the center of the pond's surface. Although the colorful lotus had yet to bloom and was still just a bud, it was the size of a bowl and glowed with a tricolored radiance of azure, red, and yellow. But what was most inconceivable about it was the exquisite rainbow that appeared several inches above it. Its glistening light was extremely entrancing. Additionally, the pond water wasn't ordinary water. It was a dense white paste that strongly emitted a strange fragrance. A seven-glow lotus. Has to be. I thought that this only existed in legend. That water, is it the legendary thousand-year stone milk? Hu Yu muttered to himself with widened eyes. No wonder there were so many formation spell restrictions placed down along with the spirit sealing pillar. With these two items, setting down another dozen layers of restrictions wouldn't be excessive. Dai stated while mesmerized by the colorful lotus. Jin Qing woke from his surprise and turned to look at the skeleton. He bafflingly asked, "But what about this skeleton? Could it have been the cave residence's master? Why does it matter? We've struck it rich. Although this seven-glow lotus only shines with 3 colors, it will still sell for an exorbitant price at auction." Cultivator Jian directly changed the subject with greed filling his eyes. Chapter 423. Extreme Poison. Han Li's calm voice sounded out from behind the other cultivators. "Is this seven-glow lotus very famous? Does it have any particular uses?" Upon hearing him, Cultivator Jian and the others sobered up and felt their hearts tremble. They unnaturally turned their gazes to Han Li. They had all witnessed the power of his gold-devouring beetles while they were fighting together, and now they feared that they wouldn't prove to be his match. Now that such a precious item had appeared, they unconsciously felt unease. Even Jin Qing, who had implored him to come here, revealed a trace of unease. Upon seeing these people's expressions, Han Li was able to roughly tell what they were thinking. A wry smile flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly concealed this and asked with an unknowing expression, "The name of this seven-glow lotus is quite peculiar. I've read through quite a few records but I haven't the slightest idea what it is." The other cultivators looked at each other. Hu Yu let out a dry cough before giving Han Li an explanation with a smile. "It seems that fellow Taoist Han has spent most of his time in secluded cultivation and rarely deals with external matters. The name of this seven-glow lotus won't be found in spirit herb records as its name is only passed down through oral legends. It is said that it would be able to bring mortals back to life and can regrow the flesh from just bones. When cultivators take it, it is said to be able to raise one's cultivation by an entire grade. This is an immortal item from legends." Upon finishing his explanation, Hu Yu was showing inconcealable excitement despite looking at Han Li with a trace of vigilance. Han Li squinted his eyes and spoke with slight disbelief. "Is it really so miraculous? Is it even true? We have no idea as nobody we know has seen a seven-glow lotus before. We didn't even believe such an item existed until today. However, it is certain that there are cultivators that will spend a great amount of spirit stones for it." Hu Yu spoke with a chuckle. "So it was like that." Han Li indifferently nodded his head and shifted his attention to the flawless white skeleton lying on the floor with an interested expression. Seeing that Han Li was unconcerned and didn't appear interested in monopolizing the rewards, the others let out a breath of relief. "Fellow Taoist Jian, how about you go and collect the seven-glow lotus? After we auction it, let's evenly split the spirit stones. Fairy Sure, we'll have to trouble you to look for any formation spell restrictions near the pond." Hu Yu gave a meaningful glance at Cultivator Jian and Dai. After taking a thoughtful look at Han Li, they agreed. Having felt that Han Li was far too strong, they united together with a feeling of suspicion towards Han Li. After Jin Qing heard this, his face revealed a trace of hesitation as if he wanted to say something. But after some thought he decided to stay silent. At that moment Han Li was half crouched next to the skeleton and was carefully examining it. Hu Yu, who was carefully gazing at him, felt somewhat relieved. After Shi Dai used a few magic tools to examine the surroundings, she confirmed, there are no restrictions near the pond. Fellow Taoist Jian may collect the lotus without obstruction. Upon hearing this, Cultivator Jian immediately stepped forward with delight. Hu Yu's expression stirred as if he had thought of something and hastily warned, be careful. I've heard that the 7-glow lotus can't touch any magic tools. It must be picked up by one's own hand or else it will immediately wither. Cultivator Jian responded with a wave of his hand, expressing acknowledgement. At that moment his thoughts were completely focused on the 7-glow lotus bud. Standing beside the pond crafted from fine, beautiful jade, Cultivator Jian bowed over the water and extended his arm towards the tricolored flower bud with great caution. Shi Dai and the others watched his every move and couldn't help but hold their breaths. He cried out in astonishment. What happened? Hu Yu and Shi Dai simultaneously said the same words with worried expressions. It was unknown whether they were concerned for the flower or the flower picker. Cultivator Jian withdrew his fingers and flexed them. He puzzlingly said, it is a bit strange. This flower is rather sturdy and is very difficult to pull out. If you cannot pull the whole plant out, then how about just picking it? Hu Yu faintly rolled his eyes and suggested. Directly picking it off? That would greatly diminish its value. Shi Dai shook her head with a face of disapproval. Wait, I'll try it again with an immense strength talisman. Cultivator Jian took out a yellow talisman and slapped it on his body. Afterwards, he rigidly grabbed the flower bud 3 inches beneath the surface of the water and pulled with all his strength. Stop! Han Li suddenly shouted while still looking down at the skeleton. Hu Yu and the others felt their hearts thump and were slightly bewildered. Cultivator Jian was startled, but seeing that he was so close to the dazzling flower bud, his heart became stubborn, and he put force into his grip. However, the 7-glow lotus didn't budge in the slightest, as if it were welded in place. This set Cultivator Jian's heart aflame with impatience, and he instantly reacted by tightening his grip once more to pick off the flower. At that moment the flower bud finally reacted and slightly trembled for a few moments before suddenly shrinking back from the water and disappearing without a trace. Plop! Cultivator Jian hadn't released his grip, and was dragged into the pond when the flower stalk shrank with immense strength, resulting in a splash of milky white water. As Fairy Shi was relatively nearby, a few droplets landed on her face. She immediately let out a miserable shriek. It's poisonous. The water is poisonous. The female cultivator covered her face with her hands and shouted in furious alarm. She then hastily took out a red medicine bottle from her storage pouch and flusteredly threw the fire-red medicine pill it contained into her mouth. In the split second between taking out the medicine pill and swallowing it, Hu Yu and Jin Qing saw her face decay with yellow blisters all over, causing their breaths to turn ice cold. Even Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this. If just a few drops caused Fairy Shi's face to become like this, then what about Cultivator Jian who fell into the water? With that thought they turned their gazes towards the milky white pond. Ever since he had fallen into the pond, there had been no other disturbance, no miserable screams or desperate calls for help. Fear began to blossom in their hearts. At that moment Shi Dai finally stopped groaning and tore off a corner of her robe and tightly wound it around her face. With a light sigh, she looked at the water with a gaze of bitter resentment. Pop! Pop! A series of bubbles popped on the surface of the pond. Soon after, a completely decayed corpse floated to the surface. Everyone's face had turned green. From the clothes on the corpse, it was obviously Cultivator Jian. In just a few moments he had turned into a wet skeleton with empty eye sockets. Upon seeing that his eyes had turned into empty sockets, they felt chill down their spines. How did this happen? Was 1,000-year stone milk supposed to be this poisonous? Hu Yu muttered to himself with disbelief. 1,000-year stone milk isn't poisonous. But it may as well be if poison was placed within it. Han Li stood and slowly said with a light breath. Fellow Taoist Han, could it be that your shout to stop was because you knew the water was poisonous? Shi Dai icily asked with a slightly hoarse voice. I didn't know whether or not it was poisonous. However, I did find out that the 7-flow lotus isn't something that should be plucked. Look at the right hand of that corpse. Han Li calmly said, lightly tapping the skeleton with the tip of his foot. Hu Yu and the others attentively examined the hand and revealed baffled expressions. The bones of the right hand were partially black and the forefinger's tip had been shattered. It was jagged like it had been bitten off by something. Seeing that nobody was doubting him, Han Li didn't bother further explaining and looked at the water with an icy gaze. At the center of the white pond, the seven-glow lotus had re-emerged at an unknown time. It still released its beautiful glow, but now Hu Yu and the others gazed at it as if it were a scorpion. Han Li wordlessly opened his hand with 5 fireballs floating above his fingertips. With a flick of his fingers, the fireballs lined up in the form of a word and shot towards the seven-glow lotus. Jin Qing and the others were startled but didn't stop Han Li due to the previous occurrence. The seven-glow lotus swayed from the impact of the fireballs and suddenly withdrew from the pond. Something flew out of the water as a blur, shooting straight towards Han Li like an arrow. Chapter 424. Demon Serpent. While everyone cried out in alarm upon seeing the shadow piercing toward him, Han Li raised his hand and tossed out his green brilliance dagger he had prepared and struck the shadow. The black shadow was pushed back to the pond side and hissed with an icy gaze. Shockingly, the shadow turned out to be a meter-long jet-black serpent with a flesh horn. A scarlet tongue hissed from its mouth, and it had a tricolored flower bud on the top half of its flesh horn. It appeared rather ridiculous, as if a small flower were growing out of its head. As for the rainbow radiance, it was a 7-colored demon chi that was formed from wisps coming out of the serpent's mouth. It appeared exactly the same as a true rainbow, so it was no surprise that it had deceived all of them. After seeing the black shadow's true appearance, Hu Yu blankly stared at it, saying, "Crested demon serpent?" It transformed the crest of its head into a 7-glow lotus. After clearly seeing this serpent's true appearance, her eyes coldly glinted, and she wordlessly raised her hand, releasing a purple folded scarf. This item released several explosive sounds as it shot towards the demon serpent. "Careful. This serpent is extremely venomous. You aren't its match." Jin Qing abruptly said this before releasing his large white block stamp to join the scarf as a streak of light. The demon serpent watched the two items attack it with an ice-cold gaze, and then opened its mouth and spouted out a bright rainbow pearl. The pearl released a gorgeous radiance that blocked the large stamp and purple scarf, forcing them to a complete stop. At that moment, Hu Yu finally woke from his disappointment at the loss of the treasure. After a moment of hesitation, he threw out 2 flying knives and entered the battle. Suddenly, 3 streaks of white light and a streak of purple brilliance were intertwined with the rainbow light. The serpent was completely fearless. After a few strange croaks, it spouted out several colorful clouds. The clouds made the magic treasures dim until they were nearly dark immediately after they made contact. How can this fiend be so powerful? Could it be a mutated demon? Jin Qing was aghast at the sight. But as soon as he finished talking, a red radiance was fiercely shot out, piercing through the colorful cloud in an instant and striking the demon serpent's flesh horn. A thumb-sized bloody hole was left behind by the strike. The demon released a strange shout and painfully slammed into the limestone floor. Soon after, its body coiled and it shot towards the pond in a blur. But at that moment, a group of emerald flying swords flew down from above, nailing the serpent's head to the limestone floor faster than lightning. The serpent then flusteredly thrashed around but wasn't able to move away in the slightest. This was the result of the sudden actions by Han Li and Crooked Soul. In addition to Crooked Soul's use of a blood spirit drill, Han Li used the bamboo cloudsworm swords to hold it down. He had made sure to restrain his sword's divine devilbane lightning to prevent the others from realizing that his swords had been refined from heaven lightning bamboo. Jin Qing and the others felt relief when they saw Han Li had successfully restrained the demon serpent. After some slight discussion, Shi Dai and the others decided to put away their magic treasures once they were released by the rainbow demon pearl's pressure. Afterwards, the party gathered around the demon serpent. This really is a crested demon serpent, but it appears that someone grafted a 7-glow lotus likeness on it. It absolutely doesn't have the capability to do such a thing innately. Hu Yu revealed a puzzled expression as he watched the demon serpent struggling to free itself from the small swords. Obviously, this 7-glow lotus was some kind of ingenious trap. It is entirely possible that dead fellow over there had fallen for it. Even we fell for it. Qing agreed with a bitter smile. Han Li silently stood at the side as he examined the demon serpent before turning his gaze back to the right hand of the skeleton. He couldn't help but imagine someone excitedly attempting to pick the seven-glow lotus, as the demon serpent then flew out of the water and bit off his finger. Soon after he was torn apart by the poison. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble as turned to look at the small arrow in the skeleton's head. It had clearly been placed by someone who came later. Whoever set this trap was truly quite the schemer. Slice. The crested demon serpent's head was separated from its body with a cold flash of light. Dai coldly glanced at it from the side with a dagger in her hand. Han Li slightly frowned. Han Li knew that she detested this serpent because it had ruined her face. It was said that a woman's appearance was just as precious as her own life. Even if the crested demon serpent wasn't the main culprit behind her ruined face, it was definitely one of the main causes. Han Li lightly shook his head and raised his hand, returning his small swords back into his body. Afterwards his gaze fell back down to the arrow in the skeleton. This arrow appeared to be the same emerald green as Han Li's own bamboo cloudsworm swords at first glance, but further inspection proved otherwise. Han Li's flying swords were bright and shining while the arrow faintly carried a dark qi, as if it had been tainted or refined with evil arts. Fellow Taoist Han, will we go and explore any other areas? Perhaps we will discover something. Having seen Han Li continue to study the skeleton, Hu Yu couldn't help but ask this. It seemed he truly didn't want to go back empty-handed. Please don't hesitate to continue exploring. Crooked Soul and I will remain in the main hall. Han Li said with a calm expression. Hu Yu revealed slight surprise. After looking at the bones along with the emerald green arrow, he revealed slight hesitation and ultimately didn't move. When Qing and Dai saw this, they also silently stayed in the main hall. After all, who knows what other dangers lay in wait in the cave residence? Given the initial encounter, it was obviously safer to stay together. Furthermore, they were able to guess that the arrow was unordinary. Why else would the mysterious Han Li continue to unceasingly examine it? Fellow Taoist Han, would you say that rather than being an ancient cultivator ruin, this place was actually an elaborate trap? Qing suddenly asked in a low voice. Impossible, this place is definitely an ancient cultivator ruin. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence that you found this place from the pearls? However, this place had already been discovered by someone else, and they had long placed down traps inside. Han Li shook his head. If what you say is true, then are there no treasures left here? Dai spoke with an icy voice. Han Li revealed an expression of slight regret, but remained silent in tacit approval. Qing and Hu Yu then looked at each other with changed expressions. Hu Yu's face was more notable between the two. Not only did this trip end with no benefits, but of the two that he had invited, one had met an untimely end while the other had their face ruined. This treasure hunt ended up being a complete disaster. During their moment of absolute silence, the pond released a faint groan. The cultivators hurriedly turned their gaze towards the pond in alarm. Cultivator Jian's body, who should have already been dead for quite some time, slowly climbed out of the pond and let out an occasional groan from his skeleton mouth. At that moment, the cultivators were dumbstruck and were looking at each other in dismay. Since they were cultivators, it wasn't particularly frightening for a malicious spirit or other evil entity to appear. They could just make short work of them. However, this was the body of a companion that had entered the cave with them not long ago. Could it be that he had a secret technique that allowed his primal soul to persist after his body was destroyed? As it was unclear whether the corpse was currently possessed by its owner or a ghost, Hu Yu and the others were hesitant to act. The corpse of Cultivator Jian still continued to slowly climb out of the pond and approach them. Hu Yu saw that something was amiss and hastily yelled, "Regardless of whether you are man or ghost, don't come any closer or else our hands will be forced." He flung out his sleeves, throwing his flying daggers out to revolve around its body. Qing and Dai were also vigilant and rigidly stared at the corpse. Just as Hu Yu finished speaking, Cultivator Jian's body stopped and remained motionless. Hu Yu and the others involuntarily let out a sigh of relief in response. But as Han Li detachedly watched on, he felt that something was very wrong and instinctively took out an item with a flip of his hand. In the very next moment, a sudden and abrupt change occurred. Cultivator Jian's body suddenly kicked off the ground and fiercely pounced towards the group. Hu Yu and Qing's expressions paled, and they instantly released their magic treasures. The two streaks of white radiance and the streak of white light struck Cultivator Jian and cleanly destroyed the skeleton with a single blow. But suddenly Hu Yu felt a light wind gently blowing past him. With a chill running down his back, he turned his head to see a skeleton hand emerging from his abdomen, tightly grasping a bean-sized sparkling blue core in its fingers. Chapter 425. Congealed young bird's eyes wide in disbelief, Hu Yu stared at the skeletal hand protruding from his abdomen. With an audible crack, the blue core was crushed into a fine powder which trickled from the hand. Hu Yu let out a muffled groan and weakly fell to the floor after the skeletal hand withdrew from his body. The hole left behind bled profusely, quickly filling the hall with a bloody stench. Although he was somehow still alive for the time being, he was clearly on death's door. The sound of Qing's and Shi Dai's cries of alarm along with the sound of his magic treasure shattering rang in Hu Yu's mind as all of his life experiences flashed through his mind. His impoverished life during childhood and the joy his entire family revealed upon discovering his spiritual roots. The moment of helplessness he felt when the senior martial sister he admired married someone else. His ecstasy at successful core formation, and his wholehearted grand ambition of one day forming a nascent soul. As all these memories flowed through his mind, his limbs gradually grew colder and more distant, but he was not resigned to dying. He had refined a set of 3 flying daggers as his magic treasure. Ordinarily he would only attack with 2 of them and would leave the third behind in his body. This was because the third flying dagger had been refined using a secret technique. Although its attack power was average, it could automatically protect his body with far greater awareness than common magic techniques. Moreover, he had spared no cost or effort when refining this treasure, and it had just recently entered the sentient stage. Even if he didn't give a command, the treasure should have responded to the killing intent and automatically protected his body against the surprise attack. Unless the attacker, Hu Yu finally thought of something, using the last of his mortal strength to turn his head with slight reluctance and view everything that was happening behind him. At that moment, a white blur was closely chasing after Qing. Qing continuously evaded it while engulfed by a silver radiance. He had released his own magic treasure and was ceaselessly bombarding the white blur with attacks as if he were greatly fearful of it. As for Han Li and the others, they were trapped within a large expanse of black qi. The fiery scroll painting in hand, Han Li shot countless fist-sized flames from it, creating a huge ring of fire around them that continuously attacked the black qi, keeping it at bay. Shi Dai and Crooked Soul closely stood behind Han Li. Crooked Soul's body was enveloped in blood light, and he continuously released purple flames from his hands, striking any black qi that leaked past the ring of fire. At his side, Shi Dai was grasping a white bead that radiated with light, preventing any of the black qi that slipped past both abilities from approaching. Even then she still revealed an expression of fear. Hu Yu didn't pay any attention to the black qi and strenuously examined the white blur chasing after Qing. Sure enough, the white skeleton of the long-dead cultivator was now surrounded in white fog and was pursuing Qing with great speed. At this point it couldn't possibly be considered dead in the least. Hu Yu smiled sadly. He, a core formation cultivator, had met his end by a skeleton. What a ridiculous affair. While Hu Yu was still mocking himself, he faded into eternal rest with a derisive smirk still at the corner of his mouth. As Hu Yu breathed his last, Han Li continuously surveyed the situation with a sullen expression. During the same moment that Hu Yu had fallen prey to the white skeleton, the nearby walls had suddenly released a wide expanse of coldine ghost fog, trapping them all at once. Fortunately, Han Li had made slight preparations and had opened the painting scroll without hesitation, releasing countless flaming spirit birds from within. These demon fire-enveloped swallows were congealed young birds. Han Li had previously read a detailed introduction of them in an ancient record. They were born from fire essence and particularly loved to consume Yin ghosts and malicious souls, earning a reputation of being the bane of Yin. However, this bird had long been extinct, and the scroll painting had only sealed a fraction of the spirit bird's soul. As a result, it could only release avatars of the congealed young birds. While these avatars appeared exactly the same as actual congealed young birds, Their strength was incomparable to the original. Else, this black ghost fog would have been cleanly devoured rather than just being temporarily scattered. Although Han Li was completely tangled up by this ghost fog, he wasn't particularly worried. Both his bamboo cloudsworm swords and his gold-devouring beetles could easily make short work of it. What made him uneasy was the ghost mist's master, who still had yet to reveal himself. As for the skeleton, it was clear at a glance that it wasn't intelligent in the least. It was being controlled by someone else. However, the skeleton was quite strange. Since it was completely unscathed from the repeated pummeling of Jin Qing's magic treasure, there must be some mystery behind it. As Han Li thought this, ghostly wails suddenly broke out from around him. This blood-chilling voice was deafeningly sharp and belonged to neither man nor woman. Those who heard it would have their minds bewildered and both their blood and qi in disarray. Han Li's heart trembled, and he reflexively spread out his spiritual sense to envelope the entire hall. At that same moment he flicked his finger and sent out 2 small emerald swords from his body which began to slowly revolve around him. Upon hearing the ghostly wail, Jin Qing appeared distraught from fear and furiously exclaimed, "What demon wishes to mystify himself and remains hidden?" Although his voice wasn't loud, it resonated throughout the room. Unexpectedly, the ghostly wails stopped in response. In addition, the next strike of his magic treasure completely shattered the skeleton. Jin Qing was pleasantly surprised by the strange turn of events. At that same time, the ghost mist closely surrounding Han Li and company quickly withdrew back into the walls around them. Han Li was greatly surprised. He didn't believe that Jin Qing's furious roar had contained such power. In the very next moment, Shi Dai turned around and took this opportunity to madly rush towards the stairs. In the blink of an eye, she was already climbing up to the surface. Han Li was expressionless upon seeing this, but Jin Qing was brimming with fury. This woman would flee in the middle of battle? Although her magic power was lacking, the magic treasure pearl in her possession was clearly capable of restraining the ghost mist. Naturally, he couldn't just let her run off. With that thought in mind, Jin Qing instantly opened his mouth to stop her. But at that moment, another anomaly occurred. Just as Shi Dai reached the second step, the stone wall next to her suddenly flashed with green light. A terrifying 10-fingered ghost claw rushed out without warning and pierced through her abdomen at a speed that almost couldn't be seen. Shi Dai wretchedly screamed and did her utmost to brighten the pearl's light in an attempt to escape. However, the ghost hand didn't fear the pearl in the slightest and emitted a black qi instead, surrounding Shi Dai with it in a mere moment. The woman's screams came to an abrupt stop. Once the black qi withdrew, all that was left was a dried-up corpse that was then thrown before Han Li and Crooked Soul. After Han Li turned his head to look at the fleshless corpse, his face turned slightly green. Jin Qing's face had long turned pale, but he was now nervously glancing around with his white block stamp magic treasure in hand. Hee. I need one more suitable corpse. Which of you 3 will sacrifice yourself as tribute? An icy voice echoed throughout the hall with a tone of disdain. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted and he spread out the scroll painting once more. With the entire nest of firebirds returned to the scroll painting, Han Li formed a dual-handed incantation gesture with a solemn expression. Whoosh! A 3-meter-wide congealed yang bird flew out of the scroll painting while surrounded in brilliant flames. After flying once around Han Li's head, it shot towards one of the hall's stone pillars with wings spread wide. Bang! When the huge bird rammed into the stone pillar, it flashed with green light, and an eerie snake made from black qi flew out and tangled with the firebird. With the bird spouting out broiling white essence fire and the eerie snake spraying ink-black cold qi, a huge battle unfolded between them in the hall. I didn't expect there to be someone capable of utilizing the long-extinct spirit-controlling techniques. It seems I've underestimated you. After this was said, a freakish shadow slowly walked out of the stone pillar. Han Li and Jin Qing both gazed at it with rapt attention. Not only was the silhouette dark green, but it was also surrounded in sparkling green light, masking its true appearance. His body appeared to be wrapped with arm-thick bands of black fog, and his eyes were as scarlet as fresh blood. After the freakish shadow swept his gaze past the 3, Han Li and Jin Qing felt a chill run down their backs as if their minds and hearts had been laid bare. They couldn't help but glance at each other before looking back at the shadow with horror. The enemy had used only his gaze to exert such great pressure onto them. This clearly showed that this person's cultivation far exceeded their own. Could this person be a nascent soul cultivator? From the appearance of this freakish shadow, it seemed to resemble a ghost or demon more than a living person. But if it really were a malicious spirit, then how had it preserved the entirety of its intelligence? Chapter 426. Treachery. Jin Qing suppressed his fear and forced himself to ask, "Is your esteemed self man or ghost?" The freakish shadow sinisterly smiled and teased, "Man? Ghost? You tell me." Jin Qing's expression became extremely unsightly. Han Li remained silent and quickly opened his scroll painting without warning. Countless firebirds rushed out, flocking straight towards the freakish shadow. At the same moment, the previously summoned huge bird released a sharp cry and abandoned its fight with the eerie snake, shooting straight towards the freakish shadow as a scorching ball of white flame. The freakish shadow snorted disdainfully and said, "Congealed young birds? If they had their genuine bodies, this senior might be slightly fearful. But to dare attempt to devour ghosts and exterminate devils with only their remnant souls?" Having said that, the green shadow raised its hands and condensed black chi around them in an instant. Poopiu. The black chi transformed into two horned ink pythons which shot towards the large flock of firebirds. With their bloodthirsty mouths wide open, each python swallowed several firebirds. Immediately after, they each burped a wisp of white smoke and were completely unharmed. At that moment, the huge congealed young bird that had turned into a ball of white flame arrived in front of the snakes. However, it completely ignored them and shot straight towards the freakish shadow. When the shadow saw this, its eyes flashed with red light, enriching their color. Although the shadow didn't move, it faintly revealed a solemn expression. It was clear that the remnant souls of the congealed young bird wasn't nearly as harmless as it had made them out to be. Pink. The green shadow's hands trembled, separating the horned pythons from its hands and allowing them to move on their own. Then, while clenching its hands as hard as it could, otherworldly dark green flames flourished from its grasp. Soon after, its body blurred and met the white fire sphere with a fierce punch. As Han Li and Jin Qing watched on with shock, the white ball of flame was scattered by the strike and disappeared in an instant. A white crystal pearl suddenly appeared in the green shadow's grasp. The shadow evilly grinned and swallowed it without hesitation, before turning its ice-cold gaze back to Han Li once more. At that moment, the scroll painting in Han Li's grasp set itself aflame, and he hurriedly tossed it away. It turned into ash in the blink of an eye. Once the scroll painting turned to ash, the firebirds that were still tangling with the ink snakes disappeared as well. Han Li sucked in a deep breath. Although he knew that the remnant souls of the congealed young birds weren't the green shadow's match, he didn't anticipate that a treasure that specialized in subduing ghosts would be blown away with a single blow. He had only sent them out to probe the opponent's strength, and ended up not acquiring the slightest detail. The only thing he was certain of was that the opponent wasn't a mere ghost or demon. Remaining calm, Han Li attentively gazed at the green shadow and inwardly assessed how great his odds of victory were if they were to fight. "Not bad. I'm now very interested in your body. As for you two, get lost." The green shadow slowly spoke while looking at Han Li. It seemed his last attack had provoked it. Naturally, Crooked Soul didn't move in the slightest, but when Jin Qing heard this, he grew distracted and his expression incessantly changed. Although he hadn't personally engaged it yet, his opponent's strength was deep and immeasurable. Even if he were to join hands with Han Li, Jin Qing reckoned that their odds of victory weren't very high. Now that the freakish shadow told him to leave, Jin Qing's heart was wavering. Having personally witnessed so many cultivators meet their tragic end on this very day, Jin Qing, who normally bragged about being guilt-free and clear-hearted, felt for the first time a desire to cherish life and live another day. The green shadow snorted and swept its gaze past Jin Qing and Crooked Soul. It sinisterly said, "What? I give you two a chance for survival and you two do not wish to take it? This senior should have just saved himself the trouble and turned you two into corpses from the start." Having heard the freakish shadow's words brimming with killing intent, Jin Qing's face changed between red and white several times before eventually cupping his fist to Han Li and shamefully saying, "Brother Han, I do not wish to die here. I will have to let you down." Afterwards, he said no more and rushed toward the stone steps without looking back. Han Li's expression was calm and didn't reveal any emotions of anger or disappointment. He merely gazed at Jin Qing as he departed with a faint, cold glare. The green shadow's red eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as Jin Qing rushed past the shattered skeleton, an alarming change occurred. The nearby fragments of the skeleton suddenly launched towards him like a barrage of arrows. With furious alarm, Jin Qing surrounded himself in a layer of silver light in a flash. But without waiting for him to release his magic treasure or question the freakish shadow, the bone shards shined with white radiance and shot through his silver barrier as if it weren't even there. An instant later, Jin Qing's body was utterly shredded and fell to the floor without uttering a single word. Han Li expressionlessly looked at the corpse on the floor and lightly shook his head. With a flip of his hand, a spirit beast pouch appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, his two flying swords in front of him trembled and faintly released a green radiance. Interesting. How come you aren't asking me why I didn't keep my promise? The green shadow asked with a sneer. If your esteemed self doesn't wish to talk, then there is no need to take the initiative to ask. I'd just be wasting my breath. Han Li expressionlessly said. Not bad. Youngster, you are quite to my liking. If this were before I met Great Catastrophe, I might have taken you in as my disciple. But now I will never take another disciple. I will be repaying my treacherous disciples by turning their bones to ash and refining their souls. The green shadow was slightly surprised at Han Li's response, but soon its voice once again grew icy. Without a change of expression, Han Li waved his arm. Crooked Soul then walked to Han Li's side with his body enveloped in blood light. He didn't plan on spouting rubbish, instead preparing to use a thunderous strike to defeat the enemy in a single blow. At the same time, additional blades of his bamboo cloudsworm swords from within his body readied themselves to pounce with fervor. After seeing Crooked Soul's blood light, the shadow slightly trembled and it smiled in great anger. Divine blood light. Good. Are you disciples of Zenith Een or Zenith Brilliance? Han Li slightly frowned. Zenith Een. Could you talking about Grandmaster Zenith Een of Zenith Een Island? Han Li indifferently asked. He faintly felt as if he could unravel the mystery behind the Black Fiend School in Zenith Een Island. Upon hearing Han Li, the green shadow flew into a rage and loudly shouted, Grandmaster Zenith Een? Could it be that traitorous disciple dares to call himself Grandmaster? Han Li was slightly stunned. This ghost was actually the master of Grandmaster Zenith Een. How truly bizarre. Just as Han Li was left flabbergasted by those words, a green light flashed from his body and a muffled noise came from behind him. Han Li couldn't help but turn around with alarm. However, there was absolutely nothing behind him. Not good. In nearly an instant, Han Li understood that he had been tricked and hastily turned his head back, instinctively releasing 7 flying swords to protect him. As of current, controlling 9 of his bamboo cloudsworm swords was Han Li's absolute limit. During the instant he turned his head over, his 9 flying swords released a single streak of sword light. A faint golden arc of divine devilbane lightning struck from the sword light, rendering the incoming green ball of light non-existent. Han Li was drenched in cold sweat as he had nearly just fallen to the enemy. Gold lightning bamboo. You refined your flying swords from gold lightning bamboo. At that moment the green shadow spoke with incredulousness. Han Li sneered and thought to mock the shadow, but he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation from up above him. He leaned to the side out of reflex, but he still felt his chest tremble. An extremely familiar red radiance had pierced through him with chilling cold, creating a wound that bled profusely. Immediately after, a yellow streak of light fiercely struck at him. Dang! A clear ring sounded out. Several of his flying swords flew out to block the yellow streak, the immemorial bowl. Crooked Soul! Han Li shouted to his side in furious alarm. The blood spirit drill and the fierce attack from the immemorial bowl were clearly Crooked Soul's doing. However, the figure at his side blurred, shooting towards the green shadow as if he hadn't heard him. Han Li reached out for the connection in his mind. Although his spiritual sense was still present in Crooked Soul, for some unknown reason he had completely lost control of him. The green shadow howled with laughter and flew towards Crooked Soul as a streak of green light. Han Li's face grew extremely pale. Then with clenched teeth, he suddenly formed an incantation gesture and fiercely uttered, "Receive." From a distance, A small green ball flew from the crown of Crooked Soul's head and hastily shot into Han Li's body before disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the green shadow had already entered Crooked Soul. As Han Li pushed down on the wound in his chest, he was fiercely staring at Crooked Soul. Crooked Soul then slowly opened his eyes to reveal a pair of glowing blood-scarlet eyes. Chapter 427. Profound Soul Demonification. Han Li quickly took out a blue talisman from his storage pouch and gently slapped it onto his wound. With a flash of white light, the bleeding immediately stopped. But when he turned his head back to meet Crooked Soul's icy gaze, Han Li wordlessly emitted an azure light around his body, which reached 10 meters in height, and had his emerald swords revolve around him in streaks. It all appeared blindingly bright. Han Li had already made a firm resolution that if he were going to leave this place, he needed to have these bamboo cloudsworm swords outside his body to protect against any tricks this ancient eccentric may have in store. To tell the truth, this was the most fearsome, menacing enemy he had encountered since entering the cultivation world. If his reactions were the slightest bit slow, he would have already had a hole through his heart. Were his spiritual sense not stronger and his mind not nimbler than a common cultivator's, he would have undoubtedly met certain death from Crooked Soul's recent ambush. The blood spirit drill was truly vicious and sinister. Could hardly be blocked. But now Han Li didn't have to worry about any further attacks from the blood spirit drill. That last attack was the last charge that Crooked Soul had cultivated. However, Han Li still felt incredibly gloomy. According to the external reincarnation technique, he clearly should have refined his spiritual sense fragment and Crooked Soul's physical body into one. Just how had this old ghost been able to take control of Crooked Soul without his knowledge? He wasn't even given the slightest warning. Or if not for his quick wits in hastily retrieving his divided consciousness from Crooked Soul, he feared the shadow would have already used it as a method for consuming him. Han Li now found himself in a truly troublesome situation. Since the enemy had possessed Crooked Soul, then the green shadow must be deceased and was closer to an evil demonic spirit or primal soul. The shadow possessing Crooked Soul wasn't necessarily a bad thing, and it may have quite possibly given Han Li the opportunity to exterminate him. With that thought, Han Li flipped his hand and an exquisitely crafted small brass bell appeared in his hand, the spirit-guiding bell he had kept stored away for so long. This bell contained the blood essence of Crooked Soul's physical body. Although he couldn't count on it to arrest the enemy, it could still be used to create an advantageous opportunity. At that moment, Crooked Soul was stretching and moving his body as if wanting to familiarize himself with it. Having seen Han Li's action, he eerily chuckled as if the result of the coming battle were laid in stone. Han Li's expression darkened and he no longer hesitated to ring the small bell. With a series of clear bell rings, Crooked Soul's red eyes flickered, but no other change occurred from his body as if nothing was wrong. Han Li's heart sunk. Regardless of what tricks you perform on this fiend core avatar, since I've become the master of this body, do you believe that minor restriction will have an effect on me? Crooked Soul's rough voice slowly spoke with a mocking tone. You know that it is a fiend core avatar? Han Li's heart stirred with surprise. Hee. The fiend core and external reincarnation techniques were something I had originally passed down to my two traitorous disciples. Did you believe I wouldn't see through them? You sure are courageous to use them in front of me. Could it be that your master didn't warn you that so long as this secret technique was used to refine an avatar, that I would be able to easily control it? Crooked Soul twisted his neck left and right and indifferently said with crossed arms. Han Li was bewildered, but his face wore a strange expression. What master? The avatar creation technique was something I acquired from a jade talisman. Could it have some relation to you? Han Li asked, unwilling to be a scapegoat for Grandmaster Zenith Een. Regardless of whether his words were true or false, Han Li still gave a dull explanation. Jade slip? Youngster, did you believe that by not admitting to be the apprentice of my two traitorous disciples that I would let you go? After I capture you, I will refine your soul and acquire everything that I want to know. Crooked Soul didn't seem to believe Han Li and spoke expressionlessly. With that said, he beckoned to the skeleton pile nearby without further hesitation, causing it to float in the air. In an instant, it reassembled into a complete skeleton, and flew towards Crooked Soul with a flash of white light. Although Han Li didn't know what he intended, he wasn't going to allow his opponent to smoothly succeed. He immediately flicked his finger 3 times, shooting out 3 streaks of azure sword light from his hand. The azure essence sword streaks shot straight towards the skeleton. "You dare to so presumptuously release those granules of light?" Crooked Soul sinisterly said. He then opened his mouth and spouted out a beam of blood light. With a series of explosions, the blood light and the azure light struck and scattered into radiance. Han Li frowned and wore a solemn expression. After being possessed, Crooked Soul's cultivation was no longer restricted to early core formation stage. How truly odd. But what happened next left Han Li even more aghast. Once the white skeleton flew in front of Crooked Soul, it merged into his body without the slightest obstruction. Crooked Soul then loudly roared with his head facing upwards. His body emitted several different flashes of colors, from dark green otherworldly flame, pitch black ghost mist and Crooked Soul's divine blood light. These 3 distinct radiances tangled with one another, continuously wandering throughout Crooked Soul's body and fully covering him within it. As Crooked Soul roared, a small explosion could be heard from within his body. With his body bowed in pain, his limbs and body began to slowly shrink. Once this was done, he stood up appearing much shorter, exactly like an ordinary person. But what caused Han Li to be most shocked was Crooked Soul's face had changed to that of a youth's with delicate facial features. Even the flourishing blood red in his eyes had greatly dimmed. In that instant, Crooked Soul had undergone a transformation into a completely different person. Han Li was stupefied for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. Han Li originally wished to use this opportunity to strike his opponent given how audaciously he used magic in front of him, but he didn't expect that this technique would be performed so quickly that there wasn't an opportunity to make use of. After a moment of silence, Han Li dryly asked the youth a bizarre question. "Is this possession? Or complete body seizure?" The delicate youth mysteriously smiled and glanced at Han Li with narrowed eyes, serenely saying, "You greatly underestimate my profound soul demonification technique. It is a secret art that only a nascent soul cultivator is capable of performing. So long as it is cultivated, there are no restrictions with body seizure, and profound souls may be added to another body as one wishes. Now that my profound soul has solidified its bones, I will have you be a blood sacrifice so that this divine ancestor may rise once again." He raised his hands, suddenly turning his fingers into incisive claws with dark green fingernails several inches long. Han Li's expression darkened and he didn't further waste his breath. He tossed out the spirit beast pouch that he had been holding since the beginning and released his several thousands of gold-devouring beetles. A short moment later, a glowing cloud of gold and silver floated above his head. Then with a wave of his arms, white lights continuously flickered around him, surrounding Han Li with 40 huge ape puppets. Each of them stared at the youth with an icy gaze. But Han Li didn't stop there. With his 2 hands forming an incantation seal, his 9 small swords flew out as azure light and converged into a 3-meter-long emerald sword. The sword's streak endlessly twinkled with faint golden arcs of light continuously sparking from it. Upon seeing this, the delicate youth's expression greatly changed, revealing surprise and a grave expression. After the youth's gaze flickered several times, he suddenly said, "Flying swords refined from heaven, lightning, bamboo, insect control techniques and puppets. It seems you really aren't the disciple of Zenith Een and Zenith Brilliance. Since this is the case, then how about we have a proper chat?" Han Li, who had just prepared his entire offensive, was stunned upon hearing this. But after a moment of silence he coldly said, "Unfortunately, I really want to test whether or not your esteemed self is capable of receiving my flying swords." Without the slightest hesitation, Han Li pointed towards his huge flying sword, and it immediately launched towards the youth in a green streak of light as thick as a python. As it flew, it occasionally rolled with sounds of thunder. The youth's face slightly sank upon seeing this, and he lightly waved his claws in front of him. 5 crescents of black radiance appeared out of the air and rapidly expanded, blurring several times before quickly chopping towards the green sword streak. Upon contact, the green sword streak sparked with faint golden arcs of lightning, completely obliterating the crescents of black radiance. They weren't able to withstand even a single blow. Although the youth's expression remained calm, his mind was greatly startled. The power of the gold lightning bamboo was far greater than he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, the green sword streak had arrived in front of the youth. However, he was still calm and collected as he indifferently watched the huge sword approach him as if he still had something up his sleeve. Chapter 428. Xianxia. The youth swiped his ghost claw again, but this time with a flash of green radiance, shooting a green streak of light towards the incoming sword streak. It immediately resulted in a huge clap of thunder. Black and golden arcs of lightning bursted out, intertwining to eventually form a huge sphere of lightning. With neither attack giving way, their cries of thunder reverberated through the hall with astonishing pressure. Han Li suddenly narrowed his gaze. Heaven lightning bamboo. He was alarmed to find the opponent also possessed a magic treasure refined from heaven lightning bamboo. Could it be? Han Li thought of something and attentively examined the green streak that the youth released. At the brilliant center of the arcs of lightning, he saw a foot-long emerald arrow struggling fiercely against his huge sword made from combining 9 bamboo cloudswarm swords. The lightning it shot out was much different than that of his sword. Instead of a golden color, it was instead mixed with a deep black as if it had been refined by an evil technique. Although this was the case, the black lightning was exceedingly powerful and even took the upper hand in its clash against the gold lightning. Han Li couldn't help but let out a gloomy sigh. He didn't expect that his original doubts were accurate. He had felt a familiar aura upon seeing the arrow embedded in the skeleton's skull. It was quite similar to his own gold lightning bamboo, but it occasionally released a faint black evil chi, arousing his doubts. After all, according to what he knew, the gold lightning bamboo had only appeared once in the scattered star seas, but it soon disappeared after an unknown number of years. How would chance have it that he would end up encountering it? He had found it incredulous. But now not only was this misleading arrow refined from gold lightning bamboo, but it was also a magic treasure that was refined by the old ghost. What an amazing farce. Han Li couldn't help but reveal a faint, sarcastic smile. But he suddenly recalled something. Had the old ghost taken advantage of when he was examining the skeleton and controlled the arrow, he would have certainly died. With that in mind, he couldn't help but feel increasingly fearful. His back was covered in cold sweat from that lingering fear. It wasn't exactly a surprise that his bamboo cloudswarm swords couldn't beat the arrow. He had tempered his flying swords for far too little time, and he was only capable of relying on the innate ability of the gold lightning bamboo in a fight. It was only natural for it to be inferior to the enemy's magic treasure. Had his 9 flying swords been tempered for a slightly longer time, the enemy's trifling single magic treasure wouldn't be able to contend with it, regardless of whether or not it had also been refined from gold lightning bamboo. But now that he found out that the opponent had a method of restraining the divine devilbane lightning of his flying swords, Han Li was unwilling to launch a full-scale attack. After all, the Green Shadow's true cultivation had not been clearly shown from the very start, even after he had transformed into a youth. In addition, given his adversary's cunning and resourcefulness, his opponent's evil magics and devilish arts would surely be even more weird and troublesome. He doubted if he could do much to stop them. If he were to put his all into the fight, even by giving his 100,000 gold devouring swarm the kill command, his victory still wouldn't be certain. It could be assumed that since the enemy had suddenly put forward a proposal a moment ago, that he was also somewhat fearful of Han Li's own magic treasure and strange techniques. With that thought in mind, Han Li wordlessly beckoned toward his huge sword. With a huge explosion, the huge sword dissolved into the original 9 swords and shot back towards Han Li. When the youth saw this, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Then after some hesitation, he decided to not continue his attack and recalled his magic treasures. After Han Li recalled his flying swords, he indifferently asked as if uncertain, "If your esteemed self truly is Grandmaster Zenith Yin's master, then you must be over 1,000 years old." The youth lowered his head to look at his restored hands and indifferently said, "Before I cultivated the profound soul demonification technique, I was over 600 years old. Although I don't know exactly how much time has passed after I transformed my body into a profound soul, it should be no less than 400 years. Fortunately, I cultivated this profound soul body after scattering my nascent soul. Had I remained in my flesh body, I fear I would have long died in meditation." Han Li remained silent. If what he said was true, this person was a 1,000-year ghost. Han Li couldn't help but be interested in this profound soul demonification technique, which allowed one to break through the limitations of one's lifespan. As such, Han Li slowly said, "Since you say this, then I must truly address you as senior." When the youth heard this, he glimpsed at Han Li and found that Han Li's words were not to his liking. He sneered and said, "Senior? After so many years of being cursed and lauded in the cultivation world, I didn't expect to remain as a bodiless ghost and renounce my opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation, all in order to take revenge on my two traitorous disciples. If you do not clearly explain your origins, then I will greatly damage my own origin chi to ensure you do not leave here alive." Although his voice was exceptionally calm, his words were heavy and chilling, leaving no room for doubt. Han Li bitterly smiled. After some doubt he said, "Wouldn't it be too much of a loss for this junior if only senior got to ask the questions? Could senior also clear up a few of this one's doubts?" The youth was stunned for a moment before roaring with laughter. "Good, very good. I can agree to these conditions. But if you know too much, your life will be difficult to preserve." The youth made a grand display of arrogance. "Hee, senior doesn't need to worry about that. If this one hasn't guessed incorrectly, then senior's cultivation should be at late core formation at most. I'm honestly curious about whether or not I could endure." Han Li asked a probing question while carefully examining the youth's expression. The youth coldly laughed several times, but he didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, causing Han Li to inwardly curse, "Sly old bastard. Let's cut the rubbish. You said that you learned everything from a jade slip, but not my two traitorous disciples. Give it to me." The youth's voice was harsh and cold, carrying an overbearing tone. Han Li frowned. After some hesitation, he patted his storage pouch and flung a jade slip emitting gray chi towards the youth. The youth didn't directly catch the jade slip. Instead, he raised his hand, summoning a black python of black chi to catch it in its mouth and bring it before him. Without moving his limbs, his eyes flashed with blood-red radiance, and he emotionlessly gazed into the jade slip. A short moment later, he withdrew his peculiar gaze and lightly flicked his finger, shooting the jade slip back to Han Li with a whoosh. He then slowly said to Han Li, "Tell me where you received this object. The jade slip doesn't contain enough to disprove a relationship between you and my two traitorous disciples." Han Li faintly smiled and didn't answer, asking his own question instead. Since senior's divine abilities are so great, then surely his reputation must have been equally great. Could senior bestow his grand name to me? When Han Li avoided answering his question and asked his own, the youth was initially furious and his appearance grew fierce. But soon after he thought of something and coldly replied, "You should have heard of me before. The profound master of bones, Xianxia." Profound master of bones? Han Li couldn't recall having heard that name. However, he didn't pay this any mind and calmly said, "Since senior believes this jade slip is insufficient to prove my identity, then my cultivation art should be enough. Senior should have seen that my cultivation art is completely different than what he passed down. Please take another look." Having said that, Han Li flourished his azure essence sword arts to its greatest extent and emitted a blinding azure light from his body. Soon after, Han Li flicked his fingers and shot out 8 azure essence sword streaks towards the walls, resulting in several bowl-thick holes. As for the origin of the jade slip, it is quite simple. Junior exterminated an evil cultivator and unexpectedly acquired it from his body. If senior doesn't believe this, then there is nothing else to say. We can only fight. Han Li lightly patted his hands and spoke mildly. Xianxia stared at Han Li's azure light with an extremely gloomy expression. A long while later, his expression relaxed and he said, "Your cultivation art truly differs from my own profound Yin arts. It isn't even a devil Dao cultivation art. It is only natural for a divine ancestor such as I to see this. However, you have a fiend core avatar and happen to come across this place. It is proper for this old man to be careful. Still, this old man has another question for you. Apart from the jade slip, what else did you acquire from that corpse?" Han Li's expression stirred upon hearing this, and he faintly felt as if this long period of intimidation was all for this final moment. With that thought, Han Li didn't answer and instead calmly asked, "Since senior has cultivated a profound soul body but was trapped here for so many years, there must be many restrictions and flaws to the profound soul demonification technique. For example, there is no way to travel underneath sunlight and you find yourself vulnerable to a particular type of magic tool. Humph. Do you believe I will actually tell you this? The youth couldn't help but grow furious and abruptly interrupt him. Han Li calmly spoke with an indifferent expression. Of course not. So does Senior really believe that Junior is going to tell him about something that Junior shouldn't know about? When Xiaocha heard those cold, mocking words, he was shocked and his furious expression gradually faded away. Chapter 429, Ruined Map Reconstruction. Since you are unwilling to answer, then how about? The Master of Bones changed the topic as if wanting to change his question, but at that moment, clear ringing suddenly came from the old devil's body. The beautiful sounds left Han Li stunned. When the Master of Bones heard this, he was startled but revealed an expression of joyful disbelief. He no longer paid attention to Han Li and struck his own abdomen. With a tear, a white rib bone shot out from his body and flew once around him before landing in his palm. The clear rings were coming from this rib bone. Han Li blinked and revealed puzzlement. He was at a complete loss. With the rib bone in his hand, the old devil's smile grew even stronger. Crush. The old devil exerted force into his grip and turned the bone to dust. A white sphere of light floated from the dust, revealing a black cricket. It croaked without end inside the light sphere, but once it saw the Master of Bones, it stopped chirping and left the light sphere before entering his body. Xiaocha broke into laughter and clutched the light sphere in his hand. The white light soon disappeared to reveal an embroidered cloth stained yellow from age. When Han Li saw this item, he was shocked. That embroidered cloth appeared rather familiar. Didn't it strongly resemble the same map fragment he acquired from the Black Fiend Sect Master one? Could it be they had some relation to one another? Han Li's mind stirred. He knew that this could be a clue to possibly unravel the mystery behind the map fragment. He couldn't help but observe his every movement with wide eyes. Unfortunately, after taking a quick look at it, Xiaocha quickly stuffed the embroidered cloth into his robe. He then calmly gazed at Han Li and said, "Since you have no relation to my two traitorous disciples, I don't have any time to waste on you. I have an important matter to attend to, so let us part ways. I will give you a word of advice before I leave. If you stay here for too long, my sinful disciple might take notice and will rush over here." With that said, Xiaocha ignored any response Han Li might have had and turned into a streak of blood light with a sneer, hastily flying past Han Li towards the entrance. Han Li was initially stunned but soon frowned. His body immediately turned into a blur of flourishing azure light, making a full circle around the main hall. After collecting his former comrades' storage pouches and magic treasures along with turning their corpses to ash, he hurriedly flew out of this place. It seemed the old devil held no interest in the storage pouches of core formation cultivators. Although he didn't know whether he looked upon the belongings of core formation cultivators with disdain or was merely being negligent due to a pressing matter, it proved to be a very convenient situation for Han Li. However, he couldn't help but think of the embroidered cloth. He was also afraid that if he was too slow in leaving, Xiaocha might lay a trap at the exit which would prove greatly troublesome. But when Han Li thought of how Xiaocha had seized control of his avatar, Crooked Soul, Han Li felt a painful fire burning in his heart. However, from his opponent's attack, Han Li felt that his odds of success weren't high, causing him to feel helpless. With that thought, Han Li flew to the surface. That old devil had long disappeared without a trace, leaving Han Li in awe of his amazing movement technique. But when Han Li saw that it was so peaceful and quiet all around him, he recalled how so many people had entered and only he managed to leave. He couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of cold loneliness in his heart. But as soon as those negative emotions appeared, they were thrown to the back of his mind. After all, the path of cultivation was long and arduous. Now was not the time to mourn. Han Li didn't dare to stay for much longer. After getting his bearings, he immediately fled from the island and reached for his storage pouch. After a short moment, an embroidered cloth appeared in his hand with a flash of white light. As he looked at it, he felt his heart thump. He didn't need to carefully inspect it to know that this was undeniably related to Xiaocha's own. Although Han Li didn't know what secrets it concealed, it had caused that deep old schemer to lose his self-control. With that in mind, Han Li couldn't help but examine the embroidered cloth. The originally indistinct map had completely disappeared. However, the map had been replaced with a pattern of a small golden sword of light. Regardless of how Han Li turned the embroidered cloth, the sword of light always pointed towards the northwest. The sword point shot a red line straight towards the edge of the embroidered cloth, releasing a faint fluorescence. Han Li frowned. Although he didn't know the item's specific purpose, if he didn't understand such a simple map as this, then he must be an idiot. This clearly illustrated that the object's holder would meet an opportunity should they follow the small sword to some location. While grasping the map, Han Li became lost in contemplation. It seemed Xianxia had been so hurried because the matter regarding the map was time-sensitive. In addition to his happy expression, it was obvious that the prize was certain to be great. Once Han Li came to this conclusion, he immediately turned his body in the direction indicated by the sword on the map. If he didn't rush, the prize would be seized by others as long as the map didn't expire first. After some slight consideration and a long while of hesitation, he finally decided to follow this direction and left the desolate island in the blink of an eye. About a quarter hour later, a vast eerie black fog rushed towards the island from a distance. After circling around the cave's entrance, the fog scattered to reveal a pale-skinned middle-aged man that appeared to lack even a single drop of blood. When he saw that the restrictions and formation spells were destroyed and the spirit seal pillar had been pushed to the side, he immediately entered the underground cave with furrowed brows. After a short moment, a long, resentful roar came from down below, causing the nearby land to tremble. The middle-aged man then flew out of the cave and towards the sky as a black streak of radiance. He apprehensively looked all around and shot out several tens of streaks of black radiance with a sudden twirl. Those streaks of black radiance turned into huge black birds that searched the nearby 50 kilometers. But when the huge birds returned from their search with nothing to show, the middle-aged man's expression became extremely unsightly. He turned his head towards the sky and didn't make any other movements for a long while. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly broke out into cold laughter. "Old monster, so what if you are able to escape? You are no longer the devilish ancestor of profound bones from before, and I am no longer one of your trifling core formation disciples. Once I am finished with the matters of Heaven Void Hull, I will ferret you out from the scattered star seas." With no further hesitation, he soared through the skies and transformed back into a huge black fog. Then, as if wanting to vent his anger, a black beam of light as thick as a bucket shot out of the black fog, causing the entrance of the cave to cave in and turn into ruins. Afterwards, the black fog flew into the distant sky like a meteor streak. Naturally, Han Li was unaware of what had just taken place. He was flying in the direction of the map, pushing his magic treasure at his greatest speed. As he was fearful of coming across the Master of Bones, Han Li was extremely vigilant and would occasionally release the entirety of his spiritual sense to check for an ambush. After several days of flight, nothing unexpected had occurred, much to Han Li's relief. But one day, just as Han Li was hastening on his journey, he suddenly heard the sound of conflict coming from ahead of him. From the faint explosions and dazzling flashes of light, it seemed that there were cultivators in the midst of fighting. Han Li frowned and used his powerful spiritual sense to carefully gaze into the distance. A man and a woman were currently fighting against 3 embroidered-clothed cultivators surrounded in an evil chi. However, their strength was pathetically low, and they were only at early foundation establishment. It seemed that the man and the woman were at a disadvantage. Han Li rubbed his nose. Since he knew they weren't a threat, he felt disinclined to taking a detour and prepared to fly past them. As for the cultivators fighting, he wouldn't bother asking them anything. He had something important to attend to. With that thought, Han Li increased his speed and rushed forth as a streak of green light, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. The combatants were greatly shocked and happened to all recoil away from him and retrieve their magic tools. As Han Li flew past them, he paused for a moment and casually swept his gaze over them. The female cultivator from the male-female pair seemed to recognize Han Li. She shouted with joy, "Elder Han, I am the main disciple of the exquisite sound sect's envoy of the right. Those 3 cultivators are from our sect's great enemy, the poisonous dragon union." 1. Chapter 331. Chapter 430. When Han Li was startled by her yell and he couldn't help but look over and examine the woman. "You're a disciple of the exquisite sound sect?" Han Li asked with a calm expression. The young woman appeared to be about 20 years of age and had a face of soft jade with skin as fair as snow. Her flowery expression of pleasant surprise revealed a very sweet charm. Disciple Wen Xiyue pays her respect to Elder Han. This lovely young woman hastily flew to Han Li's side and respectfully gave him a bow. Her body wasn't lacking in neither grace, given her firm chest and ample bottom. In addition to the young woman's sweet voice, he could detect an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance from her. Han Li calmly sized her up and slowly asked, "How did you recognize me? Have I seen you before?" Han Li felt slightly puzzled as he was certain that this was the first time he had seen her. Although this is the first time Junior has paid her respects to Senior, the sect master hung several of Senior's portraits in the offerings hall. "I've seen them every time I passed by," the young woman respectfully said. Han Li was stunned and didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't think that those 3 women from the Exquisite Sound sect would actually do something like this. This must be one of their method of disseminating the fact that he had become the Exquisite Sound sect's elder. Despite feeling slightly gloomy, his face didn't reveal the slightest peculiarity, and he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man to the side, and spoke with a slight smile. "Brother Wen, I haven't seen you in so many years. It seems you're doing well." Ever since the middle-aged man saw Han Li, his face had appeared odd. Now, his expression had become even more complicated. When he looked at Han Li, his gaze seemed to contain both admiration and a feeling of self-inferiority. "I didn't expect that Senior Han would still recognize me. Although I've seen your portrait at the Exquisite Sound sect, I didn't dare to believe it given that so much time had passed. Congratulations on Senior's core formation." He spoke with slight bitterness. This middle-aged man was actually the youth Wen Chong that Han Li originally met at Stalwart Star Island. Although his appearance resembled that of his youth, his hair was now growing white, and his face showed signs of aging. It seemed he was on the verge of appearing elderly. "There is no need for Brother Wen to call me Senior. After all, we were acquainted when we were still of the same generation." Han Li spoke with a smile. Han Li saw that Wen Chong was only at mid-foundation establishment and wouldn't have any hope of core formation. Han Li couldn't help but inwardly sigh upon seeing a youth at his prime had become so elderly. In truth, even if Wen Xiyue didn't yell for him to stop, he would have done so anyways. With his outstanding memory, he would have recognized Wen Chong from a single glance despite not having met him many times. As he had originally given Han Li a good impression, it was only natural for Han Li to lend him aid in passing and not stand by and watch him die. After hearing Han Li, Wen Chong stated that he didn't dare to do so. Han Li could only follow suit. When the young woman heard the two chatting, her mouth slightly widened from alarm. Her soft, spirited eyes blinked several times wanting to ask something. But she was interrupted when Han Li spoke with a cold voice towards the 3 enemies. "Where do you 3 think you're going? Did I say you could leave?" The 3 enemy cultivators were panic-stricken upon seeing a hostile core formation cultivator arrive. But after seeing that Han Li didn't seem to mind them and was happily chatting, they couldn't help but slowly fall back and test their luck. The 3 turned deathly white upon hearing Han Li. After exchanging a mutual glance, they immediately flew off on their magic tools with defensive magic tools and barriers of all colors at their side. "Humph! You're courting death." Han Li coldly snorted and lightly flicked his finger, shooting out 3 brilliant streaks of azure light, appearing behind them in a single instant. Pif, pif. The 3 cultivators' magic tools and defensive barriers were shredded through like paper by the thick sword lights. With 3 simultaneous miserable screams, their magic tools filled the sky with fluorescent lights before disappearing without a trace. After the young woman and Wen Chong watched Han Li's extermination of the 3 Poison Dragon Union cultivators, they couldn't help but look at Han Li with even greater respect. Han Li inwardly nodded his head. While these 3 azure essence sword streaks appeared unremarkable, they actually consumed a significant amount of spiritual power. Regardless, Han Li was quite satisfied as they were able to kill Foundation establishment cultivators in a single strike. It seemed that the azure essence sword streaks had increased in power along with his cultivation. Han Li seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Ah, that's right. Since you both have the surname Wen, does that mean?" When Wen Chong heard Han Li, his face revealed embarrassment and he replied, "Senior Han jests. Xiyue is my daughter." Han Li was stunned but soon burst into laughter. Then I must congratulate Brother Wen. Fellow Daoist Siyue has reached foundation establishment at such a young age. Perhaps she will one day reach core formation as well. Having heard that, Wen Chong laughed with a prideful expression. I won't conceal this from Senior Han. Siyue is truly my pride. She became foundation establishment after only a little more than 20 years. I have high hopes for her. While I won't be progressing any farther, I can only hope for her to travel farther than I ever did. Wen Chong then looked at the young woman with a tender expression, causing Siyue to turn her head away in embarrassment. Han Li looked at the young woman with a smile and faintly nodded his head. Wen Siyue was gifted with remarkable aptitude. Afterwards, Wen Chong and Han Li each spoke about their own experiences. Although they didn't have a particularly deep friendship, meeting an old friend after many years of separation was always a pleasant matter. From their excited chat, Han Li heard a story that was not uncommon to cultivators with mediocre aptitudes throughout the scattered star seas. Not long after Han Li departed, Wen Chong's master had met the end of his lifespan during cultivation. After muddling around Stalwart Star Island for several tens of years, he managed to barely break through to the foundation establishment stage. After that, he started to wander through all sorts of islands and accumulated experience. Then after some time he met a female disciple from the Exquisite Sound sect and became one of their external affairs disciples. From then on he handled all sorts of miscellaneous tasks for the Exquisite Sound sect. But shortly after his daughter Siyue was born, his wife died from a strange illness. Due to his deep love for his wife, he decided not to remarry and raised Wen Siyue by himself. Naturally, she had been brought in to be a disciple of the Exquisite Sound sect. Having heard this, Han Li inwardly sighed several times and bitterly laughed. In contrast, his own experiences were quite simple. Apart from cultivation, there was practically nothing for him to talk about. But in the end, Han Li asked the father-daughter pair why they were fighting at this remote place. In response, Wen Chong appeared furious while his daughter appeared sad. Han Li was greatly baffled by this. After some hesitation, Wen Chong slowly gave an explanation. When Wen Siyue grew to adulthood, she was to marry a young cultivator with limitless prospects and become his Dao companion. Unfortunately, the young cultivator perished in a fight against other cultivators shortly after they were wed. As such, the newly available and charming Wen Siyue attracted the eyes of many male cultivators in the sect. But as Wen Siyue was just recently widowed, she didn't wish to quickly remarry. As such, she turned down her many requests for pair cultivation. Consequently, she unconsciously offended a high ranker in the Exquisite Sound sect and was assigned to a dangerous and strenuous task. She had to retrieve a precious material from within the Poison Dragon Union's territory. With his daughter in such a dangerous situation, Wen Chong naturally couldn't stand idly by and instead accompanied his daughter on the journey. However, their secret tasks had been discovered by the Poison Dragon Union at an unknown time through unknown means. As a result, the father-daughter pair had been chased down by three Poison Dragon Union cultivators and were forced to fight with their lives on the line. If chance had not brought Han Li by them, they were certain to have met a horrible end. Upon hearing Wen Chong's indignant words, Han Li stroked his chin and remained silent for a long while. Wen Chong's words implied that he wanted Han Li to seek justice on their behalf. However, this was only one side of the story, and he wasn't willing to recklessly involve himself in the internal affairs of the Exquisite Sound sect over such a shallow friendship. After muttering to himself, Han Li slowly replied while Wen Chong watched expectantly, "Since Brother Wen is also an Exquisite Sound sect member, he should know I am a member only in name. I have never involved myself with the inner affairs of the sect. However, if this matter is as Brother Wen described and fellow Daoist Siyue has been greatly wronged, I will mention this matter to Fairy Violet Spirit the next time I see her. But if she doesn't do anything about this, I'm not quite sure what can be done." Having heard that Han Li was unwilling to personally take matters into his own hands, Wen Chong felt slightly disappointed. He also knew that his friendship with Han Li wasn't deep. Even saving him and his daughter could already be considered as cherishing their old friendship. He repeatedly expressed his thanks without any complaints and had Wen Siyue kowtow in respect to Han Li, but Han Li had refused with a smile. However, Han Li then asked with slight confusion, Isn't fellow Taoist Siwei the personal disciple of the envoy of the right? Why don't you raise this matter to her? When Siwei appeared even sadder and explained with a soft voice, Senior Han doesn't know this, but this mission was assigned by a close relative of my master. My master had wished for us to become Tao companions, but my refusal caused her to become very angry. With that said, the woman wore a helpless expression, revealing an appearance of tragic beauty. Han Li couldn't help but stare for a moment before forcing himself to turn his head towards Wen Chong for fear of looking longer. He said, I am here on an important matter and cannot journey together with you. I will be taking my leave. Han Li cupped his hands towards them. The pair naturally refrained from making any unpleasant requests for him to stay and hastily said words of thanks. Han Li then faintly smiled and shot through the sky as an azure streak of light. The father-daughter pair looked in the direction that the azure streak disappeared. After a long while, when Siwei spoke in an angry, cute voice, Father, you never told me that you were actually old friends with our sect's elder Han. From your chat, you also seem to have met him before he entered core formation. Could you tell your daughter about it? Elder Han is actually quite a mystery to us. Near the end, her angry voice had turned to one of strong curiosity. When Chong sighed and lovingly said, Your father and Senior Han had only met several times. We don't have a deep relationship. In addition, I had met him when our cultivations were quite low. When I suddenly saw him in the offerings hall, I was truly shocked and felt restless several days later. For this person to actually enter core formation and become our sect elder is a truly inconceivable affair. When Chong couldn't help but then recall the moment when Han Li recognized him. He then stopped talking and became absent-minded for a short time. When Siwei saw that her father was thinking of something and silently waited at his side. The father and daughter peacefully floated in the sky with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The nearby empty oceans suddenly flooded with activity. Every few days, cultivators hurriedly flew across this location high above with pleasant surprise. At this location, there was a huge palace floating in the sky without the slightest movement. The palace was about 400 meters tall and was crafted from flawless white jade. It was exquisitely beautiful and released sparkling twinkles of light. Surrounding it was a layer of dense golden light that encompassed about 4,000 meters in height. The cultivators that were traveling to it flew into the palace without any hesitation and easily passed through the barrier with a flash of white light. One day, a streak of azure light arrived below the palace and came to a sudden stop. The azure light faded away to reveal a youth with a common appearance, Han Li, who had followed the direction of his map. He looked at the embroidered clothed map with slight hesitation and glanced around, ensuring that nothing else was nearby. He had found nothing after looking down at the sea for a long time. Han Li's hesitation only grew stronger. With a sudden thought coming to mind, he abruptly raised his head. Upon seeing the exquisite jade palace floating among the clouds, Han Li gasped with surprise. He blankly stared at the palace for a long while before he recovered from his shock. He didn't immediately approach the palace hall, instead deciding to deliberate for a moment. But suddenly his expression stirred and his body flashed with azure light, causing him to disappear without a trace. A short moment later, a scarlet cloud rushed over and stopped close to where Han Li had just been. The red cloud scattered to reveal a red-haired old man with an embroidered cloth in hand. He looked at the embroidered cloth in his hand and coldly examined his surroundings. When he turned his head to the sky and saw the palace, he couldn't help but reveal joy. Soon after, the red-haired old man flew up into the sky in a red cloud without a second thought. Then with a flash of white light, the old man passed through the gold light barrier. Han Li reappeared nearby shortly after. With a creased brow, his expression began incessantly shifting. In the following week, Han Li patiently concealed himself nearby and saw two other core formation cultivators enter the palace's light barrier. They also had an embroidered cloth map. One day Han Li's patience had finally run dry, and he flew towards the golden barrier. With a flip of his hand, he took out his map and slowly poured spiritual power into it. The map then released a white spiritual light and wrapped Han Li within it. Taking a step forward, Han Li easily passed through the barrier as if nothing was there. After turning his head back toward the light barrier, Han Li flew towards the beautiful palace without any lingering hesitation. After flying closer to the palace, Han Li became aware of the huge, silver ancient characters that hung 40 meters above the entrance of the palace, Heaven Void Hall. Not only were these characters grand and imposing, but the stroke edges were extremely incisive. After only a quick glance, his eyes felt a faint, dull ache. He hastily lowered his head in fright, not daring to look any further. With gritted teeth, Han Li then carefully walked into the palace as he gazed into its depths. Han Li was amazed once he entered. He saw a straight, narrow passage made completely of translucent, fine jade. He couldn't see its end. It was 9 meters wide and 12 meters tall, causing those who walked through it to feel an uncomfortable mental pressure. Han Li frowned and released his spiritual sense after some thought, but his expression immediately revealed surprise as his spiritual sense met a wall in every direction and was forcibly bounced back. He couldn't even spread out his spiritual sense, let alone search the palace with it. Han Li's eyes flashed with spirited light, and he attentively examined a jade wall, discovering a flicker of faint sparkling light. He would have missed it had he not been paying close attention. It seemed this entire passage restricted those with great capabilities. Han Li then extended his finger and lightly stroked the fine jade. Although he couldn't recognize the exact type of restrictions, he knew they contained deep and immeasurable spiritual power, causing Han Li's heart to slightly tremble. He silently withdrew his finger and pondered for a moment with chin in hand before raising his head and deciding to walk forward. With narrowed eyes, Han Li calmly looked around the interior of the passage as he walked through. Since there were restrictions in place, he didn't have to be fearful that someone was concealed nearby and was about to ambush him, allowing him to continue on without fear. However, this ravine-like passage was truly long. He walked for the time it took to finish a meal, before finally reaching its end where an exit made of water-blue radiance appeared before his eyes. With roused spirits, Han Li hurriedly walked through it. Han Li's eyes shrunk and he instantly grew alarmed. The blue radiance revealed a huge hall. The hall spanned 1,500 meters and was extremely imposing. Even if several thousand people were present, it wouldn't be crowded in the slightest. But even odder was that several tens of huge jade pillars were evenly distributed throughout the hall. Not only was the jade pillar several meters thick, but it was also exquisitely carved with all sorts of rare, strange beasts that some of which he had never seen before. Each one was vivid and lifelike, containing their own unique spiritual chi. At the very top of these pillars were several tens of cultivators, each wearing their own clothes and standing or sitting at their own volition. Apart from a few cultivators, each of them were monopolizing a single pillar. Furthermore, there was nobody loudly talking. They were all minding their own business. Han Li's arrival had lazily drawn the attention of a small portion of the cultivators. However, a few of them revealed shock upon seeing him. Han Li revealed a bitter smile as he had also recognized them. Chapter 432. Grandmaster Zenith Een. Among the people already in the hall was the bone sage that he had separated from recently. He was sitting cross-legged at a jade pillar in the corner of the hall, icily staring at him with unconcealed surprise. At another jade pillar was a woman staring at Han Li with surprise. She was the exquisite sound sex fairy violet spirit. An elegant man wearing an azure jacket with a composed appearance stood at her side. When the man saw that fairy violet spirit's expression was slightly odd, he couldn't help but take measure of Han Li. Seeing that Han Li appeared youthful, his eyes coldly glinted, and he asked fairy violet spirit a few questions. As a result, fairy violet spirit gracefully smiled and whispered to the man as if she were explaining Han Li's identity. Han Li frowned and turned his eyes away from them. His gaze focused on another area where someone had gazed at Han Li with ill intent. Han Li was baffled to find an old man with a face of fury looking towards him. Han Li was startled for a moment before recognizing him and feeling annoyed. That person was the 6 United Palace's Elder Miao. Due to the matter of the infant carp beast, Elder Gu had wished to kill him. However, Han Li took advantage of the great damage to his origin chi and his wondrous formation spell restrictions to turn the tables and eliminate him. Many years had passed since this had occurred, but Elder Miao still recognized him. It seemed he felt rather deeply about Elder Gu's death. Han Li inwardly muttered to himself, but found he didn't particularly care about it anymore. After observing the rest of the hall, there were no other cultivators he recognized. Thus after some slight hesitation he casually found a jade pillar with no one on it and flew to its top. He sat cross-legged before sizing up a few of the other cultivators that he didn't recognize. Because Han Ai's spiritual sense was restricted, he wasn't able to make out the cultivation of others. He only knew that a majority of cultivators here were at core formation or higher, with foundation establishment cultivators in a small minority. There may even be a nascent soul eccentric or two among them. With that in mind, Han Li carefully examined the others while he sat on the pillar. Some time later he had identified the two that were most likely to be nascent soul cultivators. One was a yellow-robed, thin-faced old Confucian scholar. He leisurely held his back with one hand while looking through a shabby jade slip with the other. He occasionally swayed his head with interest. He seemed incredibly bookish. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing spotless white clothes. She was surrounded with a bone-chilling aura, preventing any strangers from approaching her. At the moment, the icy beauty was expressionlessly cleaning her jet-black long sword. She appeared extremely proud. Ever since Han Li had entered the hall, he hadn't seen her look in any other direction. Although the other cultivators also appeared calm and indifferent, their easy mannerisms seemed somewhat forced when compared to those two. In addition, a large portion of the cultivators in the hall gazed at these two with a trace of respect that was absent when they looked at other cultivators. It was this slight difference that made Han Li certain that these two were nascent soul experts. Originally, Han Li understood that apart from those two, there were certain to be other extraordinary individuals that couldn't be underestimated. A most obvious example would be the Bone Sage. Although the old devil's cultivation was only at late core formation, he was far superior to other late core formation cultivators in a fight, second only to true nascent soul cultivators. Who could possibly know what other hidden tigers lay in wait amongst the group? Han Li inwardly muttered to himself for a moment, having seemingly forgotten that he himself could dispatch similar grade cultivators without much effort. In any case, Han Li grew increasingly cautious after his musings and would occasionally ponder the true strength of those gathered here. This probably wasn't going to end up being a boring meeting of cultivators. After all, the mystery displayed in the embroidered cloth map fragment and the floating heaven void hall had even attracted a few nascent soul cultivators. This guaranteed that something extraordinary was about to occur. Unfortunately, he was completely ignorant of the details. Otherwise, he would be planning his future actions, thereby reducing his exposure to danger and limiting any disadvantages he might suffer from sudden surprises. With the situation being what it was, Han Li could only act in accordance to how events played out. As Han Li was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a sound transmission from the Bone Sage. "Youngster, I didn't expect you'd also have a heaven void map fragment. How about we cooperate in this treasure hunt?" Treasure hunt? Upon hearing those two words, Han Li's heart glowed with joy, knowing that it was correct for him to come. With an unchanged expression, he calmly replied, "How does Senior intend to cooperate with me? Please give me an explanation." The Bone Sage's expression brightened after hearing that Han Li hadn't refused. Just as he was thinking about what to say, two people swaggered into the hall. When Han Li and the Bone Sage saw the two, their expressions greatly changed. While Han Li's expression had only slightly paled, the Master of Bone's face completely distorted with his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty craze. Fortunately, his mind was quick and this expression only lasted for an instant before his calm expression reappeared. The two that entered hadn't taken notice of the Bone Sage's abnormality. However, Han Li inwardly grumbled upon seeing the two, as one of them was Zenith Een Island's young island lord Wuxia. Although Han Li was unfamiliar with the pale-faced, slender-eyed middle-aged cultivator by his side, he had a faint guess about who he was and couldn't help but feel regret for having come here. At that moment, the middle-aged man brought Wuxia into the hall and coldly swept his gaze in every direction. Soon, his gaze fell upon a cultivator with a sallow face and he coldly laughed. The sallow-faced cultivator paled and his body slightly trembled. But after some quick thought he immediately stood straight. "Good, very good." After finishing his chilling laughter, his eyes coldly glinted and fell upon Han Li. When his gaze fell upon Han Li, he felt as if a viper was staring at him and felt his hair stand on end. Despite his calm appearance, his heart was in great disarray. Han Li immediately felt amazement. The middle-aged man unexpectedly revealed a trace of unconcealed pleasant surprise upon seeing him. Although his expression soon became calm once more, Han Li was able to clearly see it. This caused Han Li to be at a loss with doubts pouring into his mind. The Bone Sage also saw this and was stunned. But soon after, his eyes shifted several times, and he lowered his head in contemplation. At that moment, the middle-aged man blankly looked at the old Confucian scholar and the beautiful woman for a moment before restraining his cold gaze. He amiably cupped his hands to the two and said, "I didn't expect to see South Crane Island's brother Qing and White Wall Mountain's Lady Wen. I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you. There is no disrespect. My clan is comparable to your own Zenithine Island. We only happened to meet by chance. After all, this is an opportunity that only occurs once every 300 years. I've also heard that Man Huzi acquired a Heaven Void map fragment as an offering. He should be coming shortly. When the time comes, us old bastards will gather together once more." The old man put away the jade slip and spoke with an insincere smile. "Man Huzi is also coming?" The middle-aged man's expression changed as if greatly fearful of that name. "That's right. I heard that his life is quickly coming to an end. He is coming to Heaven Void Hall to find life-prolonging fruit to refine a few life-lengthening pills in hopes he may live a few more years." The old man spoke proudly with a voice containing hints of cold mockery. The icy beautiful woman continued to look down at her sword treasure as she cleaned it, completely ignoring their conversation. When Han Li heard their conversation, he couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. He had acquired quite a bit of information from those few words. The middle-aged man next to Wu Chou was actually Grandmaster Zenith Yin, and their words revealed that there was yet another nascent soul cultivator to come. There were also life-prolonging spirit medicines in Heaven Void Hall. Inconceivable. It was no wonder that nascent soul experts so impatiently rushed here. Chapter 433. 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng. As Han Li pondered about the information he had just received, he was also wondering whether or not he wanted to wade through these muddy waters. Although he didn't know what was about to come, this strange palace in the sky seemed similar to the state of Yu's trial by blood and fire and had been completely constructed by ancient cultivators. Although it contained many treasures, its dangers were quite plentiful as well. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's unexplainable expression had scared him quite a bit. Could he be plotting something? Regardless of anything else going on, it would be wiser for Han Li to immediately withdraw. However, he had gathered from those old eccentric's words that this place only opened once every 300 years. If he were to turn back now, he'd never have another chance. This was enough cause for further hesitation. While Han Li was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the Bone Sage's voice. "Youngster, do you have anything on you that Zenithine might want by any chance? I can't think of another reason that he would look at you like that. If I guessed correctly, he wants to dispose of you." Although the Bone Sage spoke indifferently, his words obviously contained a trace of mockery. Han Li mentally snorted and replied, "If Island Lord Zenith Yin were to learn that your esteemed self is here, he'd probably be very interested. He'd almost certainly want to have a proper chat with his long-lost master." "You dare threaten me?" the Bone Sage asked sinisterly. "I wouldn't dare. Given Senior's status and abilities, how could I ever dare to do so? However, it's probably in Senior's best interest to not take delight in others' misfortune. Else, I might accidentally have a slip of the tongue when my life is in danger and unintentionally implicate Senior." Han Li replied expressionlessly. The Bone Sage remained silent for some time. Han Li believed he had flown into a rage from embarrassment and didn't wish to speak with Han Li any further. But that had only been greater cause of shock when he suddenly heard a string of icy words that left him pleasantly surprised. "Do you wish to form a nascent soul? Senior, what are you getting at?" Han Li asked, forcefully restraining the excitement within his heart. "Hehe, what do I mean? My words were quite simple. I know of an item that will double your chances of forming a nascent soul. It's located in Heaven Void Hall. There's no other item that can do this. If you join hands with me and seize the opportunity to eliminate my traitorous disciple Zenith Yin, I will tell you the method for acquiring it. How about it? Since I cultivated the Tao of the Demon Ghost, I can't use this item. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even mentioned it to you. And even if you do not agree to join hands with me, it seems that Zenith Yin will take the initiative to find you either way. When that time comes, The Bone Sage made use of the carrot and the stick while expressing his unconcealed malice towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin. Han Li didn't immediately decide. He instead sat in silence and frowned, deep in thought. The Bone Sage's youthly incarnation also appeared quite calm and unhurried. He believed a core formation cultivator was incapable of refusing such a huge offer. He just needed to calmly wait for Han Li's eventual agreement. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Yin and Wu Chou flew to the old Confucian scholar's pillar and chatted intermittently, occasionally saying something to the beautiful woman surnamed Wen. However, the beautiful woman closed her eyes after she finished polishing her sword. It seemed she didn't pay them any attention. Grandmaster Zenith Yin didn't appear angry or embarrassed at this cold treatment and continued to speak with a smile. It was clear he's the shrewd type. Han Li slightly brought these people into his gaze and grew increasingly fearful of Grandmaster Zenith Yin. Not only was this person's cultivation deep, but his wits far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. What else could have forced the Bone Sage to tread the Tao of a demon ghost and abandon his path to reincarnation? The Bone Sage clearly hated not being able to grind his traitorous disciples' bones and scatter their ashes. However, regardless of the resentment between the old Devil's Bone Sage and Zenith Yin's gaze towards Han Li was far from friendly. Although it can't be said that he had no chance of escaping from a nascent soul cultivator. In a true confrontation, that possibility was pathetically small. After all, there was too great of a difference between early core formation and the nascent soul stage. Even if his magic treasure and gold-devouring beetles were even more powerful, he would still be slaughtered without much effort on their part. After some consideration, Han Li eventually responded to the Bone Sage. "Give me an explanation of that item you mentioned. Does it have anything to do with what you said about becoming a nascent soul cultivator?" "Of course. So long as you are willing to join hands with me, I will unquestionably divulge a few things to you." The Bone Sage was slightly delighted and stealthily replied. Han Li didn't immediately respond and bluntly closed his eyes, pretending to refine qi. The item is called 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng. It is an item of transformed heaven-earth spiritual qi. Although its main body is a spiritual herb, its pure spiritual nature causes it to transform into an animal or insect, allowing it to move about on their own. It is quite good at hiding. Many years ago, I saw this item in the Heaven Void Hall. At the time, my cultivation was far too low, and I didn't have any appropriate magic tools on hand. As such, I was forced to let it go. The second time I came here, I was at the nascent soul stage and no longer needed to waste the effort to acquire it. But it should prove quite useful to you. The Bone Sage spoke as if he had been unwilling to let it go. 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng? Han Li took a cold breath. Han Li had long known of this legendary immortal herb. Although Han Li had often seen this herb mentioned in ancient medicine herb records, he believed this item had appeared in the mortal world during times of antiquity. Could this item actually exist in Heaven Void Hall? Nevertheless, discovering 1 or 2 stalks of such an immortal herb wasn't impossible. However, this was that first time that he heard the 9 Curl Spirit Ginseng was useful in condensing a nascent soul. The records had always been vague about its specific uses and hardly mentioned them. Could this old devil have lied to me so that I would cooperate with him? Han Li suspected. Perhaps having guessed Han Li's doubt, the Bone Sage continued, "Be at ease. When we break through the barrier, I will first help you acquire this item at the second pass. Then after we eliminate my traitorous disciple, I will give you a secret recipe. So long as you create the medicine pill in accordance to its instructions, it will greatly increase your odds of condensing a nascent soul. However, I've also come to Heaven Void Hall in search of useful cultivation materials. When the time comes, you will have to lend me your assistance so that I might prove more successful." The Bone Sage took the initiative to eliminate Han Li's doubts and raised a condition that answered a majority of Han Li's suspicions. "Fine. If you're truly certain about being able to kill Zenith Yin, I might lend my assistance." Han Li eventually agreed to forming a temporary alliance with the Bone Sage. In truth, this alliance was quite weak and it was quite difficult to say how long it would last. Perhaps it would even fracture immediately after Grandmaster Zenith Yin had been killed. Han Li inwardly let out a long sigh. From the old devil's tone, this actually wasn't his first time here. Having an experienced ally was far better than fumbling around on his own. At the very least he could learn a bit about the basics of Heaven Void Hall and unquestionably trust the Bone Sage's desire to kill Grandmaster Zenith Een. With that, Han Li and the Bone Sage came to an agreement, and Han Li started to make some indirect inquiries about the Heaven Void Hall. After having a long, stealthy chat with the Bone Sage, Han Li's expression became unsightly. It seemed that opportunity and danger walked hand in hand. This trip to the Heaven Void Hall in particular would prove to be extremely dangerous. He couldn't help but sigh. Soon after, his mind drifted and he began to refine qi in meditation. Inside the hall, Han Li didn't need to worry about any sudden attacks. From his earlier tests, apart from some floating techniques and other such minor magic techniques, any other techniques couldn't be cast. Any magic power used past a certain point would dissolve. Even the magic treasures contained in one's body would be like a dead, magicless object. These restrictions were amazing. In the following week, the cultivators in the hall grew more and more numerous, eventually gathering over 100 people. The jade pillars had long been filled by other cultivators. Those that came later could only find a spot to sit on the floor and rest there for the time being. Chapter 434. Gathering. Fewer and fewer cultivators arrived until many days later when the gradual flow ceased. However, Grandmaster Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar were sitting in silence with solemn expressions. They would occasionally sweep their gaze across the room as if they were waiting for something. Could they be waiting for Manhuzi? Han Li naturally noticed this and was very curious. As such, he also kept an eye out. When afternoon arrived, footsteps could be heard from the entrance of the hall. With several flashes of blue radiance, two people walked into the hall one at a time. One of them was an old Taoist with a reddish complexion, and the other was an old man dressed as a farmer with a bitter expression on his thin, dark face. After these two appeared, the cultivators in the hall became restless. A majority of people looked at the two with a trace of respect. Seemed these two were quite famous. Grandmaster Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar looked at them with ill intent. Grandmaster Zenith Yin's expression was particularly harsh. The two newly arrived experts returned the other party's hostile gazes upon seeing them. The old Taoist snorted and said, "Old Devil Zenith Een, you've arrived quite early. It seems you of the Devil Tao are quite determined to come out on top during this Heaven Void Hall." Tung Wuzi 1. It isn't that this Grandmaster arrived early, but you hypocrites arrived far too late. As I was of the opinion that your map fragments information was false, I wasn't expecting you to arrive. This also good. This Grandmaster now has the opportunity to surpass you. Grandmaster Zenith Een responded with a sinister expression. Who is it that you think you're going to surpass, Zenith Een? Please enlighten us. Without waiting for the old Taoist to strike back, another voice resounded throughout the hall. When Zenith Een and the old Confucian scholar heard the new voice, their expressions greatly changed. The taciturn beautiful woman suddenly raised her head and coldly spoke while staring at the hall's entrance. "Wantiaming too, you've arrived. It seems Lady Wen has also arrived. Why does my appearance surprise you?" After this was said, a blur shot in from the outside and revealed a middle-aged man with a violet robe and jade belt. This person had a squarish face and a large brow with white shiny teeth. He indifferently glanced at the beautiful woman before turning his gaze towards Grandmaster Zenith Een. His very presence exuded an imposing aura. Grandmaster Zenith Een shut his lips with an eerie expression and remained silent in response to this man's blunt gaze. This greatly shocked Han Li. He couldn't help but closely examine the new arrivals. Han Li bewilderedly guessed that since an early nascent soul cultivator such as Grandmaster Zenith Een was somewhat fearful of them, this person must be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. From what he saw, the three new arrivals should be cultivators of the Scattered Star Sea's righteous Tao. As for Zenith Een and the others, they should be of the devilish Tao. The earlier restlessness of the hall had been immediately quelled by the middle-aged man's arrival. Only the faint whispering of "Sect Master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment" could be heard. Obviously, the middle-aged man seemed to have a higher status when compared to the other two. "Wan Tianming, was my sword attendant injured by one of your disciples?" The beautiful woman surnamed when asked this question without restraint, as if fearless of this person. "That is obviously untrue. It was just that my sect's disciples saw that your sword attendant's cultivation was quite good and they merely wanted to swap pointers." Could it be that Lady Wen wishes for a violent escalation of hostilities over such a small matter? Wan Tianming's eyes narrowed as he spoke with an indifferent expression. Swapping pointers. My sword attendant is only at early foundation establishment. Your disciples were clearly bullying her and deliberately embarrassing our sect. The beautiful woman's face grew cold. Humiliate Madame's sect? I don't dare. For the sake of the Archsaint's reputation, I will later have those disciples offer you their humble apologies. The middle-aged man slightly frowned and spoke without much care. What does this matter of mine have to do with my lord husband? If you are unwilling, then how about I use my virtuous duality sword arts to swap pointers with Sect Master Wan? The beautiful woman became even more furious at his words. Compare notes with Lady Wen? Let's forget that. If the Archsaint of the Six Paths 3 were to know that I bullied his wife, he would seek my life. I don't wish to incite a great war between the righteous and devilish Tao. Wan Tianming chuckled as if he found it ridiculous. When the beautiful woman heard this, her face reddened. After a final glare, she dropped the matter. While the beautiful woman had let the matter drop with the middle-aged man, the middle-aged man was unwilling to do the same with Grandmaster Zenith Yin. He sneered at Grandmaster Zenith Yin. But just as he thought to say something, a rumble vibrated from the passage and faintly shook the entire hall. Apart from the nascent soul eccentrics, all of the cultivators looked towards the entrance with alarm. Grandmaster Zenith Yin and the old Confucian scholar looked at each other with a hint of concealed joy. However, Grandmaster Zenith Yin's happy expression seemed forced. Wan Tianming's eyes coldly glinted and flashed with sharp killing intent. The old Taoist and the old farmer also seemed to know who was coming and revealed a trace of worry. The vibrations soon grew stronger and more frequent, eventually revealing an exceptionally tall figure. A blue-robed eccentric with a yellow curly beard suddenly walked in. It seemed that his every step caused the entire hall to sway as if he weighed over 6,000 kilograms. Under everyone's amazed gazes, he took note of the people within the hall without any regards before settling his eyes on Wan Tianming and burst into laughter. I didn't think that great sect master one would come here. It seems it was correct for me to come here. I had always wished to contest myself against Sect Master Wan, but it is unfortunate that I've never had the opportunity until now. The eccentric looked at the middle-aged man with a provocative gaze. I too have looked forward to witnessing Brother Man's heaven-enduring arts, reputed to be the greatest defensive devilish art in the scattered star seas. Wan Tianming coldly glanced at the eccentric and fearlessly replied. Hee hee. Well said, well said. I have been looking forward to experiencing Sect Master Wan's true heaven-sifting arts. The eccentric widely grinned with unconcealed eagerness. Unfortunately for him, Sect Master Wan didn't wish to cause an incident at present. He softly spoke to the old Taoist and the old farmer before the three flew up toward a jade pillar. Afterwards, the old Taoist spoke to the old core formation cultivator on the pillar with a smile. The core formation cultivator then vacated the pillar as if he had received a great favor and moved to a different place. When the eccentric saw this, his face held a trace of mockery. After raising his head and looking around, his body suddenly blurred before reappearing on a jade pillar. As chance would have it, the jade pillar happened to be Han Li's. When Han Li saw this, his expression turned to shock. Get lost. This place is mine. Just as the eccentric appeared on the pillar, he icily spoke to Han Li with a cold stare. Han Li's expression abruptly turned unsightly, and he involuntarily clenched his sleeved fists with force. He stayed silent, thinking of forcefully staying a moment. But he soon jumped off the jade pillar, followed by the wild laughter of the eccentric. Han Li's face was covered in an icy frost. Although it was extremely embarrassing, he could only endure it for the time being. After all, the hall's restrictions may be able to prevent cultivators from acting, but he wasn't sure whether or not these restrictions had as large of an influence on a nascent soul cultivator. He didn't wish to put his life at risk by allowing himself to be overwhelmed with emotion. Suppressing a bellyful of grievances, he found a clean spot on the floor and sat down. The old Confucian scholar asked the eccentric with a beaming smile, "Brother Man arrived quite late. I had believed that Brother Man had changed his mind. Did you not intend to come?" "How could that be possible? I had come to the Heaven Void Hall in hopes of refining life-lengthening pills. It was just that a few matters along the way had delayed me." As for Wan Tianming's arrival, I was quite amazed. Could it be that he knew that the life-extending fruit had ripened and also wanted to pick a few of them? The eccentric stroked his yellow beard and spoke with slight doubt. I'm not sure. However, there are countless other exceptional treasures in the Heaven Void Hall. Who knows what he came here for? The old Confucian scholar spoke with doubt. Grandmaster Zenith Yin seemed to have thought of something and worryingly said, Wan Tianming is among the top leading figures of the righteous Tao. Does he intend to strive for the Heaven Void Cauldron? Heaven Void Cauldron? That's impossible. If that item were so easily obtained, it would have long been taken away by other cultivators before they ever got the chance. Without waiting for Manhuzi IV to reply, the old Confucian scholar shook his head like a rattle drum. Han Li agreed, as the main character of the story had only just arrived, so how could the MacGuffin have already been taken? 1. The Wuxia in his name can mean enlightened one. 2. Quite suitably, his name Tianming means dawn or daybreak. 3. His title, Six Paths, references the six paths of reincarnation. 4. His name Manhuzi could translate to rough, barbaric, tyrannical beard. Chapter 435. The Heaven Void Cauldron and the Heaven Mend Pill, that might not be certain. I heard that the disciples of the myriad gates of enlightenment have spent the past few years searching for gold thread silkwords. But information regarding their search suddenly stopped, possibly from having found them. With the assistance of these exotic insects, it is quite possible for the master of the myriad gates of enlightenment to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. Grandmaster Zenith Yin frowned and unconsciously looked at Wan Tianming and the others with great worry. The three righteous Tao nascent soul cultivators were currently sitting down cross-legged on a single pillar as if they had no intention of speaking. Humph. Not only is it possible that Wan Tianming possesses gold thread silkworms, I've heard that you, Zenith Yin, have acquired 2 mutant fire serpents from Li Fire Island. Your ambitions for this trip are also quite large. Manhuzi shot Grandmaster Zenith Yin a glance and spoke without restraint. He appeared somewhat disdainful of Grandmaster Zenith Yin's stealthy actions. When Grandmaster Zenith Yin heard this, his expression abruptly changed several times before he recovered his calm. However, he was profusely cursing in his heart. There was no question that his own confidants had divulged this information since it had been heard by Manhuzi. It seems that in addition to acquiring the life-prolonging fruit, Manhuzi wished to keep watch on Grandmaster Zenith Yin's actions along the way. Despite feeling annoyed, Grandmaster Zenith Yin spoke with a blank face. It seems my ineptitude has attracted your ridicule. I have truly acquired 2 mutant fire serpents, but their skills are shallow. As their odds of success are low, I require Brother Man's and Brother Qing's assistance. The old Confucian scholar's heart stirred and he hesitantly asked, Assist you? Do we get any benefits? When Grandmaster Zenith Yin heard this, he revealed a slight smile, choosing to continue with voice transmission rather than speaking. According to the information left behind by the Heaven Void Hall's master, there are several top-grade desolate antiquities left behind from ancient times. Their power should undoubtedly be unmatched. Apart from the Heaven Void Cauldron and a Heaven Mend Pill, how about we evenly split the other items? The old Confucian scholar's face flashed with greed, but after some consideration he took a look at Manhuzi before replying with a voice transmission. I have no problem with this, but it will depend on Brother Man. After all, without Brother Man to pin down Wan Tianming, I wouldn't be able to brave the risk. Grandmaster Zenith Yin wasn't surprised to hear this. He knew that this old Confucian by the name of Layman Qingyi One was truly an old schemer. If he didn't draw in Manhuzi, this matter would have no chance of success. Thus, Grandmaster Zenith Yin turned his head to Manhuzi, passed on his conditions to Manhuzi with a voice transmission. Brother Man, what do you think of my proposal? Are you interested in cooperating? After all, Brother Man should clearly understand that I have no need for the Heaven Mend Pill. It serves no other purpose I can think of apart from making up for the deficiency of 5 elements spiritual roots. Perhaps if Brother Man takes it, his cultivation will greatly progress and he'll be able to break through the limits of his lifespan. Grandmaster Zenith Yin seemed not to mind the unsightly expression he had just shown and spoke excitedly. Humph. From your plan to acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron with 2 fire serpents, I see that your mind is muddled. An unknown number of nascent cultivators have already scoured these halls, but they all returned with disappointment. Do you believe that your plan is so likely to be successful that is it worth braving these great dangers? The danger of the inner halls is far greater than the outer halls. Even if we go in as nascent soul cultivators, there is no guarantee we will come out unscathed. Every successive opening of the Heaven Void Hall doesn't end with only 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators disappearing. Man Huzi snorted and spoke with derision. Brother Man need not worry about this. Just let me ask, if Wan Tianming truly strived for the Heaven Void Cauldron, wouldn't Brother Man want to go and watch it? Grandmaster Zenith Yin calmly asked. Man Huzi's cold smile gradually disappeared after he heard Zenith Yin's question. He narrowed his eyes and a cold glint flashed through his eyes before he slowly said, If Wan Tianming truly wishes to brave the inner halls, then I will travel with you without question. Even if our devil Dao is incapable of obtaining the Heaven Void Cauldron, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the righteous Dao. That's good. So long as Brother Man lends a hand when the time comes, my previous proposal will obviously hold. Naturally, if Lady Wen is willing to lend her assistance, she is more than welcome. Grandmaster Zenith Yin glanced at the beautiful woman with a slight smile. My purpose in coming here is to pick some spiritual herbs. The inner halls are too dangerous, so I will not be going. The beautiful woman surnamed Wen didn't bother to hear out his conditions and coldly declined. A trace of disappointment flashed from Zenith Yin's eyes. Although the beautiful woman was only at early nascent soul stage, her lord husband, the arch-saint of the 6 paths, was a towering, peerless figure amongst those that tread the devil Dao. As he was unwilling to act shamefully in front of Man Huzi, he couldn't persistently ask her and could only wallow in his impotence. However, he naturally didn't dare to force the woman along. Even the devil Dao looks down upon raping another cultivator's wife. All he could do was smile and drop the matter. After all, their group of 3 wasn't at a disadvantage against the righteous Dao, and he was unwilling to offend the woman. After the devil Dao finished their discussions, Wan Tianming and the other 2 righteous Dao cultivators continued openly meditating in silence. It was unknown whether they had finished their plans or if they had prepared countermeasures. Han Li saw all of this while he was sitting in a corner. Although he was quite far away and the majority of their speech was in sound transmissions, he could faintly guess from their occasionally malicious glances towards the righteous Dao. They were likely discussing how to deal with the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment and the others, much to Han Li's delight. So long as the nascent soul cultivators were focused on each other, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to further ensure his safety. Best of all, Grandmaster Zenith Yin wouldn't be capable of attending to him. As Han Li was thinking of what could possibly further increase the chaos, 2 white-clothed old men appeared at the entrance of the hall. Their hair was silver and their jackets were fluttering about, the exact image one would imagine of an immortal. As soon as the many cultivators saw the 2 and recognized them, their gazes revealed respect. Their appearance had brought relief to a large portion of the cultivators in the room. As for the old eccentrics of the devilish and righteous Daos, they all revealed complicated expressions, containing envy, loathing, and even helplessness. The old man with the friendlier appearance of the 2 smiled under the cultivators' many gazes and kindly said, The reason why we didn't preside over this treasure hunt at the Heaven Void Hall was because us 2 saints were in seclusion. But now, us 2 enforcement elders will be supervising this grand occasion on behalf of the Star Palace. The rules of this treasure hunt shall be the same as all the others. Those who casually bully the weak or kill others to seize their treasures will be stopped by us, and will be pursued and exterminated by our Star Palace. However, our supervision will be limited to the outer halls. We will neither enter the inner halls or be involved with any matters that take place there. Thus, if anyone feels uncertain, do not enter the inner halls. In addition, we will not assist any fellow Taoists with the dangers in the Heaven Void halls and will not bat an eye if you perish to them. With this, everyone should understand our intentions. With that said, the white-clothed old man quickly swept their gazes past everyone in the hall like lightning. When the others felt their gaze upon them, they each turned their head away, but when Wan Tianming and Man Huzi felt their gaze sweep past them, they directly returned their gaze. The white-clothed old man were initially startled before frowning. They couldn't help but mutter, "Why have these 2 eccentrics arrived? It seems that a bit of trouble is stirring." The cold-faced old man at his side also had a change of expression, but after a sneer, his expression returned to normal. Soon after, these two enforcement elders of the Star Palace sat down cross-legged at the sides of the entrance, not paying any attention to the uproar that had been caused by their words. All of the other core formation cultivators had greatly varying expressions ranging from worry to joy. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but find this odd. What did the Star Palace hope to gain by acting so benevolently? Could this be a display of the Star Palace's authority? At that moment he heard the voice of the Bone Sage. "Youngster, be careful. The Star Palace aren't flawlessly virtuous. To the best of my knowledge, when either the Devil Dao or the Righteous Dao obtains too much influence, the Star Palace would suppress the respective offender, denying either of the two sides from gaining too much power. In addition, every time the Heaven Void Halls opens, quite a number of Righteous and Devil Dao cultivators die from mysterious causes, possibly from the machinations of the Star Palace. Although you don't belong to the Righteous or Devil Dao, you had best watch yourself. I don't wish for my plans to fail merely because I couldn't find another suitable partner." Although the Bone Sage's voice was indifferent, his words stirred great alarm in Han Li. 1. His specific title is Householder. Chapter 436. Another encounter with Fairy Violet Spirit. Without even the slightest deliberation, Han Li was completely certain that what the Bone Sage had said was true. After all, for the Star Palace to tower over the scattered seas for so many years, they must have resorted to using at least a few tricks. They certainly hadn't come to supervise the Heaven Void Hall today for an empty reason. They most likely held their own plans. With that thought, Han Li's eyes coldly glinted. Although he didn't reply to the Bone Sage, he immediately became increasingly vigilant of the two white-clothed elders. In the following moments, the two white-clothed old men sat still and sank into a state of qi refinement. Their eyes remained closed and they didn't speak another word. This strange atmosphere continued for 3 days. However, only 4 new cultivators arrived during that time. None of them were nascent soul cultivators. Then a sudden change occurred on the morning of the 4th day. A series of booms echoed throughout the hall. Without any warning, a white jade stone door descended, sealing off the entire hall. The gate was covered in a layer of white mist, an obvious indication of its formidable restrictions. Soon there was a faint boom of palace gates closing from a distance far away. A few cultivators in the hall couldn't help but express alarm. But after discovering that the nascent soul cultivators appeared calm, they felt relieved. At that moment, the two white-clothed elders from the Star Palace calmly opened their eyes and stood up. Suddenly, the other cultivators in the hall gazed at them with either confusion or realization. As for the nascent soul cultivators, they expressionlessly gazed at the two's actions in silence. The two calmly walked towards the front of the hall. But before they arrived, the end of the hall lightly trembled to soon reveal several stone slabs releasing a dazzling white radiance. Under everyone's amazed gazes, a 3-meter-wide transportation formation had suddenly appeared. Those among the many cultivators that had yet to see a transportation formation were awed at its appearance, leaving many arrogant cultivators in amazement. The two white-clothed elders walked to the front of the transportation formation and bowed over it before carefully examining it. A while later, the two glanced at each other and nodded. "All right, there are no problems with this transportation formation. You will arrive at the outer halls of the Heaven Void Halls through this. Conduct yourselves well." With that said, the white-clothed old men stepped into the transportation formation. With 2 flashes of white light, they disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the other cultivators in the hall unconsciously looked at each other in dismay. But without waiting to see anyone's reaction, Wan Tianming dropped down from the jade pillar with the old Taoist and the dark, thin old man, walking into the transportation formation without hesitation, disappearing with 3 flashes of white light. By the time the others reacted, those that were relatively close by rushed forwards. Suddenly, the transportation formation started flashing without end. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the cultivators in the hall had disappeared. The Sage of Bones suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Han Li's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He unconsciously turned his gaze towards Grandmaster Zenith Yin to discover that Grandmaster Zenith Yin was looking at him with an unknown intent. Greatly frightened, Han Li hastily turned his gaze away with great unrest in his heart. It seemed that Grandmaster Zenith Yin wasn't about to let him go. In his gloom, Han Li bluntly stood up and walked forward. When Grandmaster Zenith Yin saw Han Li's actions, his mouth formed a strange sneer. This caused the nearby Wu Chou to break his silence, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Venerable ancestor, you seem to be greatly interested in that youngster. Is there something strange about him?" Wu Chou felt truly curious. "That person will prove extremely useful to me. I merely require a bit of his aid." Grandmaster Zenith Yin shook his head and spoke indifferently as if he was unwilling to inform Wu Chou. Wu Chou, who had always received Zenith Yin's favor, felt quite puzzled. At that moment, the Confucian-robed layman Qing Yi lightly coughed and slowly said, "We should set off. There aren't many people left in the hall." Zenith Yin paused for a moment before sweeping his gaze past the few cultivators left in the hall. He replied with a faint smile, "Naturally. If we don't leave soon, the transportation formation will disappear. It will only reappear again a month from now." With that said, Zenith Yin turned into a black cloud and carried off Wu Chou with him. When Layman Qing Yi and Man Huzi saw this, they leisurely flew off the jade pillar. As for the beautiful woman, she had already jumped off. It appeared that she had no intention of mingling among their group. Once Han Li entered the transportation formation, he immediately appeared above a small, barren hill. After looking around, he couldn't help but be amazed. He only saw two men and woman not far away from him. There was no trace of any of the other cultivators. When the female cultivator caught sight of Han Li, she revealed pleasant surprise. Fairy Violet Spirit walked over to Han Li with a beaming smile. The male cultivator she was traveling with was transported to an unknown location. Han Li couldn't help but bitterly laugh at his terrible luck for having trouble placed on him. As for the other two, one was a gray-clothed old man while the other was a masked man covered in black robes. The old man plainly stood by while a dark green mist spiraled around the black-robed man's body. It appeared the masked man was a Devil Dao cultivator. The two stood apart as if they found each other unpleasant to the eye. Fairy Violet Spirit was now walking towards Han Li. This naturally aroused the two's attention and they couldn't help but size up Han Li. The old man's gaze was friendly and he gave Han Li a kind smile. As for the black-robed man, his gaze was ice-cold and didn't hold the slightest emotion. Han Li calmly returned their gaze without the slightest change in expression. At that moment, Fairy Violet Spirit had already arrived in front of Han Li. She said with a slight smile, "I didn't expect to arrive together with Senior Han. It seems I will have to trouble Elder Han to watch over me for a bit. Otherwise, it would prove quite difficult for me to pass through this trial by myself." With that said, Fairy Violet Spirit closed her lips, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Han Li frowned and didn't immediately reply. After a moment of thought, he doubtfully asked, "Lady Violet Spirit's cultivation has made great strides. Congratulations on reaching late foundation establishment. But why has fellow Taoist Violet Spirit come to this place? This place is truly dangerous. After all, even core formation cultivators would find it difficult to survive in the Heaven Void Hall." Although Han Li had only an inkling of knowledge about the Heaven Void Halls, he understood the severity of the dangers that lay within. After hearing Han Li's question, Fairy Violet Spirit's beautiful face revealed a trace of bitterness. With a helpless tone she said, "This woman also didn't wish to come here. But as you see, I am currently in false core stage and I want to attempt core formation as soon as possible. However, my own aptitude is poor. The supplementary medicine pills I was able to gather together are pathetically few. In fact, I had to pay a great price to purchase a Heaven Void map fragment from someone else so I could come here to test my luck. After all, I've heard that spiritual medicines are abundant in the Heaven Void Hall. Perhaps the heavens would watch over me and have me run across some spiritual medicines that hold great effects towards core formation. Besides, I've already made up my mind to only attempt this first trial. I will not attempt to go through with the second." Fairy Violet Spirit's expression then grew dim, appearing to be in low spirits. Han Li inwardly sighed and grew silent. Had he not practiced the 3 Essence Revolutions technique and the Great Development technique, and possessed so many medicine pills that forcefully raised his odds of core formation, he suspected his own chances at core formation would have been even lower than Fairy Violet Spirit's. With that thought, Han Li developed a feeling of empathy towards this fellow sufferer. After some further thought, His heaven lightning bamboo had come from her despite the conditions, and her exquisite sound sect does send him a certain amount of spirit stones every year. Although it wasn't much, he does owe her a favor. It would be best to take advantage of this situation to repay it. With that in mind, Han Li's expression relaxed and he said with an indifferent tone, "Since I can travel together with fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, I can afford to offer some care. However, if I were to truly run into a helpless situation, Fairy Violet Spirit had best come up with her own plans for escape." Many thanks to Elder Han. Violet Spirit naturally understands how things stand. I definitely won't slow down, Elder Han. Upon seeing Han Li agree, Fairy Violet Spirit's soft beauty flourished and her eyes became radiant, stunning Han Li. Soon after, Han Li realized he had lost his self-control and hurriedly turned his head away. With a hot face, he didn't dare to further look at her. Chapter 437. Weeping Soul Beast. This woman wasn't a peerless beauty, but that smile of hers was ravishingly beautiful and breathtaking to behold. Han Li was shocked. Had his great development technique reacted, Han Li would have written it off to a superior charming technique that she had used. But to great confusion, his uncharacteristic loss of control a moment ago had been entirely natural. Han Li inwardly muttered to himself before taking another look at Fairy Violet Spirit. The young woman had already returned to her humble, charming appearance. Her previous dangerously enticing and breathtaking beauty had disappeared without a trace. As Han Li felt doubt, the gray-clothed old man walked towards him. "This one is Mount Heaven Island's Guli. May I know the names of you fellow Taoists?" The old man cupped his hand with great politeness and greeted the two. Han Li threw his doubts to the back of his mind for the time being and replied with a smile, "I am Han Li. This woman is the exquisite sound sect's Fairy Violet Spirit." The old man was calm upon hearing Han Li's name. But once he heard the words, exquisite sound sect, and Violet Spirit, he couldn't help but be astonished. This old man has long heard of the great reputation of the exquisite sound sect and Fairy Violet Spirit. "I didn't expect that I'd finally be able to see your true appearance. How fortuitous." Although the old man said this, his eyes contained strong doubt. It was clear that the old man was surprised by how much her appearance differed from the reputation of her great beauty. Fairy Violet Spirit also saw this and merely smiled in silence. However, the old man wasn't an ordinary person. His expression quickly returned to normal before speaking to Han Li with a smile. "Since we've arrived here together through the transportation formation, it could be considered fate. Would it not be better to travel together and combine our strength for this journey? After all, the vengeful ghost haunt won't be easy to traverse. I heard that many core formation cultivators have been devoured by the ghosts of this trial, leaving not even their bones behind." When Guli said that last phrase, his expression unconsciously grew serious as if he knew much about the Heaven Void Hall. When Han Li heard him say, "vengeful ghost haunt," he turned his gaze towards the distance. About 40 meters away from their small dirt cliff, he saw only an ocean of gray mist that appeared to be endless. There were gusts of evil winds blowing from the mists, faintly carrying ghostly wails and shrieks. Those that heard it felt their hearts unconsciously tremble. The ghost fog was firmly blocked from approaching the hill by a layer of faint white light that was surrounding it. Were this not the case, Han Li and the others would be too busy dealing with the feral ghosts and lonely souls brought by the mist to have such a leisurely chat. After seeing this, Han Li raised his head and looked upwards. The rolling fog seemed to conceal something, but Han Li felt some disbelief as it didn't resemble the main hall in the least. It was more like a desolate countryside. At that moment, Fairy Violet Spirit interjected herself into the conversation and spoke with deep worry. "I also heard that this first trial, the vengeful ghost haunt, was originally not that difficult. But as an increasing number of cultivators fell to the ghost fog, it has become increasingly dangerous in turn. The heavy resentment carried by those fallen cultivators has transformed them into powerful malicious souls after death. They hold great envious hate towards us cultivators who challenge the halls. They are relentless and won't stop their pursuit until their quarry is dead, resulting in many cultivators' deaths in this trial whenever the Heaven Void Hall opens. In addition, I heard that in the previous opening of the Heaven Void Hall, a group of cultivators in the vengeful ghost haunt spotted a fully sentient ghost king. As a result, the entire group perished save for one. Ghost King. Han Li stroked his chin and revealed slight surprise. Although he didn't fully understand the cultivation differences amongst ghosts, he knew that Ghost King ranked malicious spirits were equivalent to late core formation cultivators. The addition of its intelligence only made this enemy even more troublesome. Seeing that Han Li was still wearing a contemplative expression, Guli continued, "Although there isn't a large chance of encountering this Ghost King, it would be safer to travel together. I may be old, but I still do not wish to fall here and join the ghost fog as a malicious spirit." This old man was quite blunt. When Fairy Violet's spirit heard this, she stayed silent. As she was very intelligent, she understood that he did not raise the proposal of cooperation because she was a Foundation establishment cultivator. He was directing the offer to Han Li. As such, after her interjection, she obediently stood by Han Li's side without another word. Han Li smiled at the old man. He didn't immediately answer him and instead turned his gaze towards the black-robed man, calmly asking him, "Fellow Taoist Gu isn't going to ask that, brother? Is he not willing to cooperate?" When Han Li mentioned the black-robed man, Gu Li's face immediately became unsightly. But after a moment of hesitation, he resentfully snorted, "Humph! Don't talk about that devilish Taoist. When I finished my teleportation, I amiably raised the topic of cooperation with him only to be told to get lost. If this old man's temperament wasn't kindly, I definitely wouldn't have left him be." The old man revealed great anger after he said this. Han Li remained silent and felt some interest towards this black-robed man. He turned his head towards the Devil Dao cultivator and shouted, "Is fellow Taoist interested in collaborating towards a common goal? If we join hands, we may stand a chance against the Ghost King rank demon if we were to encounter it." Han Li's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard with full clarity. But after hearing him, he merely glanced at them with a cold expression before indifferently turning his head away, ignoring Han Li's suggestion. "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't speak wrongly. That person doesn't know what's good for him. Let us three set off." The old man coldly snorted towards the black-robed man. It seemed he was quite insulted by the previous rejection and had taken it to heart. Han Li faintly smiled, but before he could say something, Fairy Violet's spirit shouted out in surprise. Han Li followed her gaze and saw the black-robed man step towards the ghost fog as if wanting to challenge the trial alone. Han Li and the other two looked on in amazement. But soon after, Gu Li sneered disdainful, "This person truly wishes to bring about his own destruction. Daring to charge through the ghost fog will most likely be met with failure." Han Li paid no notice to the old man's mocking ridicule and stared at the black-robed man's every movement with narrowed eyes. He believed that the man wasn't suicidal, but that he held complete confidence in a particular method that he possessed. The black-robed man walked to the boundary between the white light barrier and the ghost fog and calmly lifted his sleeve. A ray of green light shot out and landed in front of him. It was a delicate spirit beast that appeared similar to a monkey. This small monkey was only about a foot tall with faintly glowing dark green fur. Most notably, its nose was bulging to an unusually large size as if it took up an entire half of its height. It appeared truly bizarre. Han Li was astonished by its appearance, but he didn't react. When the old man at his side saw this, he yelled with a greatly changed expression, "It's a weeping soul. He actually had such a spirit beast. No wonder he was so arrogant." The old man revealed slight shock. Fairy Violet's spirit had a similar expression upon seeing the small monkey. Han Li frowned and asked, "Weeping soul beast? What kind of strange beast is it? Why have I never heard of it before?" Han Li's words brought Fairy Violet's spirit back to her senses. She then hastily gave Han Li an explanation. "The weeping soul beast isn't a spirit beast that naturally comes into this world. It is a living being refined by a secret Devil Dao sect from a spirit beast and a demonic soul. Although it normally doesn't have much use, it has an innate ability to consume ghosts and souls. Regardless of whether they are demonic ghosts or malicious souls, they will be absorbed with a light sniff of its nose. After being contained for a short time, it will be refined into nothingness. They are truly formidable." Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with admiration. However, Fairy Violet's spirit's tone changed and she softly sighed. "What is it?" Han Li was annoyed by her sudden stop. As Gu Li gazed at the black-robed man's disappearing figure, he said with a complicated expression, However, this beast's refinement technique is possessed solely by that secret sect. This heaven-disrupting evil art is bloody and has a high chance of failure. It is said that the beast appears only in times of great strife in the cultivation world. Great strife in the cultivation world whenever it is seen? Han Li couldn't help but sneer. Han Li scoffed and said, even if the beast weren't seen, the scattered star seas will experience chaos regardless. Do you really believe that this beast could bring about disaster? Chapter 438. Remains in the ghost fog. Although Han Li walked the path of immortality, he didn't hold the slightest belief in destiny or fate. In his view, immortal cultivation was merely a method of pursuing eternal life. If any true immortals were to appear before him, he would show great reverence, but he wouldn't become absolutely subservient to them. Fairy Violet Spirit and Guli were stunned in response to Han Li's blunt words, before revealing embarrassment. To tell the truth, it wasn't only Han Li who thought this. A majority of cultivators merely treated this weeping soul beast as a rumor. Under these circumstances, who wouldn't directly dismiss this like Han Li did? After all, topics relating to destiny and heavenly law only existed in their heart. At that moment, the black-robed man had gone deeper into the ghost fog with the weeping soul beast and had completely disappeared from sight. After glancing into the ghost fog, Han Li formed a faint smile and said, "Let us go. Since there was someone willing to scout the path, we shouldn't be so disrespectful." What does fellow Taoist Han mean? The old man Guli didn't seem to fully understand Han Li. Of course, he did understand what Han Li meant and would have also done this if Han Li hadn't agreed to cooperate with him. However, he viewed the black-robed man with contempt. To now take advantage of his lead in front of the other two was truly quite a loss of face. As such, he could only assume an appearance of confusion and have Han Li take the initiative to mention it. When Han Li heard the old man's words, he gave him a mysterious smile. He then wordlessly took the lead and walked in the direction that the black-robed man had disappeared in. Naturally, Fairy Violet Spirit closely followed after him without any hesitation. Guli was initially stunned upon seeing them, but he soon followed after them with a red face. Once the light gray ghost fog felt living people walk into it, it flared up as if it were alive and started rolling towards the three. If common mortals were to be plagued by this gray mist, their blood essence would be immediately drained, turning them into dried-up corpses. In addition, their souls would then become a part of the ghost fog and they would be unable to free themselves from their fates as ghosts. However, as Han Li and the other two were cultivators, they had no fear of this trifling ghost fog. With flickers of radiance, each their bodies were enveloped by their own methods of protection. Guli raised his hand and released a small fire-red umbrella. It swiveled about 3 meters above his head and enveloped the old man in a red beam of light. When the ghost fog touched this red light, threads of strange azure smoke were released with a puff, followed by ghostly wails. When the ghost fog saw this, it only dared to appear menacingly before the red light and no longer approached it as if it was intelligent. Fairy Violet Spirit released 4 fist-sized balls that spiraled around her body, creating a 3-meter-wide moving boundary. The boundary was a white, sparkling square that would repel the ghost fog's slightest approach towards Fairy Violet Spirit. However, the most strange defensive method was Han Li's. Apart from a layer of lithe azure light emitting from his body, he didn't take out any magic tools or treasures. When the ghost fog neared Han Li's body, several arcs of light shot out without explanation, turning the mist into fading smoke. This strange scene astonished the other two, but neither of them were willing to take the initiative to rudely ask. During her musings, Fairy Violet Spirit seemed to faintly recall the heaven lightning bamboo, but still felt uncertain. Han Li walked at the very front as if he were unaware of their attention. However, this wasn't because he sought to be some hero, but rather that the ghost fog filled the entire area. Since there would be no difference if he walked at the very back, he may as well walk at the front and get a better grasp of any incoming danger. As for the lightning, it was merely a result of using the bamboo cloud's worm sword's chi to protect his body. By using the protective sword barrier divine ability of his Azure Essence sword arts, he was able to draw on his flying sword's might without releasing his magic treasures. This was a technique Han Li had only recently comprehended. With the gold lightning bamboo's devilbane properties, this ghost fog posed no threat. Of course, Han Li didn't display the entire might of the gold lightning bamboo, resulting in the arcs of lightning being a faint white. As a result, he need not fear others recognizing the gold lightning bamboo. In addition, he had also released his immensely powerful spiritual sense since he had entered the ghost fog to warn him of any lurking dangers from ghosts. After all, they couldn't see through the dense ghost fog with only their eyes. However, the tracks of the black-robed man were exceptionally easy to follow. He left behind a 3-meter-wide trail of far thinner fog. It was so obvious they could follow after it with their eyesight alone. While it was unknown whether this was caused by the black-robed man's technique or the weeping soul beast, Han Li didn't care in the slightest. He just didn't feel like thinking about it. The more ferocious this weeping soul beast was, the more beneficial it was for them while following after it. As he expressionlessly watched his surroundings, he took careful steps forward due to the exceptionally bumpy terrain. He also felt a dampness at his feet as if the air was extremely humid. Thus, they continued walking for an unknown amount of time without encountering any mishaps. But as they unwittingly followed after the black-robed man in the ghost fog, the color of the ghost fog gradually turned black. As this went on, Han Li's expression gradually became gloomier before he started to frown. With a large crack, Han Li suddenly stopped and lowered his head. Fairy Violet Spirit and the old man curiously walked forward to see what had happened. Han Li narrowed his eyes, but his expression soon returned to normal. He had merely stepped on a pile of bones. The bones were wearing clothing that was surrounded in a layer of azure light, appearing quite unordinary. At its side there were shattered fragments of a sword. From its incisive luster, it seemed as if it still possessed a spiritual nature. It was a cultivator that had fallen here. A flicker of emotion shined from Han Li's eyes as he shook his head. With the magic treasure fragments still holding spirits so many years after their death, this cultivator must have had an impressive cultivation. But this person's body being left unattended after death was truly vastly different than the grandeur they had held during life. It was truly pitiful. If those who tread the path of immortality aren't careful, they would be eternally doomed to a miserable end. As for this cultivator's soul, it should have become a portion of the ghost fog or turned into a malicious spirit. It would be quite difficult for it to enter the path of reincarnation. As Han Li lamented, he casually turned his gaze to the other two. Fairy Violet Spirit's face had turned pale, but when she saw Han Li look at her, she forced out a smile. Gu Li's expression was quite odd. He gazed at the azure clothes for a long while with a creased brow before suddenly flicking his finger and throwing an egg-sized fireball at the remains. Upon contacting the remains, the fireball was extinguished with a flash. "Sigh, it really is him." Gu Li raised his head and muttered to himself with a sad expression. "Does fellow Taoist Gu recognize him?" Han Li indifferently asked as he looked at the skeleton with raised eyebrows. Fairy Violet Spirit also displayed great curiosity. This person should be Taoist Master Yu, who I had met several times before. He had entered core formation far earlier than I had. His fire-repulsing robes were refined from 100-year ice silk, so common flames would have no effect on it, and it was somewhat well known. I had heard he entered the Heaven Void Halls the last time it had opened, but he had never returned. I didn't expect that he had fallen here, unfortunate enough to not even pass the first trial. Gu Li let out a long sigh. Han Li was silent for a while before suddenly asking a question that left the old man shocked. "Was the cultivation and magic treasure of Taoist Master Yu far greater than yours?" Gu Li seemed to understand what Han Li meant and twirled his beard for a moment before speaking with certainty. Although Taoist Master Yu was an early core formation cultivator such as myself, at the time it was said he was about to break through to mid-core formation. As such, his magic power should be far greater than my own. In addition, he possessed rarely seen ice attribute mutated spiritual roots. His ice cultivation arts should be far superior to my own. As for his magic treasure, I hadn't seen it used in a fight, so I have no way of knowing, but it shouldn't have been any weaker than mine. As the old man spoke, his expression became increasingly unsightly. Since it's like that, then there must be a formidable enemy nearby. I had originally felt it quite odd that since we followed the Weeping Soul Beast's path, we hadn't encountered any ghosts or malicious spirits apart from the ghost fog. It seems that we can't expect the black-robed man to always clear the way on our behalf. Han Li said with a solemn expression. Chapter 439, Ghost King 1. When Fairy Violet Spirit heard Hanli, her face paled in an instant. The old man looked at the white bones in silence with shifting eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Hanli looked around and indifferently concluded, since a cultivator on the verge of mid-core formation had fallen here, a fierce ghost with fearsome cultivation is certain to be nearby. Are Lady Violet Spirit and fellow Taoist Gu prepared for the possibility of falling here? If you two turn back now, you won't have to brave this danger. I'm going either way, with or without you. When the two heard Hanli's calm voice, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. A while later, Fairy Violet Spirit came to a decision after some thought and resolutely said, Senior Han, even if I were to fall and become a ghost, I cannot return unless I have a way to reach core formation. Her voice revealed great determination. When Hanli heard this, he mentally sighed with reluctant acceptance and turned to look at the old man. Guli's expression was continuously changing. After a long while, he dejectedly said, I came here in hopes of acquiring a few life-extending fruits, but I don't wish to risk my life to acquire them. Since the danger is great, this old man will have to turn back. After all, peacefully dying in meditation would be far better than spending eternity as a ghost. After that was said, the old man revealed a trace of shame. Soon after, he cupped his hands to the two and turned back without hesitation. Hanli expressionlessly gazed in the direction that the old man disappeared in and remained silent for a long while. Fairy Violet Spirit appeared disappointed. With one less core formation cultivator in her party, the ghost mist had become far more dangerous. Elder Han, should we not continue? Fairy Violet looked at the dense fog around her and spoke to Hanli with a forced smile. Although her previous words were resolute, she had no idea whether or not she had made the correct choice. Her mind was now perturbed. Yeah. With a flat agreement, he lowered his head to look at the skeleton. With a swipe of his hand, the fire-repulsing robes disappeared into his storage pouch. Fairy Violet Spirit revealed a trace of amazement and was about to say something. But after some further thought, she decided to remain silent. Hanli's following actions surprised the woman even more. Hanli flicked his finger and released a ray of azure sword light, striking open a 3-meter large hole into the nearby ground. Then with a sweep of his sleeve, the bones and the magic treasure fragments fell into the hole before being buried. Fairy Violet Spirit's expression became quite odd upon seeing this. Hanli suddenly turned his head to look at her and calmly asked, Are my actions strange? After some hesitation, she truthfully said, Somewhat. Hanli gently smiled and unhurriedly said, I buried him merely because I felt that as a fellow cultivator, there will come a time where I will unknowingly fall and become a pile of bones. Since I've come across someone else's, I may as well lend a hand. I hope that when I fall to misfortune, there will also be someone that will come across my body and bury me. As for his refined robes, the dead have no use for such objects. It would be far too great a pity if they were to be buried. I may as well regard them as compensation for burying the body. Fairy Violet Spirit's amazement faded away before she started to murmur to herself. At that moment, Hanli started to continue his path forward. When Fairy Violet Spirit saw this, she looked at the new burial mound and sighed before slowly following after him. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, how much do you know about the history of the Heaven Void Hall? Could you tell me about it? As Hanli had waited for her, they were now leisurely walking side by side. She felt a slightly complicated emotion from seeing Hanli's calm expression. He was only an early core formation cultivator, yet he still appeared so calm in such a dangerous area. How truly unexpected. However, this had also greatly calmed her heart as she felt that Hanli could be relied upon. Hanli's question had startled her for a moment before she obediently replied, The Heaven Void Hall has existed in the scattered star seas for countless years. It is only known to open every 300 years. It will randomly descend at some remote deserted location in the scattered star seas and is filled with many treasures. Regardless of whether it be spirit medicines, cultivation techniques, or ancient treasures, all can be found here as a result of cultivators from the desolate era building this mysterious hall for unknown reasons. Thus, whenever the hall is opened, many high-grade cultivators would come here in search of treasures. However, the Heaven Void Hall's mechanisms are densely layered in formation spells. As one grows closer to the core of the inner halls, the the more treasures one encounters but the greater the danger. It is said that the items in the inner hall are the Heaven Void Hall's true treasures. However, to come across them one must pass through 3 great trials. Otherwise there will be no chance of arriving there. Apart from nascent soul cultivators, only a small number of fortunate cultivators are able to pass through without injury. As a result, the inner halls have become a great mystery towards ordinary cultivators. As Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with her beautiful voice, she carefully watched Han Li's expression. However, she was slightly disappointed to see that Han Li's expression didn't change, causing her to feel that Han Li was somewhat unfathomable. While the Heaven Void Hall has many treasures, shouldn't there be fewer with each opening? Han Li indifferently asked. That is quite unclear, but the Heaven Void Hall is opened for only a finite time. Each of its treasures conceal countless secrets. Not a single treasure is a simple item and their numbers remain many. It is said that anyone that acquires 1 or 2 treasures from here are considered quite fortunate. Normally, cultivators end up only picking a few common spiritual herbs. It depends quite a bit on one's own luck. If there were not the case, the inner halls would have long been swept clean by nascent soul cultivators. Fairy Violet's spirit spoke with uncertainty. Han Li nodded with a stirred expression and remained silent. He slightly hastened his steps. The two continued to follow the black-robed man's trail. After walking for the time it took to finish a meal, nothing strange had occurred. Fairy Violet's spirit had somewhat relaxed as a result. She had come to think that these malicious spirits had traveled a different path than their own, resulting in a lack of encounters. As these thoughts bloomed in Fairy Violet's spirit's mind, Han Li frowned, and he came to an abrupt stop. Fairy Violet's spirit was suddenly alarmed and also stood still. She asked with worry, "What's wrong?" Soon after, she swept her spiritual sense past the nearby area, but she found nothing. With a strange expression flickering through his eyes, Han Li coldly said, "That black-robed man encountered the demon ghost. They are currently fighting." After some hesitation, Fairy Violet's spirit said, "What will we do? Should we go help or should we take advantage of the opportunity and slip past them?" Han Li looked at the woman and knew that she most likely preferred the latter choice, wanting to slip past them. This choice couldn't be considered incorrect. If they weren't in the middle of the ghost mist, Han Li would have done the same without a second thought. But now... Han Li shook his head and sighed before walking forward in large strides. When Fairy Violet Fairy saw this, she was stunned for a moment. After some slight consideration, she decided to follow after him. As she followed 100 meters behind him, she faintly heard the sounds of explosions caused from magic techniques and soft sobs. The voice seemed to be that of a woman. Her voice was muffled, shrieking, and seemed to be on the verge of breaking, causing those who heard it to feel extremely on edge and restless. Although she could only faintly hear it, she felt anxious and greatly desired to run away. Fairy Violet's spirit was startled to have felt this and used a technique to stabilize her primal soul before daring to wipe away the cold sweat on her chin and raise her head. By the time she looked up, she could no longer see Han Li. Fairy Violet's spirit hesitated for a moment before clenching her teeth and walked forward with a solemn expression. After traveling for a short distance, she unexpectedly caught sight of Han Li's solemn silhouette standing still with his hands behind his back. The woman felt delighted and hastily ran over to him. But before she neared him, she suddenly heard a loud ghostly sob that left her dazed. Her limbs began frantically waving around without any control. The woman's terror drained the blood from her face. Chapter 440, Ghost King 2. Ghostly Soul Snare. Fairy Violet's spirit instantly recognized the ghost technique she was suffering from. This magic technique was innate to high-grade demon ghosts and was used to attack weaker enemies. Enemies of lower cultivation would have their blood run rampant, and they would madly dance about without any control of their limbs. What a fearsome damaging ghost technique. When she had originally heard the sound, she had regarded it as a common ghost howl and was now paying the price. Fairy Violet's spirit felt terrified upon seeing her body wildly flitter towards the ghost's sobs. "Tai." At that moment she heard a man's voice. Although the voice wasn't loud, she felt her heart and soul tremble, causing her to collapse onto the floor with weakened legs. She soon discovered with delight that she had regained control of her body. Her heart relaxed and she looked in front of her with a grateful expression where Han Li, the source of the voice, stood. Fellow Taoist violet spirit. Use your cultivation to guard your mind. You were careless, but you cannot allow the ghost whale to take advantage of your distraction. The woman heard Han Li's calm voice in her ear. Yes, fairy violet spirit blushed and softly replied. She then stood from the floor with slight embarrassment and walked towards Han Li with a guarded mind. When she arrived behind Han Li, she unexpectedly discovered that Han Li stood motionlessly in place and was staring forwards. She followed Han Li's gaze to witness a scene that tensed her heart. In the ghost mist not far away, a thick black fog roiled without end. Flashes of red and green light would occasionally shine through along with sounds of muffled explosions along with the ghost's sobs that had embarrassed her. Within the black fog, the black-robed devilish cultivator was controlling a strange fire-red hammer that spouted out countless blue flames. The flames were currently fighting against an indistinct ghostly shadow. The ghostly shadow was surrounded in fog and was controlling a thumb-sized green pearl that released a pitch-black, profound yin qi. The black-robed man was trapped within the green pearl's black qi and appeared to be at a great disadvantage. As for the weeping soul beast that was capable of consuming souls and beasts, it was tangling with two ghostly silhouettes covered in green fur. Apart from their pointed heads and the several-inch-long white bone prongs held in each of their hands, they appeared exactly the same as ordinary green-furred Xianxia, the Chinese hybrid of a vampire and a zombie. It was normally described to move by hopping. At that moment, their white bone prongs spouted out a stream of green flame wisps towards the weeping soul beast. In response, the weeping soul beast spurred out a yellow glowing light from its nose that violently collided with the flame wisps. After being wrapped by its glow, the wisps of flame were completely absorbed into its nose. At first glance, the weeping soul beast had the advantage because the green-furred monsters were merely attacking from a distance with the flame wisps and they didn't dare to approach the beast as if they were fearful of its yellow glowing light. But in reality, the weeping soul beast was being tied down by the monsters and was unable to assist the black-robed man. Night fiend ghosts. Upon seeing the two green-furred monsters, Fairy Violet Spirit took a breath of cold air. Han Li's heart stirred. Without turning his head around, he asked, "What? Does fellow Taoist Violet Spirit recognize what those are?" It should be correct. Although this is the first time I've seen them, they appear exactly the same as described. They are a particularly rare type of Xianxia that are able to travel underneath the sun. It is no wonder they dare to brave the weeping ghost beast's power. As they have physical bodies, they are able to suppress the beast so long as they distance themselves from the weeping soul beast's soul-absorbing light. After all, the weeping soul beast seems lacking in skills. It probably doesn't have anything apart from its soul-absorbing light. After Han Li heard this, his face displayed no abnormalities, but he let out a long mental sigh. This woman's cultivation wasn't high, but her knowledge was far greater than that of a rogue cultivator like himself. Despite having read through many records during his days at Yellow Maple Valley, he didn't possess the qualifications to read through the truly valuable secret information as his cultivation was too low. As for when he arrived in the Scattered Star Seas, he had purchased many records but the information hadn't filtered or organized by a sect. If the records weren't duplicates, then they missed a great amount of information. He normally wouldn't look at them. But during this crucial moment his own knowledge was shown to be lacking. If he made it out of here alive, it seemed he would have to pay a visit to the Exquisite Sound sect and look through their records. It was unlikely they would reject an elder of their own sect. As Han Li thought this, a change had occurred. The blue flames of the fire-red hammer had been completely enveloped by the black qi of the ghost shadow's green pearl. Seeing that his own flames had been extinguished, the black-robed man revealed furious alarm in the face of imminent crisis. He had believed that by relying on the might of the weeping soul beast that he'd able to easily charge through this first trial, the vengeful ghost haunt. As a result, he had refused the others' invitations. But he hadn't expected to come across a profound malicious spirit with such skill and had comprehended all sorts of attrition techniques. It had even taken advantage of a moment of carelessness to separate him from his weeping soul beast, leaving him in a dangerous position. Unfortunately, apart from being able to refine a weeping soul beast and comprehending a few peculiar techniques, the disciples of his sect possessed no outstanding abilities for confronting enemies. He could only stare on helplessly as he watched the splendor and might of his devilfire hammer weaken along with his will. Once he thought of the fearful consequences of falling in this place, the black-robed man's heart grew ice-cold, and he became stricken with panic. At that moment, Han Li hurriedly approached as if he were going to seize this opportunity to save the black-robed man's life. However, the proud black-robed man's delight soon turned into an anger so intense that he could spit out blood. When Han Li saw that he would also be placed in a dangerous situation, he didn't have any intention of helping. Instead, he watched their battle from a distance with great indifference. The black-robed man couldn't help but grind his teeth from the deep hatred he felt towards Han Li during that moment. Soon after, Fairy Violet's spirit had rushed over. As she watched the black-robed man bitterly fight against the ghost demon, Fairy Violet's spirit was flabbergasted as to why Han Li wasn't assisting him. Could it be because of the black-robed man's earlier attitude that he deliberately wanted to watch him die? Since she felt that Han Li wasn't such a short-sighted man, she became increasingly puzzled. Because Han Li had just saved her life, she found it improper to voice any of her suspicions and could only silently watch the black-robed man fight the ghost shadow. But at that moment the black-robed man was unable to further endure. His flying hammer was engulfed in the Yin Qi, completely extinguishing its devil flame and leaving it firmly trapped in midair. The black ghost shadow shrieked and transformed into a black streak of light before shooting towards the black-robed man's heart. Although the devilish cultivator's expression were hidden by his clothes, it appeared as if he was standing still and waiting for his death with eyes closed. The black-robed man clearly understood that although his body's exterior was protected by defensive magic techniques, it would prove to be little more than paper to the malicious soul. His hammer could block it, but it had already been seized by the enemy, and his remaining protections could be easily broken though. Now all he could do was wait for his death. During this time of crisis, Han Li, who had been indifferently watching from the side, suddenly acted without the slightest warning. With a wave of his hand, 5 streaks of slender azure sword chi shot out, arriving at the black shadow's vitals in the blink of an eye. If the black shadow were to ignore them and solely focus on killing the black-robed man, it would succeed. But in turn, its crystal core had a high likelihood of being shattered by the streaks of sword chi. The black shadow naturally didn't follow through with such a disadvantageous action. Its body blurred several times before returning to its original location. Its eyes stared at Han Li with an intense green radiance without the slightest glimmer of emotion. Han Li's eyes flickered with a strange light upon seeing this. With a flip of his hand he took out a small, exquisite spirit beast pouch. He didn't immediately release the pouch. With his other hand he shot over 10 azure lights towards the 2 green-furred night fiends. The 2 ghosts had quick reflexes. Having seen that Han Li launched a surprise attack at them, their bodies blurred several times, fading away into 2 wisps of smoke. A short moment later they reappeared at the ghost shadow's side. They vengefully bared their fangs at Han Li, revealing their mouths full of sharp black and yellow teeth. Taking advantage of the ghost shadow's shift in attention, the black-robed cultivator gambled the entirety of his magic power to seize back control of his magic treasure. In the next instant he felt great delight and had it fly back towards him in a streak of red light. At that moment Han Li's face froze and he loudly shouted, "Careful! There are other ghosts." The black-robed man was startled. In that very moment, a nearly incorporeal gray silhouette shot out from the other side of the ghost mist, arriving in front of the black-robed man in an instant. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with fear. It was too late for him to dodge. Chapter 441, Ghost King 3. When the gray silhouette was about to pierce through the black-robed man's body, a brilliant white radiance flashed between them. The gray shadow quickly withdrew with a shout as if it were greatly afraid of the white light. The black-robed man whose life was spared remained stunned for a short moment before feeling delighted surprise. He instantly turned his gaze towards a flashing red light that appeared by Han Li's side. Han Li looked at the black-robed man with amazement. He had clearly seen a white light flicker like the blur of a huge diving bird, scaring off the gray shadow. Han Li was quite curious about it. The black-robed man still appeared unsightly. As he had just narrowly escaped death, he still felt great lingering fear. He felt great regret at having ignored the words of others and so rashly came to the Heaven Void Hall. But when he thought of the white light that had just saved him, he seemed to have thought of something and hastily reached into his robes, taking out a copper mirror stained from age. Han Li glanced at the item with marvel. The shape of the mirror was peculiar and its spiritual qi was concealed. Could it be an ancient treasure? As Han Li pondered this, he heard an abrupt shatter. The ancient mirror had split into 8 pieces without the slightest warning. The spiritual qi that it contained scattered without a trace, turning it into mere scraps. When the black-robed man saw this, his eyes were filled with regret. He sighed and put away the shattered copper mirror. He then raised his head and watched as Han Li approached. He couldn't help but recall how Han Li had deliberately refused to aid him at the beginning and coldly snorted before turning his gaze once more. The black-robed man's actions stunned Han Li. But soon after, he seemed to have realized something and silently smiled with understanding before turning his gaze towards the ghosts. Fairy Violet's spirit also looked at the black-robed man and revealed a thoughtful expression. At that moment, the weeping soul beast had already rushed over to them. It climbed up on the black-robed man's shoulder and motionlessly sat there. It appeared quite clever. The gray ghost shadow reappeared at the side of the black ghost shadow. With many poofs, 8 identically shaped demon ghosts appeared from around the mist. Han Li recognized these ghosts from a glance. They were fierce ghosts known as Wei Wu. Normally, whenever one appeared, it would cause a great uproar. An unexpected sighting of such a large group of them caused Han Li's expression to sink. They were horned and sharply clawed. Although they were far inferior to those ghost shadows, they were still superior to late Foundation establishment cultivators. They were slowly crouching forward towards them with cold gazes and were surrounding the 3 cultivators. From this, Han Li knew that a hard-fought battle was unavoidable. He bluntly gave his commands. You 2 deal with the Wei Wu ghosts. I will go and deal with the 2 ghost shadows. Delay them. Han Li's voice was deep and solemn. Although the black-robed man felt resentment towards Han Li, he also knew that the situation was grave and could only begrudgingly follow Han Li's orders. After all, he already recognized that he was unable to combat the 2 ghost shadows. Han Li taking the initiative to confront them was exactly what he had wanted. The vicious ghosts revealed an ominous gaze. When Han Li saw this, he instantly released the spirit beast pouch that he held in his hand. A glistening cloud of gold and silver light suddenly appeared in midair. At that moment, the demon ghost seemed to have received an order and viciously pounced at the 3 while breathing out wisps of black flame. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man and Fairy Violet spirit released their magic treasures and tools to block them. The weeping soul beast was particularly impressive. A glowing light shot from its nose and dragged a nearby demon ghost into his stomach. However, that was all it could do before the 2 green-furred night fiends used their bone prongs to once again tie it down. Han Li didn't pay attention to any of the Wei Wu ghosts. He shot towards the 2 ghost shadows in the distance as a streak of azure light. The cloud of droning gold-devouring beetles were closely following after him. When the black ghost shadow saw Han Li take the initiative to approach them, its black eyes flashed with green light. It then opened its mouth and released a green sparkling pearl towards him. As for the gray shadow next to it, after several blurs, it disappeared from sight. Han Li frowned and expressionlessly stopped in place. With a flick of his finger, 2 bamboo cloud's worm swords flew to intercept the green pearl as azure streaks of light. Simultaneously, he commanded his droning gold-devouring beetles to scatter around him and to float in place. Bang! The 2 streaks of azure light were exchanging blows with the green pearl. The ghost pearl released a large cloud of profound yin qi in an attempt to bind and seal the 2 flying swords within it. Cold light flashed from Han Li's eyes. Forming a sword incantation gesture with his hands, the 2 flying swords grew several times in size, transforming into 2 10-meter-long azure flood dragons. With a flamboyant flourish, they broke through the black yin qi encirclement and fiercely charged towards the green ghost pearl. The ghost shadow's originally icy expression revealed a trace of surprise. Although the green ghost pearl was once the protective magic treasure of a fallen cultivator, it was rather average. But after the demon ghost had acquired it and tempered it for several hundred years with profound yin qi, it had long since become marvelously refined into a magic treasure of particularly damaging profound yin qi. So long as a magic treasure was bound by its qi, it would be continuously sealed and incapable of escaping. But for some unknown reason Han Li's flying swords showed no fear towards being entangled by the profound yin qi. After transforming into azure flood dragons, the swords tore apart the profound yin qi, not allowing it to approach their main bodies. When the ghost shadow saw this, it couldn't help but become fearful. During its several hundred years of sentience, it had never come across such a scene. After a moment of hesitation, it suddenly raised its claw and reached towards the green pearl as if it were grabbing it in the air. The ghost pearl then flourished with brilliance and shot back about 10 meters before revolving in place. After a series of sways, the pearl transformed into a black demon tiger. The tiger was huge and had intelligent eyes. As it roared, it spouted out dark green wisps with bold and powerful intensity. But what was most astonishing was that the huge tiger didn't have a hollow body like his sword's transformed azure flood dragons. Instead, its body was corporeal and appeared quite fearsome. After a moment of shock, Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes. An artifact spirit? This so-called artifact spirit is something every magic treasure can refine upon sealing the soul essence of a demon beast's primal soul into it. During an enemy confrontation, the soul essence and magic treasure would fuse, causing the magic treasure to transform into the form of the artifact spirit with greatly increased power. In addition, it would also gain the demon beast soul's original abilities. It could be said to be a shortcut to quickly raising a magic treasure's strength. But for some unknown reason, regardless of whether or not the magic treasure successfully refined the sealed soul, only one attempt could be made to gain an artifact spirit. If a second attempt were to be attempted, the magic treasure would be incapable of absorbing the soul essence of the primal soul. This was regarded by cultivators with great importance. If they had no urgent need to increase their magic treasure's power, they would spend as much time as possible to find an appropriate match and deliberate before conducting the sealing ceremony. During the trial of blood and fire back in the state of Yu, Nangong probably took the primal soul of the inky flood dragon with the intention of sealing it as an artifact spirit. After all, the inky flood dragon may have been young, but it was still a very rare flood dragon. That must have been why Nangong was so excited when she obtained it. Despite having slaughtered a great number of demon beasts of various ranks, Han Li had yet to see a spiritual flood dragon. This caused Han Li, who had wanted to use a flood dragon as his artifact spirit, to be rather gloomy. In any case, the odds of success for artifact spirit seals were difficult to predict. It was almost as if there were no predictable patterns. However, there were a few certainties. The stronger the primal soul to be sealed as an artifact spirit, the lower the odds of success. And if the artifact spirit's strength was too weak, then it would only increase the magic treasure's power by minuscule amount. As a result of this, a majority of cultivators' magic treasures do not possess artifact spirits. It wasn't that they couldn't find a target to their satisfaction. It was because the sealing of the artifact spirits had been an utter failure. Thus, when Han Li saw that the ghost pearl contained an artifact spirit, he couldn't help but be startled. Han Li soon calmed down and licked his dry lips. He pointed to his 2 bamboo clouds worm swords, ordering his 2 transformed azure flood dragons to constrict the demon tiger. Before Han Li did anything else, he would first test the might of this demon tiger artifact spirit. His flying swords didn't have any artifact spirits. Despite having their appearance transformed to that of flood dragons, they possessed none of their divine abilities. Chapter 442, Ghost King 4. The huge black tiger's eyes ominously glinted upon seeing the transformed flood dragons that were attempting to constrict him. With a low growl, it opened its mouth wide and shot out over 10 head-sized black light orbs in succession. The transparent azure flood dragon was able to swipe away the first few light orbs, but it wasn't able to block the rest. With a mournful wail, the flood dragon was shattered, revealing the flying swords. The flying swords were knocked over 40 meters away by the remaining light orbs. The swords' azure light dimmed as if their spirituality had suffered damage. When Han Li saw this, he felt slight regret and hastily pointed at them, causing them to streak back into his body for recuperation. Then with a wave of his other hand, he sent out another 4 azure flying swords, stabbing towards the huge tiger in a blur. The black ghost shadow grew impatient upon seeing this. After taking a deep breath, it released a long, deafening shriek. When the demon tiger heard this, it immediately lowered its head. Its neck became twisted and its two front claws dug into the ground. An astonishing scene followed. A huge protrusion began to swell from the side of the tiger's head. With a flash of black light, it grew to become a smaller tiger head. With the appearance of its second head, the demonic chi surrounding its body soared. The transformation of this two-headed tiger caused Han Li to tightly crease his brow. At that moment, the two heads of the demon tiger artifact spirit widely opened their mouths and shot out a dense, overbearing barrage of black light balls towards Han Li. Han Li didn't dare to be careless. He formed an incantation gesture and caused his 4 flying swords to violently sway in mid-flight, making them appear as 8 blades. With a burst of radiance, the 8 flying swords then combined together to form a 10-meter-long azure sword. When Han Li looked at the sword, his eyes flickered with a strange expression. He opened his mouth without hesitation and spat out a cloud of glowing azure light towards the huge sword. The cloud of pure true essence caused the huge sword to radiate brilliance and release a long, clear ring, before transforming into an azure blur. As it fiercely chopped towards the black light orbs, it faintly released the sounds of thunder. Black and azure radiance scattered upon collision, followed by a series of explosions. This display released an astonishing pressure. The huge azure sword chopped through the light orbs with unstoppable momentum in a display of divine might. However, the black light orbs were endless. For every destroyed light orb, it seemed as if the 2 tiger heads would just release another wild torrent. This scene caused Han Li's expression to sink. This was unexpected. As he considered using other magic techniques to strike the enemy or send out more flying swords, a series of slight fluctuations occurred about 30 meters behind him, where the elusive gray ghost shadow had appeared. Apart from its blood-red eyes, its body contained no other detectable auras. It seemed Han Li hadn't detected any abnormalities from behind him. The gray shadow glanced at the flying beetles surrounding Han Li. After its gaze flickered around, it silently pounced towards Han Li's back as a thin streak of gray light, wanting to shatter Han Li's gold core. It didn't care about the beetles in the slightest as it was most adept in stealth techniques. At that moment, his body had already become formless, with nothing to fear from the beetles. Under these circumstances, it was confident its claws would end Han Li before he could even react. The ghost shadow's cultivation art was extremely strange. It shot towards Han Li as a gray blur at amazing speed without producing the slightest sound. As the gray blur quickly approached Han Li's back, the gold-silver beetles began to hum and swarm towards it. The gray shadow was startled. Before it could react, the swarm of gold-silver beetles had blocked his path forward and were swarming towards him. In an instant, the gray blur became covered in the swarm of gold-silver beetles, creating a silhouette of twinkling gold and silver glints. With furious alarm, the gray shadow trembled several times in an attempt to throw off the beetles. This proved completely ineffective and soon his body began to feel an intense, strange sensation. After a moment of daze, it turned its head downward, resulting in a gaze of terror from its blood-red eyes. The beetles that it had disregarded were now eating away at its incorporeal ghost body. Although their bites took much effort, they were truly eating away at his formless ghost body a mouthful at a time. The gray shadow became panicked and started to undergo continuous transformations. In one moment it had turned into a pitch-black fog. In another, it turned into a scaled phantom. But regardless of the transformation, the cloud of beetles firmly stuck onto his body, and he was incapable of breaking away from them. In a short moment his body was being devoured by at least several thousand exotic insects. At that moment Han Li finally turned his head to coldly glance at the gray shadow. Without wasting the breath to say any nonsense, he released 2 more spirit beast pouches into the sky, summoning 2 additional swarms of droning gold-silver insects into the air. The 2 huge swarms joined the existing swarm in devouring the gray shadow. The gray ghost shadow eventually released a deafening, fearful scream towards the black ghost shadow for aid. When the black shadow heard this, it revealed a trace of apprehension. It glanced at the huge azure sword that was deadlocked with the huge tiger artifact spirit and appeared hesitant. But soon it narrowed its green glowing eyes before transforming into a ghost cloud and merging with the body of the demon tiger. The black tiger immediately released a pained, violent roar. Its body then stood erect and underwent a transformation, shrinking its forelegs and thickening its hind legs. One of the faces of the tiger heads became indistinct for a moment before turning into a shaggy man's face that was covered by dense black chi. As for the other tiger head, its eyes became even more brutal. Spirit possession technique. Han Li felt his breath go cold as he involuntarily whispered the name of this magic technique. This technique was similar to the greater possession technique, that allowed one to enter a living body, but it had an entirely different use. Not only did the greater possession technique not increase one's strength, it only allowed one to make use of the original body's strength. It was only a convenient magic technique to control a body from a long distance away. There also weren't many consequences from using it. As for the spirit possession technique, it couldn't be used on other cultivators. It could only be used on demon beasts that didn't hold much intelligence. After possession, not only would the cultivation of the caster and the target's cultivation fuse, but their lives would be fused after a single use. If either party were to perish, it would bring the other party down with them. But what was most inconceivable was after fully making use of the spirit possession technique, an entirely new individual will be created with a consciousness that possessed the memories and experiences of both parties, but neither of their wills. Although the duration of the spirit possession was short initially, the more frequent the technique was used, the longer it would last. Eventually, the consciousness of the newly created individual would become dominant, and the technique would become incapable of reversing. Ironically, the lifespan of this half-human, half-demon monster was pathetically short despite its great cultivation. Its astonishing power came at the cost of consuming an astonishing portion of its own life essence. It wouldn't last long before it eventually expired. Additionally, rumor had it that cultivators that used the spirit possession technique would have their souls forever wandering the abyss, incapable of re-entering the cycle of reincarnation. This topic had caused many cultivators to pale while chatting about it. But fortunately, very few cultivators knew about the spirit possession technique, and even fewer actually practiced it. After all, it could end with oneself turning into a half-human, half-demon abomination. The appearance of the ghost shadow and demon tiger's fusion was exactly as was rumored of the spirit possession technique. However, this secret technique should only be capable of being used by cultivators. He hadn't heard that demon ghosts were capable of using it. But what was most astonishing was that he had done it with his own artifact spirit. Doubt was unconsciously written all over Han Li's gloomy face while vigilance surged in his heart. Chapter 443, Ghost King 5. Despite being startled by the strange transformation, Han Li took a quick glance behind him and sneered at what he saw. A majority of the gray ghost shadow had already been devoured, and the last third of its ruined body was on the verge of being consumed. Han Li reckoned that even if it were to now escape, its origin chi would be immensely damaged, rendering it incapable of further attacking. The gold-devouring beetles truly deserved their high ranking among exotic insects. Regardless of whether they were devouring spiritual chi or yin ghosts, they were immensely vicious. But they were slightly slower when they were devouring the latter. As Han Li thought this, the man-faced tiger abomination was at a loss for a short moment before revealing pleasant surprise at being awakened. It looked at Han Li, the ghost shadow being devoured behind him, and then looked at his own body. It started laughing with an extremely hoarse voice and a freakish smile. The laughter gradually grew louder and continued as if there were no end. The nearby ghost mist eventually started to roil from the laugh's vibrations. Han Li didn't seem to mind this and only focused his cold eyes on the tiger abomination's movements. But after a short moment, Han Li's face grew pale, and his expression became grave. The tiger abomination's weird laughter not only grew increasingly louder, but it also became more resounding and filled with chi. Even after using the Great Development technique to guard his mind, Han Li began to feel dizzy as if countless claps of thunder roared past his ears. Not good. As Han Li was carefully observing the abomination, he seemed to have recalled something and his expression greatly changed. Han Li hastily turned his head to find an alarming scene. The gray ghost shadow had unexpectedly disappeared without a trace. and his thousands of gold-devouring beetles were powerlessly lying on the ground, occasionally flapping their wings. They no longer had the vigor to continue devouring ghosts. In his annoyance, Han Li hastily took out several spirit beast pouches and quickly stored the incapacitated gold-devouring beetles into them. While still enduring the deafening laughter, he turned his head to look at the others fight. He was initially astonished by what he saw but soon grew relieved. Fairy Violet Spirit and that black-robed man were in a fierce battle against the phantoms. Although the black-robed man's cultivation was far superior to the ghosts, he didn't have an overwhelming advantage due to the nature of his techniques and his greatly weakened magic treasure. As for Fairy Violet Spirit, she had concealed herself away in a glow of radiance by using a stone tablet and was only attempting to defend herself. Han Li was slightly baffled when the two were unaffected by the strange laughter. But after some consideration, Han Li realized why. It seemed that the power of the two-headed abomination's strange laughter was limited to a small area. As a result, it was able to exert such an astonishing amount of power that his incredibly durable gold-devouring beetles were incapacitated, causing them to fall off the gray ghost shadow. Although these exotic insects had yet to reach their full potential, the might of the strange light could clearly be seen. Were it not for the soul-concentrating effect of the Great Development Technique, Han Li feared he would have also become incapacitated by the strange laughter, only able to await his inevitable death. The more he thought of it, the more he became aghast. Han Li had already determined that despite not being at the nascent soul stage, it was definitely no weaker than a late core formation cultivator. Han Li suspected that this being was a so-called Ghost King. At that moment, the abomination seemed to notice that the strange laughter had no effect on Han Li, who was still steadily standing. It eventually stopped and eerily stared at Han Li with its two heads. Han Li felt uneasy upon looking at it, but he narrowed his eyes and boldly met its gaze. At that moment, the badly damaged gray shadow appeared behind the abomination and shot straight towards the two-headed abomination without any signs of stopping. Han Li was at a loss from the sight, and his gaze continuously shifted. The ghost shadow has already transformed. Why wasn't it hiding from a distance? Why did it come back? While Han Li was bewildered, he saw something he was incapable of imagining. The eyes of the abomination strangely glinted and it grabbed a hold of the gray ghost shadow. The black tiger head then widely opened its mouth and quickly swallowed down the gray shadow. Han Li watched with complete astonishment. But what occurred next immediately dispelled Han Li's doubts. As the abomination roared to the sky, another protrusion appeared at its neck. It emerged to reveal a tiger head with a gray human face. The face of the third tiger head resembled that of an average woman. After a moment of shock, Han Li quickly restored his calm expression. After the gray tiger head appeared, it narrowed its eyes, and its face became deathly pale as if it were heavily injured. But not long after, it opened its blood-red eyes and stared at Han Li with an expression of deep resentment. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled and he felt goosebumps arise all over his body. At this moment, the head with the man's face at the center let out a fierce hiss. Afterwards, the abomination started to fearlessly approach Han Li with large strides. A black light flashed from its body with every step, causing its body to swell. After about a dozen steps, the abomination was as tall as a 3-story building. The sight caused Han Li to blanch. Without taking the time to think, Han Li waved his arms, summoning over 100 huge ape puppets around him. The puppets simultaneously opened their mouths and flooded the sky with beams of various colored light. Han Li then pointed at the huge azure sword, having it join the assault as a long blur of frightening speed and astonishing pressure. When the 3-headed abomination saw this, the middle head revealed a trace of astonishment, but it soon sneered. The left and right head widely opened their mouths. While the pure tiger head began spouting out orbs of black light, the gray woman's head filled the entire area with wisps of gray ghost flames. The combined attack of the flame wisps and light orbs managed to forcibly block the many light beams. Although a few of the beams managed to pierce through, the few staggered light beams were completely ineffective. Han Li unconsciously frowned. With a cold glint in his eyes, he suddenly cast a sword incantation seal. Shining with even brighter radiance, the azure streak traveled with increased speed. Under the cover of the huge ape puppet's attacks, The huge sword instantly pierced through the flame wisps and light orbs with unchallenged momentum. It flew around the waist of the beast and attempted to slash through it with a flash of brilliance. But what Han Li saw next left him at a loss for words. The three heads of the abomination simultaneously released a bizarre roar and swiped its two claws at a speed Han Li couldn't perceive, resulting in the huge sword being trapped in its grasp. The two hairy tiger claws seemed unaffected by the sharpness of the sword light. Although the sword continuously swayed in its grasp, it was unable to break free. Han Li wasn't sure what to do. Although the bamboo cloud's word wasn't refined for long and didn't contain much power, it was inconceivable for it to be caught with mere claws. Could it be that their claws had been refined into a magic treasure? Han Li's thoughts went off on a tangent. When the abomination had restrained Han Li's flying swords, the three heads revealed a malicious expression. The middle head smiled sinisterly before opening its mouth and releasing a dense black yin qi towards the struggling flying sword, gradually whittling away the intensity of its light. Han Li's heart dropped upon seeing this. The abomination's methods were ruthless and its cultivation was immense. If he allowed this drag on, it wouldn't end well. He had to take a risk and end this as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, Han Li couldn't help but turn his head towards the other group. The black-robed man and fairy violet spirit were completely focused on fighting the demon beasts and had no time to look in Han Li's direction. With that, a strange expression flickered through Han Li's eyes, and he slowly turned his head back. The abomination's left and right heads were still busy dealing with the intense barrage of his huge ape puppets, and the middle head was fully focused on spouting out black qi to corrupt his bamboo cloud's warm swords. "You're courting death." Han Li's heart soared with killing intent. Without any further hesitation, he formed an odd sword incantation gesture and fiercely pointed at his flying sword. Chapter 444. Black Robes. Han Li pointed at the huge sword that was struggling to break free of the abomination's grasp. It suddenly grew still and started to sparkle with green light. When the middle head that was spouting out black qi saw this, it was stunned. Before it could even react, the flat of huge sword released several tens of arcs of faint gold lightning. The arcs of lightning were incredibly fast. In an instant, the lightning traveled up from its furry claws onto its huge body, creating a net of golden light around the abomination's body. The abomination's three heads simultaneously expressed shock. But before it could even move, Han Li uttered the word, "Suffer." The net of lightning covering it ruptured. A scorching, blinding white light thoroughly submerged the abomination, leaving it incapable of being seen. In that instant, Fairy Violet Spirit and the black-robed man couldn't help but look over in surprise. As for their opponents, the Weiwu ghosts and the two night fiends, they appeared to be at a loss for a moment before suddenly fleeing away. The two were alarmed at the scene, but after some hesitation, they merely watched them as they fled. However, the weeping soul beast took this opportunity to forcefully snort and absorb one of the fleeing spirits into its nose. As for the blinding white light, it persisted for some time before fading away. The tiger abomination was standing motionlessly in place, and its three heads appeared frightened. However, their expressions were completely still. When a gust of cold wind flew past it, its huge body scattered the sky with gray ash before disappeared without a trace. All that remained was the huge sword and a fist-sized tricolored pearl floating in midair. The colors black, green and gray were interweaved in the sparkling pearl. Han Li let out a long sigh and waved his hand. With a dim cry, the huge azure sword dispersed into 8 blades and flew back to Han Li. However, 4 of those blades had faded away in mid-flight. The other 4 blades obediently returned into Han Li's body and sunk into dormancy. The previous arcs of lightning cleanly exhausted the sword's entire accumulation of its divine Devilbane lightning. They urgently required long-term nurturing. Han Li glanced at the strange pearl. With several blurs, his body appeared in front of the pearl. After intensely staring for it, he started muttering to himself. After a short moment, a malicious expression flashed from his face. With a flip of his hand, an azure flying sword appeared in his hand. Han Li fiercely chopped down at the pearl with a flash of radiance. Pang! The pearl was chopped into 2, releasing 3 streaks of black qi flying away as if they were fearfully escaping. However, Han Li flicked the finger of his other hand and shot out 3 egg-sized fireballs towards them. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 strands of black qi faintly released miserable wails upon being struck with the fireballs before they were dissolved by the flames. These demon ghosts was extremely devious. They hid away within the magic treasure and lured him into grabbing it. Had he fallen for it, he'd be in an inescapable confrontation for the control of his body. However, this was something he had earlier anticipated when the body of the tiger abomination was exterminated by the divine Devilbane lightning. After all, with the gold lightning bamboo's grand reputation along with legends of its Devilbane characteristics, it would be truly heaven-defying if a full discharge of the 4 swords were unable to extinguish a demon ghost. It was because he had this trump card that he so calmly and confidently entered the ghost mist. Despite having felt incredibly baffled when faced against the fused ghost demons, he was able to keep calm particularly because of this. Naturally, he had originally refrained from using the divine Devilbane lightning since the black-robed man and fairy violet spirit were nearby. However, he hadn't expected the fused body of the tiger abomination to be extraordinarily ferocious. When it had foolishly used its claws to grab hold of his bamboo cloudsworm swords, he naturally couldn't let go of such a great opportunity to use his divine Devilbane lightning. With that, he erased a monster that was no weaker than a late core formation cultivator from this world. Han Li lowered his head to look at the split pearl and lightly shook his head. He then turned around and walked towards Fairy Violet's spirit. When the black-robed man saw this, his face was full of shock. Although he wasn't able to pay close attention to Han Li's battle, he had caught sight of the ghost demon's soul possession, transformation and combined body. It had left him so aghast that he had immediately decided to flee once Han Li appeared entirely unable to be its match. The 3-headed demon tiger had appeared frighteningly powerful. But he didn't expect that such a monster so easily eliminated with just a burst of dazzling white light. He found it truly hard to believe. Could it be that he possessed a heaven-earth inversive antiquity from legend? He couldn't think of any other method that an early core formation cultivator like Han Li could use to exterminate the dreadful 3-headed monster. But if this were the case, he could entice Han Li and obtain a great supporter to accompany him through the Heaven Void Hall. After all, he believed that only nascent soul eccentrics were capable of extinguishing such a powerful demon without the slightest injury. With that thought, the black-robed man's astonished expression gradually disappeared to be replaced with a complicated expression as he looked at Han Li. As for Fairy Violet's spirit, although she was greatly amazed by these events, she had already guessed that Han Li was an unordinary core formation cultivator. She quickly calmed down and looked at Han Li with a smile. Senior Han's abilities are truly remarkable. He was able to effortlessly exterminate such a dreadful ghost demon. It seems I was truly fortunate to have teleported together with Senior. Fairy Violet's spirit gracefully said. When Han Li heard this, he insipidly denied her. Effortlessly? That wasn't effortless in the slightest. Senior is truly modest. Fairy Violet's spirit's eyes were glowing with humor. It was obvious that she believed that Han Li wasn't being completely honest. What did fellow Taoist use to produce that white light? It was immensely powerful. The black-robed man spoke for the first time, but his voice was muffled and hoarse, sounding quite unnatural. This unpleasant voice caused Han Li's eyes to flicker with a strange expression. He looked at the black-robed man with a smile. After Han Li's smile faded away, he indifferently said, "So fellow Taoist is a female cultivator. There is no need to speak with a fake voice. Fairy Violet's spirit and have already seen through it." Fairy Violet's spirit gave a charming smile upon hearing this. The black-robed woman was initially startled, but her eyes soon revealed humiliation and anger. A long while later she spoke with a delicate, soft voice. "Since you fellow Taoists have already seen through it, I will no longer hide this. It merely made matters convenient." With that said, the black-robed woman hesitated for a moment before removing the hood of her black robe, revealing an astonishingly gorgeous face. Not only did this woman have incredibly fair and soft skin, but she had long silky hair that was draped over her shoulder. She wore a dazzling garland on her head that added a mysterious charm, causing her to appear elegant and unyielding. Despite being also a woman, Fairy Violet's spirit appeared breathless at the sight of the black-robed woman's beauty. But something soon came to mind and she stealthily took a glance at Han Li. What she saw left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Han Li had been looking at the black-robed woman in a daze. His eyes revealed a strange, unclear expression. A blush appeared on the black-robed woman's flawless face. With both pride and gloom in her head, she coldly said, "Has fellow Taoist had enough to look at, or is there something wrong with my face?" With that said, the black-robed woman's expression sunk. Han Li didn't grow angry at the rebuke, but neither did he withdraw his gaze. Instead, he let out a long breath and examined the woman with a mysterious smile. He appeared rather interested. Not only did she raise her eyebrows this time, but her face also grew cold. Even Fairy Violet's spirit felt apprehensive, doubting whether or not Han Li was acting out of wicked thoughts. But after some further thoughts, her uneasiness seemed had disappeared. Due to predetermined innate aptitudes, there were far fewer female core formation cultivators in the cultivation world in comparison to male cultivators. Thus, a large majority of high-grade Dao companion pairs normally consisted of a man with core formation cultivation and a woman at foundation establishment. As such, the effectiveness of pair cultivation was not ideal for the male cultivator. As for the small number for female core formation cultivators, they attracted many suitors that believed themselves to be worthy of them. It made sense for a female cultivator possessing such beauty and deep cultivation as the black-robed woman to cause Han Li to feel tempted. Chapter 445. Yuan Yao. Just as the black-robed woman was about to grow furious, Han Li's smile faded and he earnestly said, "I didn't expect that after a mere 100 years, Lady Yuan would enter core formation. You have my sincere congratulations." When Han Li addressed her as Lady Yuan, the woman's angry, embarrassed expression immediately disappeared. She hastily attempted to refute him with panic. "Lady Yuan? You're mistaken. My surname is Ruan." This situation was the exact opposite of what Han Li had expected. He couldn't help but stare at the woman's flickering eyes. At the moment, the gorgeous woman's complexion had paled, and her hand was placed on her storage pouch. Her eyes were wide open and carried unmistakable hostility. The mood suddenly became strained, all of which originated from Han Li addressing her as Lady Yuan with a casual tone. While Han Li wore a slight smile on his face, he actually felt truly puzzled. As for Fairy Violet's spirit, the current situation was even more of a surprise. Without even thinking, she took a half-step closer towards Han Li, making her standing clear. In terms of both familiarity and might, Han Li was the obvious choice. With an unchanged expression, Han Li slowly said, "It seems there is a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Yuan most likely doesn't remember me. After all, we had only met once before over 100 years ago." "We've only met once? Over 100 years ago?" The woman's expression slightly relaxed, but her eyes were still vigilant and she expressed doubt. The tension had been greatly eased. But after looking at Han Li for a moment, she doubtfully asked, "I've taken a good look at you, but I don't remember ever seeing you. Are you attempting to dupe me?" With that said, the woman's eyes flickered with cold intent, faintly revealing a trace enmity. Han Li felt at a loss, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. He didn't bother playing coy and directly asked, "Over 100 years ago, did Lady Yuan go to the Sky Capital Market at Stalwart Star Island?" The black-robed woman blankly stared for a moment before nodding her head in recollection. After looking intensely at Han Li's face, she revealed a pensive expression. "Stalwart Star Island's Sky Capital Market? I've been there many times. Could it be that you saw me there?" He seemed to have recalled something. "That's right. At the time you were together with a beautiful friend. My martial uncle Crooked Soul and I met you at the edge of the market city." When he mentioned Crooked Soul, Han Li unconsciously glanced at Fairy Violet's spirit, who was aware that Crooked Soul had been his avatar. Naturally, when Fairy Violet's spirit heard Han Li mention Crooked Soul as his martial uncle, she revealed a mysterious smile. Although she didn't know the circumstances at the time, she was sure that Han Li must have been playing out an elaborate scheme. She couldn't help but find it ridiculous. But naturally, she wasn't going to talk about this matter without cause. Speaking of Crooked Soul, Fairy Violet's spirit had been wondering for quite a while why his avatar wasn't present at his side. Crooked Soul would have been of great assistance to them. After blinking her eyes several times, the black-robed woman came to a sudden realization and revealed an expression of disbelief. Fellow Taoist's words feel quite familiar to me. Could it be that your esteemed self was at the entrance of the Sky Capital Market and was accompanied by a core formation senior? Han Li bitterly smiled. Lady Yuan has finally remembered. It seemed that I had given you quite an ordinary impression. Han Li spoke with a chuckle. The black-robed woman deeply blushed upon hearing Han Li. But now that she recognized him, she completely relaxed and self-consciously said, "Please don't take offense, fellow Taoist Han." At the time, fellow Taoist was truly. The woman found it difficult to continue. Han Li replied with laughter. Wasn't it because my appearance and cultivation were too ordinary? It's no surprise you two ladies didn't take note of me. Han Li was calm and didn't display the slightest annoyance. It seems I've made a fool of myself. Han Li's attitude had greatly eased the black-robed woman. After all, Han Li's current abilities were impressive, and she was fearful that Han Li had been offended over being forgotten. With her magic treasure greatly damaged, she was unwilling to casually offend him. With that thought, she continued, I must also congratulate fellow Taoist. In these 100 years, fellow Taoist also cultivated to core formation from Qi refinement. Your magic power is also so profound that you are actually capable of eliminating the Ghost King level fiend. Han Li inwardly shook his head in response to the woman's friendly words. He wasn't at Qi condensation stage at the time. He had been at late foundation establishment. Had he not refined the 3 essence revolutions along with the great development technique, he feared he wouldn't have entered core formation. However, this woman had truly cultivated from Qi condensation to core formation in that time span. When he recognized the black-robed woman, he was truly shocked. This woman didn't possess particularly impressive aptitude, so Han Li inwardly guessed that she must have had a fortuitous encounter during those 100 years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an ordinary cultivator like her to have improved so quickly. Although he had carefully examined her previously, he was unable to see the spiritual roots of a fellow early core formation cultivator as their body's magic power blocked his sight. With that thought, Han Li didn't stare at the woman any longer and turned his eyes towards the ghost mist surrounding them. Han Li smiled and thought to say something, but Fairy Violet Spirit spoke first with a slight frown. Fellow Taoists, let us set off. It would be best to not stay here for too long. It would be troublesome if another fearsome phantom were to appear. Han Li silently agreed with a smile. The black-robed woman Yuan Yao had no objections, and the 3 set off into the ghost mist after confirming their direction. There was a place that appeared similar to a garden, but it contained nameless, rare flowers and plants. It had 8 pavilions finely carved from jade with 30 cultivators distributed sparsely among them. A majority of these cultivators had pale complexions and were stained with blood as if they had arrived here after a bitter struggle. However, their faces revealed unconcealable excitement. There were even a few cultivators that were whispering to one another. Grandmaster Zenith Yin Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators were at this location. The 2 factions were meditating at 2 different pavilions. As for the 2 Star Palace elders, they were floating at some place in midair. They were expressionlessly sitting cross-legged in meditation, appearing as if they were statues. A dense, pitch-black ghost fog rolled around vigorously 400 meters away from where the garden laid. It was obstructed by an invisible wall, appearing as if they were 2 entirely different worlds. Suddenly, the fog separated to reveal a male cultivator calmly walking through it. This male cultivator wore green robes, appeared youthful and had a refined appearance. But what was most odd was that there wasn't any abnormalities on his body, and his appearance was serene as if he hadn't experienced any battles on his way there. This strange scene attracted the amazement of the nearby cultivators. They looked at him with complicated expressions. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Yin opened his eyes and glanced at the male cultivator before revealing a disappointed expression. He shut his eyes once more and didn't pay any further attention to the male cultivator. When this male cultivator looked at Grandmaster Zenith Yin, his face revealed a trace of resentment during a moment of carelessness. However, his calm appearance quickly returned and he walked forward with large strides. He didn't enter any of the pavilions to take a seat. Instead, he found a remote corner and stood there with hands behind his back, indifferently examining the cultivators that were there. Seeing that Han Li had yet to appear, his delicate face lightly frowned, but he soon became expressionless. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone else, a deep resounding man's voice could be heard in the youth's mind. What? That assistant of yours isn't here? Could he have fallen to a malicious spirit? Hehe. It seems the person you sought wasn't particularly worthy of note. The voice lazily said. The youth grew angry and he used his spiritual sense to strictly rebuke it. Silence. Don't casually speak inside my body. There are many nascent soul cultivators here. If one or two of them were to hear you, what do you think will happen? Chapter 446. Regrouping Humph. If they discover us, at worst we will just return into the ghost mist. Despite not being able to match nascent soul cultivators in direct battle, who can match the escape methods of us ghost Dao cultivators? The resounding man's voice spoke with rejection. What do you know? There are at least 4 nascent soul cultivators here, and they all have magic treasures and divine abilities that are particularly effective in restraining our ghost Dao techniques. If you want to die, don't involve me. Else I'll be forced to break our agreement and exterminate you here. The youthful Bone Sage rebuked with an icy voice. There is no need for old brother Bone Sage to be so angry. I won't mention it again. However, you cannot renege on our agreement to find a suitable living body. Why else would I have given you a trace of my soul essence and willingly allowed you to leave the ghost mist? This person seemed fearful of the Bone Sage's rage, but in the end he couldn't help but remind the Bone Sage of their agreement. Don't worry. Since I need your help to deal with my traitorous disciple Zenith Een, I will get you a physical body before I act. Furthermore, as fellow sufferers that were forced to cultivate the ghost Dao, how could I possibly renege on our agreement? The Bone Sage indifferently said. Hehe. Your words have truly put me at ease. After that was said, the resounding voice disappeared from the Bone Sage's mind. The Bone Sage sighed with relief and then sat against a small tree before dozing off. After some time had passed, an increasing number of cultivators left the ghost mist with increasingly heavier damage. Quite a number of them had even sustained great injuries to their origin chi that would require many years of dedicated treatment, else their cultivation level would suffer as a result. But even in this sorry state, they all wore expressions of unconcealable happiness. After all, so long as they passed the ghost mist trial, they would still be able to acquire a few rarely seen spiritual medicines. After about 70 more cultivators arrived at the garden, the rate of new arrivals greatly decreased. In the coming day, only a sparse few cultivators had arrived. The youth that had accompanied Fairy Violet Spirit at the beginning was amongst them. His clothes were damaged and his face was pale as if he had suffered through hardships on the way there. Upon entering the garden, the youth swept his gaze past the garden and revealed worry upon seeing that Fairy Violet Spirit wasn't there. His expression was indecisive. At that moment, Grandmaster Zenith Een and the Bone Sage both became uneasy upon seeing that Han Li had yet to arrive. The Bone Sage was the calmer of the two. Although he felt irritation, his face still maintained peacefulness. However, Grandmaster Zenith Een was unable to endure. He occasionally opened his eyes and gloomily swept his gaze past the ghost mist, unable to calm down. In truth, this person's gloomy temperament would have normally prevented him from displaying his impatience. However, Han Li possessed something that was vital to his treasure hunt, leaving him in a hopeless situation. A majority of people didn't take notice of these actions, but the Confucian-robed old man that was meditating nearby had opened his eyes. With a light cough, he slowly asked, "Could fellow Taoists' unease be due to concern for someone that has yet to arrive?" The old man stared at Grandmaster Zenith Een with doubt. When Zenith Een heard this, his expression became calm once more and he indifferently replied, "It couldn't be considered concern. It's just a very interesting junior that I've met once before." A strange glint flashed through the Confucian-robed old man's eyes. He said with a mysterious smile, "An interesting junior? Fellow Taoist Wu must introduce me to him. I too am quite fond of guiding inexperienced juniors that hold potential." "Old bastard. He is far too suspicious." Zenith Een was extremely annoyed that Han Li had yet to appear, and was unwilling to deal with the old man's schemes. As such, he bluntly closed his eyes and forced himself to meditate. At that same time, the resounding voice could be heard once more in the corner of the Bone Sage's mind. Bone Sage, your assistant still hasn't arrived? Could he have been devoured by ghosts? Such an assistant would prove too weak to be useful. The voice's tone contained a trace of schadenfreude. The Bone Sage sighed. Given its temperament, it was truly impossible to keep him silent. It was also impossible for him to kill it, as it would prove far too useful to him. Until now, there also hadn't been anyone that had glanced at him with a baffled gaze. It seemed that their short talks didn't arouse any suspicion. With that thought, the Bone Sage unhappily said, "This person is exceptionally mysterious. Although he is young and his cultivation is only at early core formation, it is absolutely impossible for him to have fallen to any fierce ghosts. Even if you came across him, you'd turn tail and flee if your soul didn't scatter first. Do not underestimate him." Early core formation? Isn't Bone Sage underestimating me too greatly? Against such a cultivator, I'd only have to open my mouth, and his blood essence would already be absorbed. The deep voice spoke with disbelief. Did you enjoy my devil-extinguishing arrow? What would you do if he possessed flying swords also made from golden lightning bamboo? The deep voice grew silent for a moment before speaking with great skepticism. Flying swords made of gold lightning bamboo? Are you joking? There was only ever one stalk of gold lightning bamboo, and you refined it into the devil-extinguishing arrow. How can there be other gold lightning bamboo magic treasures? Hee. You'll find out whether or not this is true sooner or later. And before you say I didn't warn you, apart from his gold lightning bamboo magic treasure, he also possesses a few other troublesome techniques. Why else would I, the Bone Sage, join hands with an early core formation cultivator? With that said, the Bone Sage didn't pay any further attention to the voice and closed his eyes into oblivious meditation. The deep voice tactfully kept silent and was pondering whether or not the Bone Sage had spoken truthfully. 6 hours later, the Bone Sage now appeared irritated and wondered why Hanli was taking so long to arrive. At that moment, an area of the ghost mist rolled away and made a path, revealing 3 people walking side by side. The 3 were Hanli's party. As for the gorgeous woman Yuan Yao, she was back to concealing her breathtaking beauty with her black robes. Hanli was stunned for a moment after having seen that there were so many people present. He soon glanced at the scene and walked towards an uninhabited area without hesitation. Fairy Violet Spirit and Yuan Yao then gave each other a tacit glance before going their own ways. At that moment, a silhouette appeared with a blur. A handsome azure-jacketed youth had rushed over and earnestly spoke to Fairy Violet Spirit. "Great. Violet Spirit, you're safe. I was so worried." After this was said, he hastily approached her and carefully examined her for any injuries. "Brotherly, I'm fine." When Fairy Violet Spirit saw him, she stopped and forced a smile. Her expression continuously shifted. After Yuan Yao took a deep look at those 2, she went to another location with fluttering clothes. Hanli, who had found a lone place to stand, turned around to see Yuan Yao following him. With slight surprise, he immediately frowned and said, "Lady Yuan, we've already left the ghost mist. For what matter have you followed me?" Although this woman's breathtaking beauty had touched his heart, he didn't have any plans to work together with any strangers and immediately spoke with a cold intent of rejection. Han Li's blunt words didn't cause Yun Yao to become angry. Instead she sighed and said, "Please don't take offense, Brother Han. I've only followed you because I have no choice. Fellow Taoist should know that my magic treasure had suffered great damage in the fight against the Ghost King, and I am not capable of using it any further. And with the great dangers in the Heaven Void Hall, this woman only knows of Brother Han. Coming here was a stupid decision. Please do not leave me here to die." With that said, the black-robed woman's eyes turned slightly red as if she were about to weep tears. The scene caused Han Li to intensely frown. "Lady Yuan, since you've said this, I will need to ask some questions. But first I'd like to make it known that I am not an upright gentleman, nor is my heart filled with benevolence. I am especially unwilling to be used without payment or knowledge." Han Li calmly spoke as if he hadn't seen the woman's sad expression. "Fellow Taoist Han, please don't hesitate to ask. So long as the questions don't touch on any secrets, I will definitely give a satisfactory answer." This woman felt somewhat annoyed that Han Li hadn't revealed any pity or sympathy towards the fairer sex. However, there were items that she must acquire and she had no choice but to agree. After placing his hands behind his back, Han Li unhurriedly asked the woman without blinking. My questions are quite simple. What is fellow Taoist Yuan's objective? Up to which trial do you intend to challenge? Also, from the panic you had shown earlier, it seems you're hiding something. Do you carry any great troubles on you? I don't wish to be involved in any of your quarrels by association. Chapter 447. Different world. The woman remained calm when faced with Han Li's questions, giving the impression that she had anticipated them. However, his last question caused her to reveal slight panic. She answered with a forced smile. Fellow Taoist's last question is quite meaningful. What great troubles could I have provoked? The reason why I was so panicked at the beginning was because... Without waiting for her to finish, Han Li insipidly interrupted. If Lady Yuan doesn't wish to tell the truth, then leave it be. I have no intention of listening to any empty words. You... Seeing that Han Li was unmoved, Yuan Yao had finally revealed a trace of anger. She forcefully stomped her foot and left in a fit of resentment. Han Li's face didn't reveal the slightest change upon seeing the woman leave. He soon turned his gaze towards Fairy Violet Spirit, who was currently talking with a male youth with an easy expression. When she saw Han Li looking at her, she gave him a light-hearted smile and muttered something to the youth. After seeing that, Han Li turned his gaze away, but before he thought of anything else, he heard the Bone Sage's voice. Why were you so slow? This master had believed you weren't able to deal with a trifling ghost mist. Could it be you came across a ghost king? The Bone Sage's voice contained dissatisfaction and doubt. Having heard that, Han Li gazed into the distant ghost mist and indifferently replied, On my way here, I encountered a fierce ghost. However, that didn't take up much time. It was the large group of Soul Eater spirits that came afterwards that wasted much of my time. Soul Eater spirits? The Bone Sage revealed an expression of shock. What? Does Senior fear those things despite cultivating the ghost Tao? Han Li asked with a calm tone, but his words carried a trace of mockery. How could I possibly fear them? However, this old man is quite curious to know how you three managed to escape such a calamity. The Bone Sage quickly changed the topic. Han Li inwardly sneered as he casually gave an explanation. Junior doesn't really have anything to say. We merely had good luck and were able to avoid disaster through a fluke. Little sneak. Needless to say, the Bone Sage inwardly cursed at him. After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to ask a different question. Fine. Since you're unwilling to explain, I won't continue to pry. The next time I'll talk with you, we'll go together to fetch the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Afterwards, you will lend me your assistance in exterminating my traitorous disciple Zenith Een. No problem. So long as you hand the 9-curl spirit ginseng to me, I will take the risk of helping you. Han Li agreed without the slightest hesitation. It seemed he had long made up his mind. The Bone Sage was satisfied by his decisive answer. After a light chuckle, he spoke no more. However, he didn't catch sight of Han Li's mocking smile and the cold light that occasionally flickered from his eyes. Han Li suddenly felt another person looking at him. He couldn't help but raise his head. As a result, he caught sight of Grandmaster Zenith Een looking at him with a trace of joy that reminded Han Li of a tiger eyeing its prey. Han Li expressively turned his head around and bitterly smiled. It seemed that avoiding a confrontation with Grandmaster Zenith Een was impossible. Zenith Een clearly had no intention of letting him go for a reason he was completely unaware of. However, Grandmaster Zenith Een seemed to have his own misgivings. Why was he waiting so patiently and hadn't made a move to restrain him within the hall? Han Li gloomily sat down on a patch of grass and meditated. He had consumed quite a bit of magic power in the ghost fog and needed to recover to his peak state for the troubles that were soon to come. Staring from a distance, the woman Yuan Yao glanced at Han Li with unwillingness. While her gaze contained resentment, it also held a trace of loneliness. Although Fairy Violet Spirit was chatting to the earnest and concerned man with a smile, her gaze unconsciously turned in Han Li's direction as if she were worried. As for Han Li, he was meditating, appearing oblivious of the two's gazes. Time quickly passed by and the next day arrived. At this point, many of the cultivators were already impatient. They surrounded a bare stone slab lying at the center of the jade pavilions. With their experience from the first hall, These cultivators were particularly shocked to see the stone slab reveal a transportation formation with a flash of white light. Its appearance was exactly the same as the one from the first hall. At that moment, the two white-clothed elders from the Star Palace calmly walked towards it. After examining it, the old man with the kindly face slowly said, "This transportation formation will take you to paths of ice and fire where you will enter the second trial. Before entering the second trial, everyone will have some time to gather spiritual herbs and spiritual fruit as rewards for passing the first trial. If you feel that undergoing another trial is too dangerous, you may return here. In a month, a transportation formation will appear here to take you back to the main hall. But regardless of whether you decide to undergo the second trial or to return here, you only have 1 day to pick the spiritual herbs throughout the next area. Past that point, nothing else will appear and you will be stuck there. To the best of my knowledge, cultivators that have remained there have never returned at the reopening of the Heaven Void Hall. As for the reason of their disappearance, it is still unknown to this day. So don't believe that you'll come across fortune by deliberately staying there." The white-clothed old man's voice wasn't very loud, but his voice was resounding and was heard by all those there. Those that already knew this were inattentive while the others who were ignorant were greatly surprised. After this was said, both of these enforcement elders stepped through the transportation formation and disappeared without a trace. This time the other cultivators showed no hesitation and each of them rushed through. After all, time was limited. They only had a short amount of time to search for the spiritual items. They had best make good use of it. Han Li unconsciously turned his gaze towards the bone sage before hastily entering the crowd of cultivators that were hurrying towards the transportation formation. But just as he walked towards the transportation formation, Han Li felt Grandmaster Zenith Yin's covetous gaze fall upon him once more. Fury and apprehension stirred in his heart, and he sourly grimaced as he passed through the white light. Despite knowing that someone harbored malicious intentions towards him, he was powerless to do anything about it. This feeling of helplessness awakened a feeling of an intense vengeance that he had forgotten many years before. After the light faded away, Han Li walked a few steps outside of the transportation formation and examined his surroundings, discovering a sight that left him dumbfounded. The sky was dark blue and was filled with clouds. An endless expanse of emerald green grass surrounded him, accompanied by a wind that carried a strong scent of plants. There was also a mountain range that could be faintly seen in the distance. How were they still in the Heaven Void Hall? This graceful environment clearly belonged on land. For a long while Han Li remained in a silent daze. At that moment the bone sage walked out of the transportation formation. Scoffing at Han Li's shocked appearance, he said, "Isn't it amazing? The first time I came here I didn't appear much better than yourself. But this isn't an illusion. It is a genuine existence. With its abundant spiritual qi and its indescribable smell of pure nature, this isn't a place that exists in the outside world." He then took a deep breath and slowly savored it before continuing, "This small world should be the result of a great divine ability of some cultivator from the desolate era. Unfortunately, those of us in the later generation never again witnessed their grand, marvelous abilities." The bone sage sighed and revealed a desire to witness the ancient cultivators. Splitting the heavens and earth apart by oneself? Han Li was overwhelmed with disbelief. Guessing what Han Li was thinking, the bone sage calmly continued, "There is nothing strange about it. The divine abilities of ancient cultivators far exceed what we can even imagine. But for some unknown reason, these ancient cultivators completely disappeared from this world. It was after this that our own inferior cultivation world came into existence." Han Li didn't further question this, and his eyes suddenly fell down to a small road in front of him. The winding road was overgrown with unknown wild plants. It was hard to discern and it led into the unseen distance. In Han Li's eyes, the mystery of the ancient cultivators' amazing abilities along with their disappearance had nothing to do with the matter at hand. He'd be better served by addressing the matter at hand before considering any matters having to do with ancient cultivators. Chapter 448. Small Mountain. After following this road for several hundred kilometers, you will see a canyon surrounded by a barrier. It is narrow and very long. Upon entering the canyon you will be in an entirely different world. Within this world there will be two paths to choose from: the road of profound crystal and the path of lava. The road of profound crystal is chilling to the bone, and if you are not careful your body will turn to ice. As for path of lava, it is scorching hot where one may find themselves easily turned to ash. Only after reaching the end of the canyon will you find the next transportation formation. Once you pass through it you will have completed the second trial, the paths of fire and ice. As the two from the Star Palace have said, everyone will have a day to search for spiritual medicines before they must enter the canyon. As for what everyone will find, it will depend on their own luck. The Bone Sage finished indifferently. Han Li opened and closed his mouth several times and was thinking about what to ask. But when he saw the Bone Sage's expression stir, he remained silent as 3 more flashes of white light appeared from the transportation formation behind them. The arriving cultivators indifferently glanced at Han Li and the Bone Sage before excitedly flying off towards the distant mountains as streaks of light. They all appeared eager to begin hunting for treasure. As he watched them fly further away, the Bone Sage frowned and hesitated a moment before saying, "Let us set off. If we wait for Xianxia to arrive, it will stir up quite a bit of trouble." Then without waiting for a response from Han Li, he transformed into a dark cloud and took to the skies. Han Li's expression greatly changed. He wordlessly turned into an azure streak and chased after him. Not long after Han Li and the Bone Sage took off, Xianxia, Wan Tianming and the other nascent soul cultivators each appeared from the transportation formation. With the righteous Dao headed by Wan Tianming and the devil Dao headed by Manhuzi, both sides stood in confrontation. When Xianxia appeared, he hastily swept his gaze around and felt slightly disappointed that Han Li wasn't around. However, his expression didn't betray this in the slightest. He was even bantering with the Confucian-robed old man as normal. As for the beautiful woman surnamed Wen, when she saw their confrontation she coldly said, "I only wish to pick spiritual herbs. After I am done I will be returning to the pavilion. You all may fight as you see fit, but do not involve me in your affairs." With that said, she turned into a ball of silver light and ripped through the air. Wan Tianming took several glances at the devil Dao cultivators and whispered a few words to his fellow righteous Dao cultivators. Soon after, the 3 of them wordlessly took off into the skies as a tricolored light. The remaining devil Dao eccentrics couldn't help but watch with widened eyes. They were caught unprepared and were unsure whether to closely follow after them or mind their own business. But before they could respond, the righteous Dao cultivators were already out of sight. When Grandmaster Xianxia saw this, his eyes flashed with a strange gaze. After a cough he said with a wide smile, "Brother Qing, brother man, I will be taking my leave to pick a few spiritual herbs for pill refinement. Let's meet up at the entrance of the canyon." With that said, Grandmaster Xianxia flung out his sleeve and released a black mist. After the mist drew in Wuchou, he disappeared with a gust of cold wind. Manhuzi's expression grew stern. As for old man Qing, he frowned with contemplation. That Xianxia left rather quickly. It seems his movement technique is growing increasingly wondrous. Fellow Taoist Qing, if you are free, how about picking some Genesis fruit with me? With our combined strength, we will have a higher certainty of dealing with the mountain demons guarding the spirit tree. When the time comes I'll give you a share. Since your age is quite advanced, these fruits should extend your life by no small amount. Manhuzi spoke to the pondering Confucian-robed old man. When layman Qing heard this he was initially stunned. After his gaze flickered a few times, he replied with an embarrassed appearance, "Brother man, my apologies. I also have some important matters to attend to and have no time to accompany you. I will see you again at the canyon entrance." With that said, he apologetically cupped his hands and flew off. Manhuzi's complexion turned an unsightly green. "Humph. Do you truly believe that this island lord requires your assistance to acquire some Genesis fruit? I'll make a show of dealing with you too once we arrive in the inner halls." Manhuzi muttered before launching himself into the sky with a stomp. Then with several flashes of yellow light he disappeared. By now Han Li had been following the Bone Sage's black cloud for 4 hours, and the land beneath them was no longer the leveled prairie. It had been replaced with an expansive winding mountain range. The varied mountains made for a spectacular sight as he rushed past them. Enveloped in an aura of azure sword light, Han Li spontaneously said, "The place you spoke of is truly far." I suspect if we fly for much longer we'll reach the world's end. A scoff came from the black cloud ahead of him. The bone sage bluntly said, "Do you believe that an item such as the 9-curl spirit ginseng can be found in some convenient location? If it weren't so difficult to acquire we wouldn't have had the chance. Youngster, if you wish to acquire great benefits you should learn to be patient." When Han Li heard him speak in a lecturing tone, his eyes coldly shined but he remained silent. After all, this old eccentric possessed an immense amount of experience and was qualified to speak with such a tone. Although he was a bit unhappy, he wasn't about to waste his breath on useless words. However, flying for such a long time without even catching sight of the destination caused Han Li to feel uneasy. He couldn't help but grow more wary of the old devil, worrying that he may fall victim to his schemes when he least expected. Their alliance was completely unreliable. Han Li didn't believe that in the past, the bone sage had flown such a long way for no reason at all. Had he wanted to find spiritual herbs, he would have sought for them in a few of the mountains abundant with spiritual qi that they had already passed by. Even at such a high altitude, Han Li was still able to clearly feel their dense spiritual qi fluctuations. The spiritual herbs that those mountains nurtured were certain to be extremely rare. Han Li was very skeptical as to why the bone sage had ignored them in a previous journey to Heaven Void Hall. Uncertain of whether the bone sage seen through Han Li's suspicions or whether he had felt uneasy from the silence, the bone sage spoke with a hesitant tone. "I have been to this world 2 times already. I had fortunately discovered the 9-curl spirit ginseng the first time I came here. At the time, it was only because I was chasing after a flying shrieker for such a long distance that I even stumbled across the 9-curl spirit ginseng. After all, these immortal items aren't said to appear here. According to my assumptions, the spirit ginseng was coincidentally formed from heaven and earth after many years of nourishment from the dense spiritual qi in this half-sealed world. It was something that had formed outside the expectations of the ancient cultivators. Hehe. And now it will prove to be convenient for you." The bone sage's last words revealed a rare trace of envy and regret. So it's like that. Although Han Li somewhat doubted this and was still keeping his wits about him, he felt somewhat more at ease. The two continued to fly for quite some time before the black cloud came to a sudden stop. The bone sage looked down with a flickering gaze. He unhurriedly said, "We've arrived. However, you shouldn't become careless. The 9-curl spirit ginseng is extremely sensitive. If it feels that anything is amiss, it will drill into the mountains and disappear. You must take a moment of careful consideration before acting. Else we will return empty-handed. Is Senior sure this is the place? This is a spiritual object here?" When Han Li swept his gaze at the area below, his expression turned odd. There was a small, unremarkable mountain lying below the two. Not only was it completely barren, but it was pathetically sparse with spiritual qi. It largely contrasted with the large mountains surrounding it. Han Li found it hard to believe that this small desolate mountain was where the 9-curl spirit ginseng dwelled. The bone sage's black cloud slowly scattered to reveal his body. He spoke to Han Li with a mysterious smile. "Hee, youngster. You're easily surprised. I was also quite astonished when I didn't catch sight of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, but this mountain is truly the place where it resides." Since the bone sage had said this, Han Li kept silent and bluntly watched below for any movements. The bone sage was no longer paying attention to Han Li and was gazing down below. His eyes suddenly glowed with a blood light, startling Han Li. Chapter 449. Ruse. The bone sage's frightening red eyes shifted several times before their radiance gradually disappeared. After the bone sage's eyes returned to normal, he calmly said, "Correct, the 9-curl spirit ginseng really is here. Traces of its pure spiritual qi can be faintly seen from the surface of the mountain." Han Li's heart stirred. He poured spiritual power into his eyes and examined the small mountain with great attention. However, he was greatly disappointed to have found nothing unusual. When the bone sage saw Han Li's eye shine with azure radiance, he obviously knew what he was doing. He disdainfully smiled and said, "Don't delude yourself into thinking you can see the pure spiritual qi of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Only nascent soul cultivators possess a sufficiently powerful spiritual sense to be able to do this. Although my cultivation has shifted to the ghost Tao, The power of my original spiritual sense hasn't suffered in the slightest. The bone sage's words carried a trace of mockery. Han Li's face didn't reveal any change, but under the bone sage's unintentional advice, he started to circulate the great development technique in his body. After a short moment, Han Li rejoiced. He actually caught sight of extremely faint traces of azure light scattered throughout the mountain. Not aware that Han Li could clearly see the pure spiritual qi, the bone sage looked down at the mountain and indifferently said, "As I have been here before, I fortunately have a method of acquiring the 9-curl spirit ginseng. As a result, I acquired a few particular items from a small island along the way. We will first arrange a trap. Then we'll have the 9-curl spirit run into it, allowing it to be easily captured." He then extended his hand towards his storage pouch and took out a dazzling gold item. "This is..." Han Li looked on with amazement. The egg-sized golden ball of thread released a faint radiance as if it had been specially refined. The bone sage scoffed at Han Li's bewildered expression and clutched the ball. With a flash of black light, long golden threads shot out from the ball and quickly wove themselves into a small, exquisite gold net. It was only the size of his palm, but its sparkling shine gave an unusual impression. The bone sage stared at Han Li and solemnly said, "The 9-curl spirit ginseng is something that can only be caught with an object of pure gold. Other magic treasures and tools will be completely ineffective. Take proper care of this. It will be used to catch the spirit ginseng when it tries to flee." Han Li raised his brow and pondered for a moment before silently beckoning to the gold net. Whoosh! The net flew into his hand and he placed it into his storage pouch without a further glance. When the bone sage saw this, his eyes smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out 4 earth-yellow flags. The small flags were layered with talisman markings that concealed their flickering brilliance. With Han Li's current mastery of formation flags, he was startled by the sight of the small flag. After taking a cold breath, he revealed a trace of disbelief. "What? Han Li, my boy, you recognize these flags?" When the bone sage saw Han Li's astonishment, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Han Li didn't immediately reply and rigidly stared at the small formation flags for a moment more. He then raised his head and solemnly said, "Is that the celestial black tortoise 1 formation flag setup set? Apart from this ancient formation spell, no other formations are able to form a great earth attribute formation from 4 small flags." Surprise flashed across the bone sage's face, but he soon regained his calm. "I hadn't expected you to be proficient in the Tao of formation spells. It seems that I've found the right person to be my assistant. You're correct, these celestial black tortoise formation flags were something I had refined on the way here. With this formation, we will be able to restrict the mountain stone in an area of 100 meters, hardening it into metal and trapping the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Since you possess knowledge of formation spells, I'll let you place down the formation. While you do that, I will be looking around for any solid traces of the spirit ginseng." Soon after, he calmly handed over the 4 yellow flags and turned into a black cloud as he silently flew down towards the mountain. Han Li looked at the flags in his hand and then turned to look at the back of the old devil with an odd expression in his eyes. After a moment, he licked his lips and flew downwards with a sneer. At the same time, a man's resounding voice was heard from deep within the bone sage's body. "Bone sage, why did you give him the formation flags? I see that your relationship with is quite shallow. Could it be that you're up to no good?" This person spoke as if he greatly understood the bone sage. "What do you mean? I only had youngster Han set down the formation flags so that I can capture the spirit ginseng with certainty. After taking advantage of this opportunity, I will kill him." The bone sage sinisterly spoke with a chilling voice. "You're going to kill him now? Did I hear wrongly? I thought you'd at least wait until Zenith Een was killed before you acted against him." The deep man's voice displayed astonishment. The bone sage grimly said, "That won't do. This youngster Han is far too cunning. I fear any more delays will only bring more troubles. In addition, this person understands my methods and will not allow himself to be controlled by me. If he were to by chance betray me to my traitorous disciple Zenith Een, it would be beyond terrible. Although the possibility of this is low, this bone sage refuses to take such a risk. After all, I've already suffered betrayal once and will never easily trust others ever again. Also," the man's voice lazily continued, "also, you never intended to give the 9 curl spirit ginseng to him from the start. That's right. After spending so much thought into acquiring this spiritual item, how could I be willing to give it to another? Even if the spirit ginseng had no effect on my cultivation, it would prove equally useful for trade. And with that gold lightning bamboo magic treasure in his possession, he will inevitably become a great enemy for us demon ghosts. The sooner we exterminate him, the better. Besides, what do you think about his body? The bone sage revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. The question at the end had startled the male ghost. He grew immensely excited. It would be great. You must help me seize his body. But how do you plan to deal with Zenithine? His question was slightly hesitant. When I passed down Zenith Yin's profound Yin art to him, I left behind a flaw that I could use to kill and refine him. So long as he is alone and with your newly acquired body, we will be able to exterminate him. The bone sage spoke with great confidence. So that's how it is. But weren't you thinking of exterminating the youngster Han from the start? You still deliberately sought to ally yourself with him despite this? You really are a cunning fox. The man seemed to hold the bone sage's cunning in high regard. You overestimate me. Before I came across you, I truly wished to join hands with him to kill Zenithine. After all, even if I know the flaw in my traitorous disciple's cultivation, having an assistant will be far more reliable. But now that I came across an old friend like you, I no longer have need of him. It would be better to kill him as soon as possible and prevent any mishaps later. The bone sage nonchalantly said. You've put on quite the display. I had truly believed your apprehensive appearance at the Jade Pavilions. I didn't expect you were already planning to kill this required helper of yours. The man sighed and spoke with a complicated tone. Humph. My worry at the time was genuine. However, I didn't fear the loss of assistance for my revenge, but that his gold lightning bamboo flying swords had fallen into someone else's hands. If such an event came to pass, it would prove to be disastrous to those of us following the ghost Dao. After a moment of silence, the man asked with concern, You dare to so recklessly act against him even though he possesses a gold lightning bamboo magic treasure? Are you truly certain of victory? As this matter pertained to himself, he naturally wanted to know the finer details. At that moment, the bone sage was flying circles around the mountain at a low altitude. What I originally imagined was that we'd use both the golden net and the celestial black tortoise formation to seize both the spirit ginseng and that youngster Han at once. I hadn't expected that he'd be proficient in spell formations. It was then that I was struck with a clever idea. I would hand the formation flags to him and have my plan become even more perfect. The bone sage revealed a strange smile and spoke with a mysterious tone. Could it be that you've done something to the flags? The man spoke with sudden realization. Hee. You'll know when the time comes. For now we'll find the 9 curl spirit ginseng. Otherwise that youngster definitely won't be fooled. The bone sage deliberately omitted the main details, much to the man's dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, my ghost demon cultivation art was something that you had imparted to me. I had originally thought to use it to search for the spirit ginseng, but I hadn't expected that my traitorous disciple would betray me. It has become my last hope. The bone sage's eyes flashed with cold light. I wasn't really imparting anything. We were just taking what we needed. The man spoke with a deep sigh. 1. Specifically references to the constellation, https://en. Wikipedia. org/wiki/blackundervertis. Chapter 450. Revealing one's true nature. Enough. Don't speak any more nonsense. First you'll help me find the 9 curl spirit ginseng. Then we'll kill the youngster and give his body to you. The bone sage coldly interrupted him. That will be no problem. With our great spirit-searching arts, finding that lone spirit ginseng will be a trivial matter. The man disdainfully said. Then let us go. With that said, the bone sage's expression grew heavy and he flung his sleeve downwards. 2 threads of black chi shot out from his sleeve. In an instant they had bored into the earth and disappeared from sight. At the same time, a strange dim green light streaked down from the bone sage before quickly fading away. Motionlessly floating in place, the bone sage closed his eyes. Down on the ground, Han Li was playing around with the yellow formation flags with a calm expression. However, his gaze continuously flickered as if he were pondering a problem. hesitation could be seen from his brow. With a flick of his hand, the flags flew off as streaks of yellow light, firmly inserting themselves into the ground. Although I couldn't find anything wrong with the formation flags, did you truly believe I wouldn't suspect anything? Han Li muttered to himself with a smirk. Soon after, he reached towards his treasure pouch and took out over 10 yellow flags that bore a similar appearance and emitted dense earth qi. A strange expression flashed across Han Li's eyes as he glanced at the small flags flickering with light. The Bone Sage's expression stirred and he suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 threads of black qi and the green light shot up from the ground and quickly re-entered the Bone Sage's body. Found it. The 9-curl spirit ginseng sure knows how to hide. It concealed its true body in the groove of a huge stone. Were I not careful, it would have been difficult to spot. The man proudly said. Good. I will go and see whether that youngster finished setting down the formation. Conceal yourself and be careful. Don't just appear as you wish and allow him to discover you. The Bone Sage solemnly exhorted. Be at ease. My disguise technique can only be detected with the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. In the coming moments, if you are unable to restrain him, don't rely on me for help. His gold lightning bamboo's divine devilbane lightning is particularly lethal to bodiless souls such as I. The man spoke of the ugly matters up front. Humph. I don't need your help to deal with an early core formation junior. I naturally hold complete certainty in dealing with him. Also, you need not fear his divine devilbane lightning. A few days ago he had discharged his flying swords in battle. Any remaining lightning in his magic treasures should have been exhausted in dealing with the ghost mist. As for when we had originally fought, he had released a swarm of gold-silver beetles, much to my dismay. Despite my great experience, I am unable to recognize them, strangely enough. Although I don't know specifically what these spiritual insects are, they should be fiercer than common insects. The Bone Sage spoke with an indifferent expression. Oh. Without the divine devilbane lightning, he will pose no threat to me. I will act in accordance to how things play out. The man let out a breath of relief. The Bone Sage smirked and didn't say anything else. Although the Bone Sage held onto a sliver of the man's life essence, he knew it was incapable of completely controlling him. As this ghost had immersed himself in the ghost Tao for so many years, he was sure to be more experienced with the matters of soul restrictions than the Bone Sage was, and he was both willing and able to break free of his restrictions by risking severe damage to origin qi. As such, the Bone Sage was unwilling to threaten him. After looking around, he turned into a black cloud and flew off in Han Li's direction. A short moment later, he found Han Li and dropped down. Although the land here could be considered to be level, it was overgrown with weeds. There was even a small forest of sparse large trees nearby. The Bone Sage appeared before him and calmly asked, Have you finished setting up the formation? Of course I have. It's over there. Han Li leaned against a large tree and pointed behind him. With an attentive glance, he saw a large quantity of earth spirit qi fluctuations behind Han Li as expected. The Bone Sage inwardly rejoiced and took out a jade box from his storage pouch. He then opened its lid in front of Han Li. Han Li's nose was assailed with a strong fishy scent as soon as it was opened. He immediately stood straight and held his breath. With an alert expression, he took a few steps back and suspiciously gazed at the Bone Sage. What's that? The Bone Sage spoke with an indifferent expression. There is no need to be overly suspicious. This is the feces of an orchid musk beast. Although it is rather unpleasant to us, the 9-curl spirit ginseng is immensely attracted to its scent. So long as we place it into the formation, the 9-curl spirit ginseng's avatar will be sure to search for it. After restraining its avatar, we'll be able to easily excavate the main body of the spirit ginseng. There will be no fear of it transforming and escaping. Orchid musk beast feces? Han Li glanced at the jade box in the Bone Sage's hand. He now saw it clearly. It was only a thumb-sized faint yellow lump. The intense smell it released greatly surprised Han Li. He had heard of the orchid musk beast before. It was a strange spirit beast raised by cultivators. It had an odd fire-red horn that released a peculiar fragrance that placated souls, receiving much favor from cultivators as a result. He hadn't expected that its feces would prove to be so unpleasant. He was also completely dumbfounded that a spiritual object such as the 9-curl spirit ginseng would be fond of it. But after Han Li looked at the Bone Sage's indifferent expression, he widely smiled and said, "Senior, please place the item in the formation spell. I will go and examine the formation flags to ensure everything is properly in place. Afterwards I will guard this place and seize its avatar. As for the 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng's true body, I will have to trouble Senior to fetch it." With that said, Han Li cupped his fist and walked into the forest behind him. With some unknown method he soon disappeared without trace. The Bone Sage was startled. He inwardly frowned as he looked at the earth's spiritual qi in the forest. After his mouth twitched, he raised his hand. A strange serpent of black qi flew out and flew straight into the heart of the forest with the jade box in its mouth. After placing down the jade box, it flew back towards him. With that done, there was still no trace of Han Li, causing a grim expression to momentarily appear on his face. He immediately flew to the sky in silence. "What? Are you actually scared of your own trick, the formation flags that you gave him?" The man's mocking voice suddenly appeared in the Bone Sage's mind. "Carefulness leads to no mistakes. I will first test the formation and see whether or not it is properly set up. Although the chance that he happened to possess Earth attribute formation flags is minuscule, I cannot take the risk." The Bone Sage spoke without caring. The man clicked his tongue. "If you were originally this careful, you wouldn't have fallen to this degree. It seems you've learned your lesson about that great flaw of yours, old pal Bone Sage." The Bone Sage couldn't make out whether he was sarcastic or truly praising him. With an inward snort, he didn't pay any further attention to the man's words. The Bone Sage floated in the air and opened his hand. A yellow formation flag appeared in his grasp. This flag appeared similar to the 4 that he had given to Han Li, but it was a bit shorter and appeared quite exquisite. The Bone Sage glanced at the small flag and lightly shook it. The flag immediately released a faint yellow light. After it twirled in the Bone Sage's hand, it pointed down towards the forest. The Bone Sage let out quiet breath and his face revealed an evil smile. After putting away the small flag, he turned his gaze to the small mountain and flew off. At that moment, Han Li had finally appeared from the forest. Han Li's eyes coldly glinted as he watched the Bone Sage fly farther away. After his expression stirred, his body became blurred, leaving behind only a breeze. The fishy smell from the jade box was becoming increasingly potent, causing Han Li to tightly frown. All he could do was hold his breath. As time passed, doubts began to spring into his heart. He couldn't stay there for long. If the 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng wasn't duped into appearing, he could only return in vain. As Han Li was thinking this, his expression stirred. His spiritual sense detected a small object burst into the trees. Han Li was pleasantly surprised by this and immediately concealed his body's aura. He then stared at the jade box with complete attention. A yellow light flashed. A sneaking rabbit was floating outside the formation spell. This rabbit's body was snow white and its blood-red eyes were swiveling incessantly, occasionally glancing around. It appeared extremely timid. Despite this, the rabbit's pink nose was continuously sniffing in the direction of the jade box and would occasionally reveal a human-like expression of infatuation. What was an extremely unpleasant odor to Han Li proved to be an extremely pleasurable one to this small creature. Chapter 451. Two-Face. There was no doubt. This small animal was certain to be the avatar of the 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng. Han Li excitedly looked at the white rabbit and circulated the entirety of his great development technique through his eyes. The white rabbit's pure spiritual qi was astonishingly brilliant. It was undoubtedly a wondrous item born from nature. Han Li felt deeply moved, but he didn't relax in the slightest. As he rigidly stared at the white rabbit, his hand had already formed an incantation seal. The rabbit continued to stay outside the great formation before its 2 fire-red eyes glanced at the jade box several times. It was clearly unsatisfied with merely staying in place and continuing to only smell it. It was now coming up with a clever plan. Now that he saw the rabbit's intelligence, Han Li became increasingly careful and revealed a tense expression. After all, the 9 Curls Spirit Ginseng was most adept in evasion techniques. Were he not careful, he would have wasted all of his previous efforts. After the rabbit circled around the large formation, its 2 ears swayed incessantly while still as if it were attempting to sense any oddities with the nearby spiritual qi. Han Li felt slightly worried. If the spirit ginseng avatar saw through the trap and wouldn't enter the formation, he would have to forcefully capture it with the gold net. However, the chance of success would be pathetically small. During Han Li's moment of hesitation, the white rabbit's body blurred and disappeared into the underbrush. Han Li was left completely stupefied. During Han Li's bafflement, a white blur appeared from a different side of the underbrush. The white rabbit's speed left incomplete afterimages. It shot towards the jade box in an instant. After grasping the jade box in its jaw, it ran back without the slightest hesitation. Although the white rabbit's actions had left him in a slight daze, he immediately awoke. How could he allow its mere tricks to succeed? An arrow-like ray of gold light shot down from the trees, intercepting the white rabbit's path of escape. The white rabbit fearfully twisted its body in mid-flight and threw itself in a different direction. It was already too late. A barrier of yellow light had already surrounded it, firmly sealing it. The white rabbit's head knocked against the light barrier and was repelled. After rolling several times across the ground, it got up with a swaying head and eyes filled with panic. With a flash of white light, it turned into a fist-sized ball of rainbow light and immediately flew downwards into the ground. But when the ball of rainbow light sunk several inches into the ground, it was pushed back by another burst of yellow light. Now it was truly worried. The rainbow ball of light flusteredly knocked against the light barrier like a housefly, but it was always met with resistance. At that moment, a streak of golden light shot down towards the ball of light white. It was in midair. It was caught completely unprepared. Then with a blur Han Li appeared on the ground. The golden light then flew into his hand, revealing itself as the gold-threaded net that the bone sage had given him. The light turned back into the white rabbit while in the net and it struggled to break free. Its figure became blurred, large and small, but it proved to be of no use. The gold net closely matched its transformations, firmly holding it in place. Han Li smiled at the sight. After he brought the gold net close to his face and closely examined the white rabbit, he hung the net at his waist. He then sat down at the center of the formation with no intention of disabling it. He then took out the flower basket Desolate Antiquity and placed it in front of him. He also released 2 spirit beast pouches of gold-devouring beetles and had them continuously spiral above him, forming a huge glowing cloud of gold and silver. Han Li then calmly sat down and closed his eyes, waiting for the bone sage to bring back the main body of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. With all of this in place, Han Li hoped that this would tacitly tell the bone sage that it would be best to not shed all pretenses of cooperation and to sincerely hand the spirit ginseng over to him. He clearly understood that their cooperation would only persist so long as the bone sage believed that he wasn't weak. Naturally, if the bone sage showed any killing intent, Han Li would bluntly take the first move. Regardless of whether or not the 9-curl spirit ginseng truly possessed the miraculous effect of condensing a nascent soul, he was still determined to acquire it. After all, this spiritual item possessed great fame. He was convinced that even if it didn't hold any effect towards nascent soul formation, he was certain it still had other equally impressive uses. With that thought, Han Li unconsciously opened his eyes and looked at the white rabbit at his waist, the avatar of the 9-curl spirit ginseng. He was left stunned. It completely lacked its previous vigor and had grown completely powerless. Han Li's heart stirred. Its main body was certain to be in the bone sage's grasp. Otherwise, its avatar wouldn't appear so lifeless. Han Li then turned his gaze to the skies outside of the forest. After the time it took to finish a meal, the bone sage eventually flew over as a dark cloud. He came to a stop outside the formation spell and wordlessly floated there. Han Li expressionlessly stood up and stared at the dark cloud. He didn't plan on speaking first. A long while later, the bone sage's bone-chilling voice came from the cloud. "You appear as if you're facing a great enemy. What are you planning?" "Nothing. It's just that my cultivation is too low. I am truly scared of suddenly having a falling out with Senior." Han Li calmly replied. "Humph. You really are overly suspicious. If I didn't plan on giving this spiritual item to you, then why would I bring you to such a faraway place? Don't forget that I still need your help in dealing with my traitorous disciple." The bone sage spoke as if he were suppressing anger. "Senior, I'm not sure if you know, but times have changed. Perhaps Senior truly needed my help before entering the Heaven Void Hall. But now, I'm not entirely sure that Senior hasn't already acquired another assistant. Han Li stared at the bone sage with a gaze sharp as a sword. What do you mean? The bone sage's voice grew colder and he faintly revealed an expression of shock. Han Li frowned and impatiently said, Senior doesn't need to continue to feign ignorance. Why don't you call out to him? I saw him appear when he was looking for the spirit ginseng. After hearing this, the bone sage grew silent. Not long after, a man's deep, unfamiliar voice came from within the cloud. Youngster, how did you discover me? I cannot believe that you saw through my disguise technique. I have no interest in answering a stranger. Now I will ask a question to Senior Bone Sage. Do you truly wish to fight in a battle where both sides suffer, only to the benefit of Zenithine? Han Li spoke with a mocking expression. Both sides suffer? You truly overestimate yourself. Although killing you would consume a bit of effort, I am willing to pay the cost. With that said, the dark cloud suddenly shot out a streak of yellow light, striking the barrier of the formation spell. The color of the barrier abruptly changed to a fiery red. The center of the formation spell began to release a scorching heat as if it were a furnace. Han Li's expression didn't change upon seeing this, and he lightly sighed. He raised his hand and shot an azure incantation seal towards the barrier. The barrier's color fluctuated many times between red and yellow before finally returning to its original yellow. The scorching heat had disappeared as if it were an illusion. What did you do to my formation flags? A shocked voice came from the dark cloud. What did I do? I just did what you did. Han Li spoke with a non-committal tone. Humph. Very good. You must also use my golden thread ball quite well then. The bone sage tone turned icy. What could it be? Han Li's expression underwent a massive change. He immediately threw the gold-threaded net from his waist into the distance. But just as the bone sage finished speaking, the golden net turned pitch black with a flash. It quickly shot towards Han Li as a fine thread of black qi and hastily bound him. As for the rabbit that was within it, it was discarded to the side without regard. It remained motionless as if it were unconscious. With this sudden entrapment, Han Li was unable to conceal the abrupt shock on his face. Youngster, how do you like the feeling of ghost threads? Are you still able to use any of the magic power in your body? The bone sage's proud laughter came from the cloud above. When Han Li heard this, he hastily felt for his magic power, but his face soon turned ashen. Chapter 452. Thunderous Strike. Han Li was incapable of drawing on any of the magic power in his body, feeling as if it were frozen. It was clear that those ghost threads had restricted his true essence. Han Li was overwhelmed with shock for a moment. He hastily turned his gaze to examine the black threads. The black threads densely coiling around his body were glossy and emitted a faint yin qi. Its baneful nature was clear at a glance. Han Li's face unconsciously twitched. It wasn't that he didn't suspect that it had been tampered with, but that after careful examination he had been unable to find anything strange. As he didn't carry any pure gold magic tools on hand, he had no choice to use that item. After he used the item to capture the spirit ginseng's avatar, his suspicions about the item had been thrown to the back on his mind for the time being. It was beyond his imagination that just as they turned hostile that his magic power and true essence would be completely restrained. However, his expression of shock only existed for a short moment before his calm was restored. That was because he immediately recalled that he still had the formation spell protecting him. He would have enough time to break free of the restraints before they could further act against him. Han Li scoffed and thought to call out to his gold-devouring beetles when he heard a puff from behind him. The sound was barely discernible. If Han Li hadn't earlier covered the area of the formation spell with his spiritual sense, he feared he wouldn't have discovered it. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Han Li sharply whistled and instantly rolled his body over. At that same time, the gold-devouring beetles filled the skies as they swarmed behind him. Upon hearing a loud explosion from behind him, Han Li's face grew gloomy. Han Li saw the swarm of gold-devouring beetles blocking the path of a strange dark green silhouette of light and doing their utmost to attack it. The green light silhouette appeared blurred from having its body covered in ghost qi. Its arms had transformed into two huge dark green pythons. They were wildly lashing out at any of the gold-devouring beetles that attempted to approach. As none of the beetles were able to approach him, the gold-devouring beetles were at a complete standstill. But what Han Li found even more inconceivable was that the formation spell was still completely intact. Just how was it able to appear behind him without triggering any of the restrictions? But before Han Li could recover from his shock, the green silhouette loudly cursed. "These damned insects are actually capable of consuming my incorporeal body. How menacing." It was the same unfamiliar voice he had heard before, but now it was quite flustered. Han Li had finally noticed that in the instant the beetles were flung away, they had taken bites out of green pythons and had swallowed specks of green light. It was no wonder why he was so perturbed. In the mere time after it had just recently spoke from within the cloud, it had managed to conceal itself behind him and launch a sneak attack. Han Li was completely perplexed by this, but the question soon faded from mind. Now was not the time to think of it. He had no mind to chat with the silhouette and whistled once more. A small portion of the gold-devouring beetles separated themselves from the group and shot towards him. They were crawling all over his body, tearing away at the black threads. Because his magic power was restricted, Han Li was only able to barely control the gold-devouring beetles by use of sound. He needed to set himself free before the enemy figured out a way to deal with his gold-devouring beetles. After all, the memory of the beetles' origin chi being greatly damaged by the ghostly roars were still fresh in his mind. Such a thing were to occur again, it would be terrible. At that moment the barrier seemed to be rammed by a heavy object. After flickering with yellow light, the light barrier started to blur. Han Li then indifferently glanced over. He saw the bone sage in midair, releasing his own attacks in coordination with the green silhouette's attack. The dark cloud continuously struck the light barrier with 3-meter-wide masses of black chi. It appeared that the barrier wouldn't last for much longer. A strange light stirred in Han Li's eyes. He no longer paid attention to the bone sage's assault and turned his gaze to the gold-devouring beetles that were blocking the flourishing green silhouette over 40 meters away. The ghost threads on his body had already been torn nearly halfway through in that instant. Han Li could already feel his true essence and magic power slowly stir, causing him to involuntarily reveal a trace of joy. Once his magic power returned to normal, he had many methods he could make use of. At that moment, the green silhouette released a soft roar and started spinning its body. In a second it had turned into a huge top spinning at great speed. It charged into the swarm of beetles and slowly inched closer to Han Li. The 10,000 gold-devouring beetles continued to chase after it. Although a majority were quickly swatted away by the huge top, a small portion of them managed to cling onto it and slow it down. When the other beetles saw this, they swarmed around it. A short moment later, the green silhouette had gold-devouring beetles crawling over its body and was no longer capable of spinning. It looked just like when they had devoured the gray ghost shadow previously. Han Li was astonished. The green ghost's suicidal action not only caused him to feel joy, but also great apprehension. What happened afterwards verified his suspicions. In a breath's time, the green shadow's body that was being held down by the gold-devouring beetles started to inflate into a large sphere and glow with dazzling green radiance. Not good. Han Li wanted to recall the gold-devouring beetles, but it was too late. The green sphere emitted a deafening bang and released an extremely cold aura that submerged all of the beetles. The center of this explosion was shining with dazzling green radiance. Under it as cover, a fine wisp of green smoke shot out, quickly shooting towards the still-bound Han Li. "Your body will be mine." With roaring laughter, the green thread flashed, transforming into a meter-wide malevolent ghost head as it continued to charge towards him. As the bone sage saw this from up above, he wore a slight smile. He immediately stopped his attacks despite being only a few strikes away from breaking through it. Han Li stared at the ghost head as it approached him with an icy, piercing gaze. When it arrived about 3 meters away from him, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes and his body suddenly released a violent, baleful aura. This violet, baleful aura appeared nearly tangible, and unexpectedly stopped the approaching ghost head from shock. Han Li suddenly opened his mouth and shot a dense bolt of golden lightning, penetrating through the ghost head at point blank. The ghost head wailed in anguish and immediately turned into a ball of green chi after being struck by the golden lightning. Furiously shrieking, it fled for its life. Han Li wasn't about to allow it to so easily escape. At that moment, his entire body was wildly releasing arcs of faint lightning. In an instant, the black threads had been thoroughly dispersed. His body blurred without delay. After leaving behind several afterimages, he had chased down the green chi. Han Li expressionlessly raised his right hand and fiercely clutched the ball of chi. Faint gold lightning sparked from his fingers and instantly erased the green chi from existence, leaving a dark green crystal pearl in his grasp. It flickered with a strange brilliance as if it were alive. Han Li indifferently looked at it for a moment before tightly closing his hand. The crystal pearl was then turned to ash from an arc of lightning. Without a corporeal body, even the Ghost King Grade Green Shadow was destroyed in an instant by Han Li's unrestrained use of the divine Devilbane lightning. Even Han Li himself was surprised by how easy it had been. Then Han Li raised his head and looked at the bone sage with an unfazed expression. "Hand over the 9 curls spirit ginseng to me and I will pretend as if nothing happened, and we will continue our cooperation. Otherwise one of us will have to die." Although Han Li's tone was serene, the cold intent of his words caused the bone sage to wear a grotesque grimace. The bone sage directly stared at Han Li for a long while before saying, "Good. Good. Good." Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes as he rigidly stared at him. "Since he was unable to take over your body, his skill was insufficient. I will naturally cooperate with the victor. Take good care of the 9 curl spirit ginseng." The dark cloud concealing the bone sage disappeared to reveal his true body. He then flung a golden box at Han Li. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.